Chapter 48:27. There was an awkward atmosphere in the cave of Daga Mountain. Jian Wushuang once again looked at this simple cave. Except for a few dilapidated futons that were almost patched, all other feng shui scenes were purely natural. Only then did he confirm that he was not lying, and it was really poor. No, are you as poor as a yen xian? Jian Wushuang made an unconscious attempt. Wei Liujia was very injured, and the expression on his face was almost embarrassed. That because I am just a little yen xian, and I have no great ability to gather money, I can only live by this big, lonely mountain. Such a twist. Plus the order of the emperor, the mountain owners should not leave their respective jurisdictions without authorization, so they are so poor. I used to ask other Yenxian to ask for some treasures of precious treasures, and I plan to plant some seeds for the coming of the Chinese New Year. If you don't live, you can only grow some mortals, so after 1 or 2 visits, it becomes the situation you see. Speaking of this, Wei Liujia raised his head and looked at Jian Wushuang nervously. Several adults, you all also see that Wei Mao is really poor. Even if he bears his clothes, he can't squeeze a little treasure, and he also invites the adults to open the net. Jian Wushuang was also understandable at this time. The young Yen Xian named Wei Liujia now inherited his father's title and got the title of the mountain owner. But because of his bad luck and various other reasons, he finally fell into such a bad position that he couldn't even recruit talents and could only become a polished rod in his own territory. You can rest assured that I will never covet your anything, but just borrow the treasure land for a little rest, and then leave. Jian Wushuang finished, motioned to let Qing Qing loosen the rope of strength on him. After the rope was untied, the things that were originally hidden in Wei Liujia's arms were scattered all over the place. Looking closely, they are all treasures of various sizes, with dozens of pieces, with various starbursts flashing, which is barely acceptable. The air froze, Wei Liujia's mouth twitched, and cold sweat poured from his temples. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Hurry up, I'll just wait for a little rest here, and it's not a robber who robs people of treasure. Wei Liujia echoed again, and hurriedly put those treasures back into his arms. After he packed up the treasures, Jian Wushuang reminisced on the previous conversation and soon realized what was happening, and he asked, "What did you say? You have to go to the confession every Chinese New Year." "That is the confession, but is the second emperor the sun correct?" Wei Liujia nodded his head. Jian Wushuang's and Su Zu's formlessly shortened the distance between them. Plus, the almost repair came to Daga Mountain to visit, so that he had no one to tell. So he opened the conversation box unconsciously. "Yes, I have to go to Tiangong to make confession every Chinese New Year." Jian Wushuang heard his heart and moved his heart. After glancing at I Ching, he asked again, "Did the confession of this year's Chinese year begin or not?" "Not yet," Wei Liujia shook his head. Every Chinese New Year's confession was started after the second emperor attended the heavenly feast. Somehow this year's Korean confession was delayed somehow, but it will start in another 3 years. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up, which was simply dozing off, and immediately put on the pillow. Originally, he was still having a headache how to approach the young man to correct it. Now the problem was solved immediately. As the saying goes, the thin camel is bigger than the horse. Even though Wei Liujia was crowded out by the rest of the mountain owners, he was also able to go straight to the Tiangong Palace and meet the master. Only this one is what Jian Wushuang urgently needs. If you go to Tiangong with him to get close to Gongzizing, you'll have a fairly well-known and undetectable identity. As long as that Yinling is beside Gongzizing or nearby, she will surely be able to find her whereabouts. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang said, "If we want to go to the Tiangong with you and see the young man to correct it, can we?" Wei Liujia was stunned and soon turned his face. "I'm afraid it's not very good. The Tiangong is heavily guarded. Everyone who goes to the tribute will be thoroughly investigated in case." He didn't say the second half of the sentence. But Jian Wushuang knew what he was thinking. If you take them to the Tiangong, if there are any consequences and problems, they will definitely not be able to bear him. As Jian Wushuang prepared to continue to persuade him, Zhao Ting, who had not spoken in the distance, slowly walked forward. Wei Liujia looked up subconsciously, and suddenly he shuddered, and stood up straight to salute Zhao Ting. Wei Liujia, the lord of the lonely Daga Mountain, saw and met Zhao Tingguan. "Do you recognize me?" Zhao Ting came to him and asked quietly. Of course, you are the Tingguan next to the second emperor, and the low office must be kept in mind. Wei Liujia said aloud. Zhao Ting nodded and said, "I also recognize you, and I am most impressed, and I can still remember it now." His eyes lit up. Chengmeng Zhao Tingguan remembered the humble office. "Of course remember, you are the most unique of the 17 mountain owners." Zhao Ting smiled slightly. "Ahaha, is that?" Wei Liujia looked embarrassed, and naturally understood the meaning of Zhao Ting's words. Every time during this Chinese New Year, the confession made him look so different every time that he would not come to Taiwan. Of course, it would be impressive. If there is no accident, this time the Tiangong dynasty confession will make his appearance. Zhao Ting naturally didn't know what he was thinking, and then said, "They are all my colleagues. Because I have something important to do, I can't go to Tiangong recently. Can you take them to Tiangong to make confessions?" Although Zhao Ting is asking, his tone is not to be discussed, although her words were full of loopholes, calm. But Wei Liujia did not dare to disobey her and had to resign. Go back to Zhao Tingguan, the master of Dagu Mountain Wei Weijiaken. Zhao Ting nodded, then looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang returned her positive look, then stood up and walked to Wei Liujia. "Brother Wei, let's go to the confession. Can you prepare any gifts for the second emperor?" Wei Liujia heard the words, suddenly sweating again, and his face was very embarrassed. "Precise, the preparation is ready, but whether it can satisfy the second emperor is another." "Can that make me take a look?" Jian Wushuang smiled. Okay. He had a complex look and slowly stretched his hands into his arms. After a while, some of the treasures he hid in his arms were picked out one after another, hovering carefully in the air. After seeing these treasures prepared for the second emperor, Jian Wushuang finally believed Wei Liujia really poor. Chapter 48:28. Those that can be found even by ordinary top-level cultivation, and disdain for the practice of Tao, there are as many as 4 copies and occupy 40% of these treasures. There are 13 treasures in his collection, each of which can only be said to be terrible. Apart from the Taoist book, there are some treasures that cannot be named. However, Wei Liujia is still a family of treasures, and he introduced them to Jian Wushuang one by one. This is Yushu Liuli Zun, Luangjin Yuring. 13 treasures that can be seen slightly, but only that one Yushu Liuli Zun is of some value, can warm the meridians, and has a better use for restoring the strength. But Rao is so. I am afraid that the effect of Yushu Liuli Zun is not as good as a black mountain-top crystal. Wei Liujia wiped the virtual sweat on his head. These are all the babies I bought from the real sword that my father left me. I hope the confession will not be ugly this time. Jian Wushuang already had no idea what to say. If these things, which were barely treasured, were brought to the Tiangong Palace and in front of the 2 emperors, then the mockery and humiliation of Wei Liujia would be inevitable. Thinking of this, he looked at Wei Liujia, and when he turned his palm, a small wooden box appeared and handed it over. "You and I are destined. I will give you some gadgets today." Despite Wei Liujia's doubts, he still reached out and took the small Shimu box he had delivered. At the next moment, he gently opened the box body and thousands of soft white awns escaped from the box, with a strong and extremely medicinal fragrance, illuminating the entire small cave for a moment. Gutter. A clear, swallowing sound rang through everyone's ears. Wei Liujia's eyes were straight, and he looked straight at the pill in the small box of Shimu in his hand. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and his reaction seemed to have been expected. This kind of pill was taken by the 3 people of spring and autumn from the heaven of the 6 crow emperors. It was collected by the emperor and belongs to the top treasure. Even the ordinary Dayan Immortal may not be able to take a look. Each one is a world of luck. Right now, this Emperor Zongdan pill has a magical effect on solid foundations and perception of immortality. Even Jian Wushuang is particularly fond of this immortality. In the end, Wei Liujia reluctantly withdrew his gaze, then closed the box and shook his head. The value of this kind of pill is too expensive. I am afraid I can sell all of my Daga Mountain, and I can never buy it. I can't close. Jian Wushuang Wenyan smiled slightly. Accept it. Don't you want to use this pill to make a good face when you go to the Tiangong this year? His sentence directly poked the deepest pain in Wei Lijia's heart, reminding him of all the humiliations since taking over as the mountain owner. For a time, the palm of his hand stretched out, and he held the box tightly again, and his joints were pale. Miss you. Just think about it. Take the opportunity to grasp it. Jian Wushuang smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Then we will go to Tiangong 3 years later. For 3 years, for Yanxian, it was just a snap. Within these 3 years, Jian Wushuang, Di Qing, and others did not leave the small cave in the big, lonely mountain in one step. They were all rearing and adjusting their strength to the peak. There is only one Yanxian who has not closed his eyes for a moment in 3 years. That Yanxian is Wei Liujia. For 3 years, I kept the box gifted to him by Jian Wushuang, and was even careful to open it. I was afraid that it would suffer some kind of loss. Looking at Wei Liujia, who was almost going crazy, Jian Wushuang could not see it, and gave him 4 Dizong Danmaru with the same grade but different utility. Therefore, Wei Liujia almost passed out with excitement, and the first thing after he was awake was to bow his head, but was stopped by Jian Wushuang. After a simple entrustment, he restrained his leaping fairy source. 3 years have passed, and a distinctive morning bell and drum sound resounded from the sky corner. In the small cave of Daga Mountain, Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes. Sir, we should start our journey. Wei Liujia seemed to have been waiting for a long time, and his uncontrollable joy appeared on his face. Jian Wushuang nodded, then stood up, and Di Qing followed him step by step. The candidates for this trip to Tiangong to meet Gongzi Jiao have already been determined. Only Jian Wushuang and Tai Qing and Wei Liujia are the 3. As for Jian Ting's decision, Zhao Ting didn't let her follow her, but stayed with Shiqing Pond in the cave of Daga Mountain. This decision is made on the one hand because more people are more likely to be exposed in the celestial palace corrected by the sun. On the other hand, because Jian Wushuang does not believe her. How can it be a simple Yanxian if he can correct the position of Tianzi and be sent to assassinate him? Adult, can Qingqi go with you? Shi Qingqi said nervously, rubbing his clothes corner nervously. Jian Wushuang glanced back at her. Relax, I will come back to pick you up and take you home after I finish my work. At this point, the 3 bodies left the sky and turned into 3 streamers and flew away. While rising directly into the clouds, Jian Wushuang also noticed that at the same time there was a strong breath from all the heavens, and he flew towards the same place. That was the most central part of the entire Damien, and it was the palace of the sun. As a mountain host different from Tianyu, its status is quite high in Domitian. Each mountain host is the lowest in Yanxian realm, which is equivalent to the final card of the sun. In other words, even if Wei Liujia became poor again, he would have a thin face in front of his son. 17 fairy mountains, 17 mountain owners, are the closest to the temple of heaven except the Lord of the blessed land. There are 17 lords of the mountain, and there are only 6 lords of the blessed land. Their status is more detached. It is a title that can only be obtained by Yanxian, who has made a great contribution to the prince. It is also hereditary. Within half a day, Jian Wushuang and others came to the heavenly palace at the center of Damientian. On the occasion of the vastness of the clouds, an imposing heavenly gate sits amidst the clouds and stands majestic. At this moment, there are no fewer than hundreds of figures like the sun and stars, falling outside the heavenly palace, surrounded by their respective subordinates. Dozens of palatial physiques marched forward. As soon as Wei Liujia saw them, he was unconsciously short and wanted to avoid them. But the more he hid, the more he was discovered. Among the more than 10 Daohua noble figures, the middle-aged Yan Xian, the richest man, could see Wei Liujia at a glance. Yo, it turned out to be Wei Xindi. It didn't happen in 1 year. It seems that there was some chance. The rich state Yan Xian dragged his tone and walked over with a character. Despite the possession of the Emperor's Zongdan pills given to him by Jian Wushuang, Wei Liujia still consciously dwarves and looks reddish. Chapter 48, 29. That rich state Yan Xian is obviously also one of the owners of the 17 mountains. A pair of small eyes shining with fine light kept looking at his clothes, and he said the previous words. The clothing worn by Wei Liujia at the moment was also given to him by Jian Wushuang. This pair of lacy mountain-studded long dresses was given to Jian Wushuang by the young emperor and emperor. Each silk thread cost countless embroidered empresses and was also a rare treasure. He was handed over to Wei Liujia. Fu State Yan Xian also saw the extraordinary clothes on his body, his eyes dripping. Huh, Wei Xindi, why are the real swords that you often wear around you missing? Wouldn't it be for the sake of buying this outfit and sell it? As his voice fell, more than a dozen other Dao Gui figures laughed and were very lively. Wei Liujia's complexion turned red, and he had to rush forward to theory. But Jian Wushuang beside him pulled him, and his voice was imperceptible, and none barking at the dog. Boy, what are you saying? Jian Wushuang's voice was not deliberately hidden, and it naturally passed into his ears, making Fu Yan Yangxian's face change. Wei Liujia was inexplicably reassured, and his state of mind also changed unconsciously. Facing the rich state Yan Xian, who rushed over, he went up without fear. Wei Liujia, get away from the seat. I'm going to destroy the kid's origin. Fu State Yan Xian said angrily. Wei Liujia heard the words and slowly raised the corner of his mouth. Ding Chunshan, has Lao Tzu always been too kind, so that you have been riding on Lao Tzu's head and shit? Don't forget that Lao Tzu is also a mountain owner. Rich state Yan Xian froze down. Looking at Wei Liujia, who could not believe it, changed the aura. There was a moment of silence outside the Tiangong. A good mountain owner, said Fu Yanyan, who responded with a sneer. How dare you have done a great contribution for you, the mountain owner, for the entire Dimitri. I'm afraid I can't even afford the confession from the DPRK's position. Do you care how much I have contributed? Even if Laozi lay down and sleeps every day, that is the mountain owner, Wei Liujia also sneered. How do I take off my shoes and rub my legs? As long as you can press me, let alone rub your legs for your slippers, even if you lick the soles of this seat. Fu State, Yan Xian coldly said, if you are not good for me, then please remove the mountain. Automatically, how about the position of the Lord and running 3 circles around the Tiangong with bare ass? Lao should answer. Glancing at him, Wei Liujia turned and strode into the heavenly palace. After eating a boring loss, Fu Xin Yan Xian, who knew that his face was lost, wanted to take him away. Wei Liujia, wait for the seat. In the vast cloud ladder, Wei Liujia's face flushed with excitement. His mother, I have never been as happy as I am today. The birdiness I have experienced before, I have returned it together today. It turned out to be so happy. After he finished speaking, looking at Jian Wushuang sincerely, today I was able to raise my eyebrows and exhale completely, but also thanks to the blessing of the adult. Weimo thanked me here. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. In fact, even without the details I gave you, you can still raise your eyebrows. You have always been stuck in your own opinion, but you never know how to deal with that kind of person is to return it ruthlessly. It is far less than the spirit and the spirit to crush him materially. Jian Wushuang said this calmly and then stopped talking. And Wei Liujia was also pondering the meaning of his words and awed him for a while, the ladder of 9,990, until the last step, the magnificent gate of the heavenly palace, appeared. The magnificent and magnificent celestial palace in which the sun is located is full of majestic feelings. Compared with the heavenly palace in the northern celestial state of the late Emperor's son, it is a little less tricky and ingenious. It was a bit majestic. This gave Jian Wushuang a bit of an illusion. And the correction of the sun was the real little emperor. The confession that is opened every other Chinese New Year is a law rectified by the sun after the Feast of the Heaven, which is intended to secure the mountain owner and the lord of the blessed land in order to prevent a second heart. The gate of the Tiangong Palace has long been opened, and a scent of incense floats out of the temple, calming the hearers. Guarded guards walked out of the hall and led them in sequence. In order to highlight the facade and style, every mountain owner who came to the Tiangong was followed by 5 or 6 top repair subordinates. Each of them was surrounded by a huge box, which was obviously a gift for the confession, especially the wealthy Yenxian who confronted Wei Liujia outside the Tiangong Palace, followed by 8 top repaired subordinates, and the number of boxes in his arms was roughly 20 pieces. Instead, Wei Liujia was very bachelor, holding a slap-sized yushu, Liu Lizun seated. This scene was taken into account by Fu Yanyanxian, and he almost laughed out loud. He, who read countless treasures, naturally could see the yushu, Liu Lizun, in Wei Liujia's hand at a glance, and even his body was not as good as the one he wore. I'm going to see how you compete with this seat. Just wait for 3 rounds of Rao Tiangong with bare ass. Fu State Yenxian glared at him fiercely and then took a seat. As long as these mountain masters entered the temple, Jian Wushuang realized that he was seated in the lower position of the throne, and he had already settled 6 old men, all of whom were quite mature, and they should be the masters of the blessed land. Sitting next to Wei Liujia, Jian Wushuang's eyes were always watching the empty throne. He was expecting that the figure with the bone-shaped armor disappearing would appear in the next time. Master, are you waiting for the emergence of the second emperor? Seeing the fluctuations in Jian Wushuang's eyes, Wei Liujia lowered his voice. After the morning bell strikes 3 times, the second emperor will move from Sendai to Tiangong. Jian Wushuang nodded, waited intently. When it seemed as though the bells ringing from afar, the entire Tiangong was suddenly silent, and all the mountain owners were sitting in danger. Even the lords of the blessed land that closed their eyes and kept their eyes open. There are fairy cranes chirping outside the hall, while thousands of fairy clouds rise. Under the guidance of hundreds of cranes, a negative hand stood, dressed in a suit of the emperor, slowly walking into the heavenly palace. At this moment, the lord of the 17 mountains, the lord of the 6 blessed lands, and a large number of Yenxian have been repaired, and they are all screaming, "The courtiers meet the 2 emperors!" Jian Wushuang looked up at his back. Compared with the previous feast in the heavenly court, the sun had a little more calmness that did not show the mountains and dew, as if everything was clear to the chest, giving people a sense of self-effacing, a feeling of, this is a very strong opponent, you can never guess his thoughts. Jian Wushuang doesn't even think that it was the real strength of the young master in the battle for the peach. Chapter 4830, Wei Liujia's court tribute. The entire cave of Daga Mountain was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Jian Wushuang looked at the extremely simple heavenly abode again. Except for a few tattered futon that were almost patched up, all the other feng shui and scenery were pure natural. Only then did he confirm that he was not lying and that it was really poor. It can't be. You are a Yen Immortal and you are this poor. Jian Wushuang unconsciously added another blow. Wei Liujia was very hurt, and the expression on his face was almost embarrassed. Well, Because I'm just a little yen immortal and don't have much ability to accumulate wealth, I can only live on this Daga mountain, which is why my life is so difficult. In addition, the prince has ordered that the mountain lords are not allowed to leave their respective areas of jurisdiction without permission, which is why they are so poor. I had previously asked for some precious spiritual treasure, seeds, from other yen immortals. I was prepared to plant some, and when the Hua year was coming, I would bring the harvest to the court as tribute. However, my Daga mountain is a land of evil. Nothing can grow here. Only some ordinary things can grow here. Thus, after a few times, it became the situation you see now. At this point, Wei Liujia raised his head and looked at Jian Wushuang nervously. My lords, you can see that I'm really poor. Even if I strip off my clothes, I won't be able to squeeze out any treasure. Please show mercy. Jian Wushuang finally understood that the young yen immortal named Wei Liujia had inherited his father's position and received the title of Mountain Lord. However, due to his bad luck and various other reasons, he was so down and out that he could not even recruit talents. He could only stay in his own territory. Don't worry, we won't covet anything of yours. We'll only be borrowing this treasured land for a short rest before leaving. After Jian Wushuang finished speaking, he motioned Di Qing to release the rope on his body. When the rope was untied, the things that Wei Liujia had hidden in his arms were scattered all over the ground. Upon closer inspection, they were all treasures of various sizes. There were dozens of them, and they were shimmering with all sorts of treasure lights. They could barely be considered decent. The air froze. The corners of Wei Liujia's mouth twitched, and cold sweat seeped out of his temples. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "Put it away quickly. We're just taking a short break here. We're not bandits who want to steal someone's treasure." "Yes, my lord." Wei Liujia responded and hurriedly stuffed the treasures back into his arms. While he was putting away the treasures, Jian Wushuang thought back to the previous conversation and quickly realized something. He asked, "You just said that you have to go to the court every year. You go to the court to see the second emperor, Prince Jiu?" Wei Liujia nodded. Jian Wushuang's warmth had unknowingly closed the distance between them. In addition, there were almost no top cultivators who came to visit Daga Mountain on normal days, so he had no one to talk to. Thus, he unconsciously opened his mouth and said, "Yes, I have to go to the Heavenly Palace to offer an official tribute every 1 Hua year." Jian Wushuang was moved by his words. After exchanging a glance with Di Qing, he asked again, "Then has the offering ceremony for this Hua year begun or not?" "Not yet." Wei Liujia shook his head and said, "Every Hua year's tribute starts after the second prince returns from the Heavenly Court's feast. For some reason, the current year's tribute has been delayed for some time, but it will start in 3 years. Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened. This was simply great timing. Originally, he was still having a headache over how to get close to Prince Jiu. Now, this problem was immediately solved. As the saying goes, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if Wei Liujia was ostracized by the other mountain lords, he was still able to go straight to the Heavenly Palace and meet Prince Jiu. This was what Jian Wushuang urgently needed. If he went to the Heavenly Palace with him to get close to Prince Jiu, he would have a rather legitimate and undetectable identity. As long as Yinling was by Prince Jiu's side or nearby, he would definitely be able to find her whereabouts. At the thought of this, Jian Wushuang said, "If we want to go to the Heavenly Palace with you and meet Prince Jiu, can we?" Wei Liujia was stunned, but his expression quickly changed. "I'm afraid that's not a good idea. The Heavenly Palace is heavily guarded, and every person who goes to pay tribute will be thoroughly investigated." What if? He did not say the second half of his sentence, but Jian Wushuang knew what he was thinking. If he took them to the Heavenly Palace, the consequences and problems that would arise would definitely not be something that a little yen immortal like him could bear. Just as Jian Wushuang was about to persuade him again, Zhao Ting, who had been silent all this while, slowly walked forward. Wei Liujia subconsciously raised his head to look, and his entire body trembled at the sight. He hurriedly stood up straight and cupped his hands in salute to Zhao Ting. Your humble servant, Wei Liujia, the mountain lord of Daga Mountain, greets heavenly official Zhao. You recognize me? Zhao Ting came in front of him and asked indifferently. Oh, of course. You're the heavenly official serving the second prince. I'll definitely remember that, Wei Liujia said, embarrassed. Zhao Ting nodded and said, I also know you, and you're the one who left the deepest impression. I can still remember you even now. His eyes brightened. Thank you, heavenly official Zhao, for remembering my position. Of course I remember. You are the most unique individual among the 17 mountain lords, Zhao Ting said with a smile. Ah, is that so? Wei Liujia's expression turned awkward, and he naturally understood what Zhao Ting meant. This once-in-year court tribute had made him embarrassed every time, so of course he would leave a deep impression. If there were no accidents, he would make a fool of himself again in the heavenly palace. Zhao Ting naturally did not know what he was thinking. She continued, They are all my colleagues. I have important matters to attend to, so I can't go to the heavenly palace. Can you take them to the heavenly palace to pay their respects? Although Zhao Ting was asking, her tone did not allow any room for discussion. Although her words were full of loopholes, Wei Liujia did not dare to disobey. He cupped his hands and said, replying to heavenly official Zhao, the mountain lord of the Daga Mountain, Wei Liujia will obey your orders. Zhao Ting nodded and then looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang gave her an affirmative look and then walked toward Wei Liujia. Brother Wei, did you prepare any gifts for the second prince? When Wei Liujia heard this, he immediately broke out in cold sweat again. His expression was extremely uneasy. Yes, I have prepared, but whether it will satisfy the second prince is another matter. Then can I have a look? Jian Wushuang smiled. All right. He had a complicated expression on his face as he slowly reached into his arms. A moment later, some of the treasures he had hidden in his arms were taken out one by one and carefully suspended in the air. When he saw the treasures that were prepared for the second prince, Jian Wushuang finally believed that Wei Liujia was really poor. Chapter 48:31. There are hundreds of eyes staring at Zhenwiang's celestial heavenly court. Judging by the performance of the sun, it is definitely not his last strength, including finally being suppressed by Jian Wushuang. He definitely has several ways to get out of trouble, but in the end, why it will be a defeated situation. Jian Wushuang guesses that the means of correction by the sun may not be displayed. After all, judging from the fairy style he released in that contest, it was very cloudy and fierce. Jian Wushuang put him in the ranks of dangerous people, and naturally would never start a conflict with him. The scene of the killing of the son of the goddess in the northern celestial state was absolutely impossible to be staged in Dami. The figure sits on the throne. The sun nodded slowly and looked across every Yanxian in the heavenly palace. On his side, accompanied by a white-robed Yanxian who was not angry, Zhu Qing are seated one by one. The sun waved his hand and smiled. We haven't seen it for a year, and we will meet for 3 years. Zhu Qing, please drink 300 cups. My son manages enough. At the end of the talk, laughter sounded in this palace, and the atmosphere was at its best. In the face of these immortal mountain masters and lords of the blessed land, Gong Zizing did not show his identity, but pulled his status down, giving people a sense of equalization. Even Jian Wushuang couldn't find any flaws in this conversation, and naturally there was no discomfort. Immediately afterwards, the sommelier boy presented a bottle of exquisite wine. Although it seemed to be a small bottle, it contained more than 1,000 pounds of liquor. After picking up the wine, Wei Liujia very naturally poured a cup for Jian Wushuang, and then the Qing, and finally poured himself a cup. He was a little shocked by the small details that could not be seen. Although Wei Liujia is unbearable, it is also the owner of Xianshan Mountain, and his character is the hard, smelly stone in the pit. At the same time he is poor, he is also a hard, smelly, stubborn donkey. And those two guys who can make him drink aren't his followers? Is it a rescue soldier who moved in, thinking of the abnormal Wei Liujia outside the previous Tiangong temple? Ding Chenshan suddenly lost his confidence. Is there really any treasure hidden in that guy's hands? Ding Chenshan murmured secretly, but quickly calmed down again. Even if there is any baby in Wei Lijia's hand, is there no baby in his hand? Not only there are, but also the quantity and quality far exceeding each previous confession. For this Chinese New Year confession, Ding Chenshan almost brought all his family's identity, only to make a good impression in front of the sun. The reason why all the people brought over were desperate. Ding Chenshan still had a hidden meaning that was not revealed. This year's Chinese New Year confession is later than the previous one. This is the first time, there is no precedent, and he is well informed that the 5 brothers of the sun's correction have some minor conditions, which leads to the state of martial law in each heaven. Therefore, Ding Chenshan boldly speculated that the 2 emperors and sons might be able to lower the luck of Fudi and fuse at this juncture to strengthen the stability of Domitian. 17 Xianshan mountain lords and 6 blessed landlords, plainly speaking, are the right-handed bodyguards of the sun. Only when the fortune of Fukazawa's luck drops again will they have common benefits for them. Whether you can be promoted from the position of Xianshan Mountain Lord to the Lord of Blessed Land depends on this opportunity. So this time, Ding Chenshan must take the lead. He lifted his head and drained the wine from the glass. Then he looked around with pride in his eyes. Jian Wushuang, who was sitting on the side, frowned slightly, and the wine in the glass remained unchanged. The wine had gone through the 3rd tour, and Yinling still did not appear in the Tiangong, which made him unable to sit still, and began to think about getting out, and took the opportunity to explore around the Tiangong. Just as he was thinking about how to get out, the atmosphere in this palace began to change subtly. All the followers behind the master of Xianshan Mountain began to sort out the boxes. Although the mountain masters were still drinking, they seemed to have been working hard in the dark. The most treasured treasures bred by the young son Jiao Ioiriandi and the young man Mashi male color in this large division are almost known to Yen Xian, who is a little herd. This also gave birth to the scene of presenting treasures. Every master of Xianshan Mountain and even the master of the Blessed Land began to present their own treasures. The first to present treasure was a lord of the Blessed Land sitting at the head of the younger son. He got up and took out a black and white wishful wish from his arms. Your Highness, this thing is called to avoid the wishful thinking. It was cast by Su Tua, a 3-inch mountain master Su Tua, and contains 2 extremely rich first-day weather luck, which is a rare treasure. This thing has black and white 2 collarbone buds. Just twist the black bone buds to avoid evil spirits and clean the spirit platform. If you press and hold the white bone buds, you can absorb most of the delirium and blood. The 2-color rui, which was first thrown by the elder lord of the Blessed Land, is still valuable. If this object is worn on the body, it can avoid some of the special immortals that practice the Phelan Dafa. The sun, sitting on the head, nodded his head and gestured, without showing any expression. After the elder lord of the Blessed Land will evade Rui and give it to the boy, he will be seated again. Since then, the devotion of the treasures has begun. This is an invisible battle without smoke. The endless stream of rare and precious treasures emerged first, and the quality was extremely high, and some treasures made Jian Wushuang all interested. As long as the immortal source does not die, it will instantly shape the dove-shaped immortal grass of the peak fairy body. There is a sacred gourd that easily kills Yanxian and only needs a drop of essence blood. There is even a real sword made of sky-hanging wood with a strong life. Tianchuamu is a fairy tree that grows only when Emperor Qiyun blesses. Without Emperor Qiyun, it will wither and die, and it is an indispensable thing for the construction of heaven. A true sword made of tenchu wood with a strong breath of life and no signs of withering and death. This is unprecedented. It is no longer possible to measure the value of it with treasures. Such a real sword has become the most dazzling existence. Even the treasures of countless suns and corrections are extremely favored by this true sword. It is the 13th Fairy Mountain Lord who presented the true Sword of the Wood in this day. This time he only brought such a treasure, but it has become a force to suppress the crowd. According to what he said, this day the true wooden sword was discovered by him from an ancient battlefield that was left behind. It is very likely that it was a former emperor who cast it with supreme luck and gave it saber for the Delichin. Ding Chenshan, who was sitting at the same place, was also somewhat unsteady at this time. He could clearly feel that this offering is not comparable to the offerings in the past years, regardless of quality or quantity. Chapter 48:32. This time the quality of the treasure is too high. There is Dehexi grass in the front and Tayamyamu sword in the back. Ding Chenshan gritted his teeth and secretly said, "Let me see how many treasures you can have." However, in a half-day effort, dozens of treasures appeared like flowing water. When it was Ding Chenshan's turn, he proudly stood up and took a few steps, turning his palms between the two, and two slowly turning black beads appeared. His Royal Highness, this thing is called the Z bead, which is divided into thundercloud double beads. Lei Zhu has the power of casting, and Yun Zhu has the power of destruction. One casting is a small heaven, and one destruction is also a small heaven. When Ding Chenshan's Ding Tianju came out, all Xianshan mountain owners whispered, "It is already amazing to be able to seal two extreme forces in tiny pearls, and the prestige is equally good." The youngest son, who sat at the top of the head, also rarely spoke. Not bad. Ding Chenshan heard the words, and he quickly bowed his hand with joy. His Highness can like it. It is a blessing for me, Ding Chenshan. The other Xianxinshin masters said that they all pointed their lips away without traces. In terms of flattery, this product is definitely a good hand, and no one can control it. After handing the Ding Zi to the boy, Ding Chenshan only felt comfortable and looked at everyone a bit. Then it was Wei Lujia's turn to confess, and the atmosphere in the entire Tiangong suddenly became a little cheerful. There was also a smile in Gong Zizhang's eyes. He was also very impressed with Wei Liujia, the Lord of the Lonely Mountain. Every time the confessions wore a plain robe, they looked very poor. Treasures are naturally like spreading goods, not even treasures. However, the son did not care about these things. With his father Shang Yuan, Wei Liujia was still eligible to go to this heavenly palace and become a party of the Xianshan mountain. After all, his father was once known as Wei Jun, the of war. Slowly spit out a breath, Wei Liujia and Jian Wushuang looked at each other, and then took the Yushu Lilizan forward. His Royal Highness, this is what Wei Liujia presented, named Yushu Liolizun, which has the function of nourishing meridians and restoring vitality. It is a treasure. As soon as this remark came out, the entire Tiangong laughed completely, and even the white-robed Yanxian, who was behind his son's corrections, disdained. The most fiercely smiling Ding Chenshan said arbitrarily, "It seems that this time it was His Second Highness who lost money. He hosted a banquet, but he ended up with a broken one. It seems that it is time to mention the qualifications of the Tiangong." The sword sitting on the side was unpleasant. If it were not in this heavenly palace, just by the noisy voice, he would like to unscrew Ding Chenshan's head. Young master corrected his face calmly and smiled slightly. "Okay, I have received your thoughts. Sit back." Wei Liujia promised and solemnly handed over the Yushu Liolizun to lead the boy, and then walked out of his arms to find a slap-sized, exquisite Hinoki small box. His Royal Highness, Wei Liujia, also has a pill. There was silence in the Temple of Heaven, and all the mountain owners stretched their necks and waited to see what else he could look like. Gongzi Jiao also came to interest, and he helped his chin open and see. Wei Liujia nodded, then reached out and gently opened the box. Immediately, thousands of strands of colorful huamang burst out, and the medicinal fragrance that was so thick that it could not be turned into a scroll was like a picture scroll, and it instantly covered the entire Tiangong. The original self-formed prince corrected, sitting straight for a moment, staring straight at the things in the box. All the mountain owners, together with the lord of the blessed land, straightened up involuntarily and wanted to see exactly what the pill was, so that such a vision would burst out. Ding Chunshan's fat face was so nervous that he smelled something unusual. This pill, what's the role? The inquirer Shinshan asked. Back to your highness. You can let Ruyin Dingxiu produce a fairy root. Just a few crosses, like a thunder, completely exploded in this heavenly palace. The effect is fierce, far more than 10 times the true sword cast by the wooden tree that day. Even the calm-minded younger man could not help but take a deep breath. Is this serious? Your Highness Ming Jian, Wei Liujia said, and then handed over the Xiumu box containing Damaru to lead the boy. The young man quickly ingested it into his hands and looked at the dark golden pill with a colorful rainbow in the box. He raised his head a moment later and solemnly said, Liujia, what reward do you want? There was a riot in the entire Tiangong Palace again, which was never seen in the confessions of the Chinese government in the past few years, and the Sun Jiao can never said the word reward, but it is a precedent now. Wei Liujia then slowly shook his head. I don't want anything. It is to repay the debts of the previous years. The Sun opened his mouth, but he wanted to reward him, but he didn't know why. The appearance of this pill means that a Yenxian can be directly cultivated. A Yenxian is the strategic foundation. Equivalently, Wei Liujia sent him a Yenxian in disguise. The importance is self-evident. Ding Chunshan had a fat face, and he suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. He stood up and came to the side of Wei Liujia, arching his hand. His Royal Highness, the courtiers and treasures are to be presented. After that, he reached over again and gave a bronze bell. Your Highness, this thing is called a 9-turn dry bell. Each turn is a sound, a total of 9 turns. A turn is better than a turn. Just a flick of a turn, there will be a breathtaking, calm power, even if it's impossible for Yenxian to escape. After he finished speaking, all Xianshan Mountain lords nodded secretly. This 9-turn dry bell is indeed the best among the treasures. It is indeed terrifying to be able to persuade Yenxian, but it is still slightly inferior to the pill offered by Wei Liujia. It seems to be extremely resentful. Ding Chunshan looked at him with a sneer. His eyes seemed to signal that there are still many treasures in this seat that were not taken out. How do you compare it? However, Wei Liujia just glanced at him sideways. You read books. Okanshu, calm, reached into his arms. This time, directly pulled out 2 small boxes of clover. The air fell into a suffocating atmosphere, and even the sun's corrections couldn't calm down. His Royal Highness, these 2 Zapindan pills are equivalent to the one of Fengkai, which can make the ordinary enter into Yending cultivation and give birth to fairy roots. The Tiangong was completely boiling, and all the mountain owners got up and looked at Wei Liujia's hands in disbelief. The horizontal flesh on Ding Chunshan's face trembled fiercely, and his figure unconsciously stepped back half a step. The Sun's palm pressed firmly on the throne has been quietly clenched, and his eyes shoot out the fine man's. Immediately, Wei Liujia looked at Ding Chunshan, who was stunned, and smiled lightly. Dingshan Lord may still have treasures to offer? I'm in a hurry. I can't wait to give away the remaining treasures. Show off wealth, show off naked. All the mountain owners, the lords of the blessed land, looked at him in disbelief. This great mountain lord, who has made a foreign appearance in the treasures of several years, will use his own strength to defeat 10. 6 mountain owners, 6 landowners. Chapter 48:33. 3 pills of pills, which can make the pills of Prussian cultivation produce the pill of Xianzhen, is beyond the scope of treasures. Not to mention that these Xianshan mountain masters, even as the son of the emperor, have never seen such a mysterious pill. One is a crushed existence, but at present Wei Liujia has given 3 in one face, Naturally, there is no mountain owner, and he can attack his front and frustrate his man. A total of 3 Zapindan pills were put into the hands of Gongzijio, which established Wei Liujia's unshakable position in one fell swoop. Wei Liujia smiled again. Master Dingshan, but haven't the treasures ever been given? Ding Chunshan, who already knew the situation, had a fat white face, but he still gritted his teeth. I still have. Without saying a word, Wei Liujia took another box out of his arms. I will give another pill, which is the same as the 3 pill. The silence in the Tiangong Palace, with the face of Ding Chunshan as ash. For pieces of Zapindan pill, that is, the archer gave for Yenxian, how can he play with his mother? When can Lian Yenxian be manufactured in batches? Yenxian is a great road, not a children's play. Owning a fairy route means that you have realized the road ahead. If you are in this way, the subsequent impact will be unpredictable. For Zapindan pills completely defeated Ding Chunshan, or crushed it. The remaining 16 mountain owners and 6 lords of the blessed land consciously collected all the gifts they offered to avoid being disgraced. Looking at this scene, Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. The 5 pills in Wei Liujia's hands were all screened by him, and they were all quite satisfactory, but they did help ordinary cultivators to produce immortal roots. The fairy position can only be said to be a character. Ding Chunshan felt the insurmountable horror for the first time. All the belongings he prepared were completely useless, and he was completely defeated. This year's confession of the Chinese New Year made Wei Liujia, who was supposed to be a foreigner, all the limelight. Taking a deep breath, the son whispered slowly, "Liujia, let's say what I want. Within my ability, everything can be given to you." Wei Liujia heard the words, smiled, and smiled extremely freely. His Royal Highness, Wei Liujia, really has something he wants. What? I want Ding Chunshan to take off my shoes and press my feet. This rather joke sentence made the son stunned for a moment with the mountain owners, but he soon understood the meaning. Wei Liujia was paying back his teeth and reporting the troubles he had suffered in previous years. Every time Ding Chunshan was in trouble, so he improvised a sword dance, which was quite embarrassing. Right now, it is time to fight back. Ding Chunshan was unbelievable, and then looked to the young man for help. The young man corrected his cough and waved his hand. Wei Liujia promised, and then looked at Ding Chunshan with a smile. This is a complete shame. Once done, he will endure ridicule among all the mountain owners. But he had to do it, and the son's correction had been acquiesced. Ding Chunshan's face was ashamed, his lips squatted down, and just before his hands were about to touch the boots, Wei Liujia stepped back, stared at him deeply, and returned to the original place. "I'm not going home yet." The son whispered and scolded Ding Chunshan back. During this Chinese New Year confession, a total of 4 Zapindan pills were harvested, and his mood was extremely good in an instant. Now the forces among the various emperors have already formed. Even if the vast division is vast, he wants to recruit 4 out of thin air. Wei Yenxian is also a very difficult thing. As far as Gongzijio is concerned, these 4 pills have improved his strength. Thinking of this, he looked at the white robe Yenxian beside him. By Pao Yen Xianxin was enlightened, but immediately bent down and whispered, "His Royal Highness, is it too sloppy?" "Not sloppy, let's announce it," the young man said lightly. Bai Pao, Yenxian promised, and then walked a few steps, facing all Yenxian in the Tiangong Palace, announced the sound. "This is chartered by His Royal Highness Wei Liujia, the owner of Daga Mountain, made a great contribution to Demission. He declared that Wei Liujia was promoted to Zio Xiangwen, and his seat, Daga Mountain, was promoted to a blessed land, enjoying all the blessings and blessings of the Lord of the blessed land. It will take effect immediately." All the mountain owners and the Lord of the blessed land were shocked, and Wei Liujia also almost fell off the seat. Degushin inexplicably became a blessed place, enjoying Few's luck, and he was promoted to Zio Xiangwen. All this is just because of 4 Zapindan pills. Everything came so fast that Wei Liujia felt like a dream. It was not until his knees that he returned to life that his mind gradually became clear. It was true to be a small heavenly official, and it was true to enjoy the luck of the Lord of Fudi. He looked back, and Jian Wushuang, who was still sitting there, smiled slightly at him. Wei Liujia has never been stunned at this moment. If he hadn't watched so many Yanxian, he would have to go directly to Jian Wushuang. After the confession of the dynasty, the 17 Xianshan Mountain lords became 16, and the 6 Blessed Land lords became 7. After the banquet, until the end, Jian Wushuang did not see Yinling's figure, which made him anxious. After the banquet for the DPRK was completely over, he no longer wanted to stay longer, and he directly took Diqing to explore around the Tiangong. "Sir, can we see you again?" Outside the Temple of Heaven, Wei Liujia asked a little bit reluctantly among the clouds. Jian Wushuang turned around and said, "If you are destined, you will see you again. By the way, if you return to Daga Mountain, take care of the 2 girls and don't let them walk around." Wei Liujia nodded vigorously and solemnly arched his hand in front of his back. Everything seemed as if it were another world, but he knew that a brand new year was coming. After stepping out of Tiangong and saying goodbye to Jian Wushuang, Wei Liujia prepared to return to Daga Mountain first to see the Luck of Fudi. But as he was about to leave Tiangong, several Yanxian dressed in white robes came after him. "Wei Tianguan, Your Highness would like to ask you to go back and narrate." Wei Liujia jumped in his heart, but he didn't show anything on his face. After nodding, he returned to Tiangong. In the Hall of the Incense Curls, only Wei Liujia was at the moment. Gongzi sits face to face with him, and there is no other Yanxian besides that. "Liujia, how many years has your father Wei Jun gone?" After pouring a cup of tea for him, the son asked with a smile, "Back to His Royal Highness. I can't remember clearly. I want to have it for decades." Wei Liujia responded quietly. He nodded. "It's been almost that long. When I was a teenager, I was in front of the Emperor in the heavenly court. I saw your father Wei Jun's heroic attitude. It was very photographic and worthy of being called the God of War." Wei Liujia arched his hand. "I take Father Xia His Highness to appreciate." The son smiled and smiled. "I don't lack anything, but I just missed something, the of war like Wei Jun." Chapter 48:34. Wei Liujia was sitting at the same place, and some did not understand what he meant. His father, Wei Jun, had already died in battle dozens of years ago, and Gongzi Jiao now talks about it. I am afraid that the words also contain other meanings. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Liujia looked up at him again. "His Royal Highness, what does that mean?" Young Master Xiaowen smiled and reached out and patted him on the shoulder. "It doesn't mean anything. The of war Wei Jun is now unavailable, but if there is a substitute for him, I can't do without a competent Tianguan. Well, you go back and prepare first, and come to Tiangong to be a great official." Wei Liujia stunned and shook his head hurriedly. "His Royal Highness, this is really too hasty. I am absolutely incapable." Just like the Zhao Ting before the young son corrects, it is the great celestial officer. The so-called great celestial official, except for the youngest son correcting, can affect the entire great celestial and has great power. The remarks at the moment were tantamount to thunder and burst into his mind. Gongzi Jiao smiled again, and then took a small box of shimu from his arms and placed it on the case between them. "Liujia, this Zapindan pill is very precious to me, and I need them very much." Wei Liujia looked at him and already knew the meaning of the words. Without hesitation, he took out the last box of pill from his arms a moment later. "His Royal Highness, this is my last box of pills. Unlike the first 4 boxes, its effect is to help Yanxian to perceive the fairy style and deepen it." In just one sentence, there have been some changes in the look of the youngster. To help Yanxian to perceive and deepen the immortal style. This means to completely open up the path of Yanxian's grandeur. This kind of effect can no longer be described by the sky. Even the fairy peach obtained in the heavenly realm can't be compared. Converging with the fine man's in his eyes, the sun looked at him and asked, Liu Jia, where did you find these pills? Going back to your highness, my father left. I found it in the cave of Daga Mountain accidentally. Wei Liujia said without hesitation, There are only 5 remaining, all dedicated to his highness today. The young man stretched out his palm and took the last box of pill from his hand, closed the lid gently, then got up and turned his back to him. Don't lie to Liujia. These pills can't be left to you by Wei Jun. I have followed him since I was a boy. I know him best. I have never had any act of hiding in my life. My emperor did not like Dan Maru, and naturally he would not give it to Wei Jun, this kind of Jipin Danwan, only the emperor will have. Speaking of which, the sun slowly bent over. Tell me, where did you find these pills, or who gave it to you? Wei Liujia did not expect this scene, but he quickly calmed down and arched his hand. His royal highness, indeed, was left by his father. I said, It's impossible. Wei Jun can't leave these things. The sun chopped off the high-pitched cold voice. These pills must have been found by you from some place, or someone else gave it to you. His voice has softened a lot. Now, as long as you tell me, the position of Dadianguin is yours, and I will give you whatever you want. Taking a deep breath, Wei Liujia said, His Royal Highness, the ministerial sentence is true. There is no treasure, and no one is handed over to the minister. Gongzi's complexion gradually became cold. Really? It's not that I didn't say it, but I have already told your highness. Wei Liujia said in a nervous voice, Do you know the consequences of hiding without reporting? At this moment, Gongzi's face was completely cold. As his voice fell, more than 10 figures appeared in the empty sky palace. Every body is full of yen. All of them are yen xian. They came and slowly surrounded Wei Liujia. This is the last chance, the sun said softly with his back to him. Unbelievable eyes appeared in his eyes and finally returned from tension to calm. There is no treasure land, and no one is handed over to the minister. As Wei Liujia's sentence fell, a total of 12 yen xian released the yen li chain at the same time, binding him. Push into heaven. The sun turned around and looked at him. Wei Liujia's figure was slightly startled, confused, and puzzled. I gave you the best things without reservation. Why should I do this to me? Without waiting for an answer, he was caught and sent to heaven. Liujia, don't blame me. My power has been weakened to the extreme. If I don't want to do anything, I will always be in a passive situation. Among the clouds transformed from Yanli, there are sendais. Jian Wushuang and Di Qing have already searched dozens of sendais, and none of them have found any trace of silver bells. For a time, even Jian Wushuang began to doubt whether Yinling had left Demetian. Just as he was preparing to search again, more than 10 streamer-like figures passed through the clouds and galloped away into the distance. Why was that kid caught? Di Qing just glanced in that direction and said softly. Jian Wushuang raised her brows. Wei Liujia? Shouldn't he be banned and returned to Degyushan? The truth is clear. I'm afraid it's not that simple. The dozen or so yen xian just bet him just now. Is it because of the things of Dan Maru? He jumped in his heart and soon decided that the sun was correct because of those who had troubled Wei Liujia. But what made him far from thinking was that the sun's correction would tear his face so quickly. Don't care about those trivial things. Instead of wasting too much energy, it's better to finish things soon and go back early, Di Qing advised. However, Jian Wushuang had his own decision. Wei Liujia was bound this time. If he didn't save, he would definitely die in the hands of the sun. And he has already roughly guessed that the reason why Yu reading books www. Okanshu, Calm will catch Wei Liujia is that he suspects that Dan Maru is not from his hand, but someone else. Now the doubt is just doubt. There is still time to control to rescue him within this time. Things start from him, and there must always be a solution. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang tilted his head toward the meaning, and then galloped along the team of Fang Kai. Di Qing also apparently guessed his intention, immediately shook his head helplessly or followed. Among the dark black clouds, there was a thunder snake thick like a python rolling in it, emitting a terrifying trend. At the same time, one side of the was in it, and it was extremely extreme. In this vast heavenly hell, there are very few guards in charge of supervision, and only 3 top guards patrol. I don't know how long it has passed. A long wind blew into heaven's hell without attracting any attention. Chapter 48:35. Deep in heaven, it was extremely dim. A figure trapped by the Yanli chain hovered in one of the spaces. His thin fairy body was covered with scars at this moment, and the blood of God was dripping from every scar. The long hair was also scattered, covering his face. The sun's companion, the white robe Yanxian, was holding a long whip that exudes muddy black. Every 10 breaths, he pulled out a whip and brought up a flesh. Even the fairy bodies, shackled by the detached road, cannot resist. Speak it out. The original rewards remain the same, and you can still succeed Deity Angwin. With such a rich blessing, why do you not accept it? Bai Pao Yanxian exhorted while waving his long whip. The blood of God kept falling, and the tortured figure slowly raised his head, revealing an eye through the scattered hair. Bai Pao Yanxian jumped suddenly in his heart, and then pumped harder after calming down. There was a ripple in the air, and the sun's correct figure slowly walked out. Speak it out, it will feel better. A dead sneer sounded. I'm so stupid. 5 pills. I didn't leave one. I don't have any ideas to give, but now it ends like this. I gave you the best things without reservation. Why should I do this to me? Wei Liujia roared, and a pair of Mori cold-blooded eyes stared at the young man. Indiscriminate. Bai Pao Yanxian angered, and the long whip in his palm pulled directly to his cheek, leaving a narrow and long blood stain immediately. The blood poured out, but Wei Liujia didn't make any sound, just staring at him. The young man waved his hand to stop it, and when he was about to speak, the whole heavenly hell suddenly trembles, and then the powerful and extremely vigorous strength was agitated. His Royal Highness, heaven's hell has changed. Bai Pao Yanxian's complexion changed dramatically. As his words fell, a fierce explosion of martyrdom broke apart. The whole space was also shaken. An invisible enchantment seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure, and then burst. All kinds of fierce and extreme force flooded in, with all kinds of unknown and terrifying dynamism flooding. An ugly Yanxian with 3 heads appeared. It was excited and seemed to have been trapped for a long time. Today, it just wants to devour all living things in front of it. It roared with excitement. But the 3 pairs of eyes only saw a few figures and then burst. Gong Zizing didn't even look at it. He reached out and squeezed its fairy source directly, smashing its fairy body. But this is just the beginning. At the next moment, an arm with a width of more than 10 feet was like a python, suddenly torn the space and smashed it with unspeakable force. Yu Xianxian was a little slower and was blasted out on the spot. The young man corrected his face and fought with him on the spot. Heavenly prison is breaking. Countless trapped here, I do not know how many years of Yen Xian, have been released and began to destroy to the maximum extent. Damn something! The sun shook his anger, and a river of blood appeared in the palm of his outstretched hand, directly smashing the arm that was more than 10 feet wide. Follow me to investigate, he said, then disappeared with a group of Yanxian. The celestial turmoil increased, and shortly after the sun corrected, 2 figures wrapped in black robes appeared quietly. Wei Liujia, follow us. The leading black robe whispered, reaching directly to destroy the Yanlian chain around him. Wei Liujia, who was about to faint, died, raised his head reluctantly, and after seeing who was coming, he was startled. Sir! Don't talk, let us leave here. Jian Wushuang whispered. An unspeakable emotion came to mind, and Wei Liujia focused on it. But then he found that after suffering the death penalty, he had no strength in the meridian, and it was difficult to do the simplest action, let alone run. "Sir, let's go. I'm not worth saving," he said. Seeing the reason, Jian Wushuang directly reached out and released several Yanli Wamings to pull him, and then ran straight out of the prison. This chaos that became a pot of kanji was actually done by Jian Wushuang. He and I Ching directly destroyed most of the heavens and released those bound Yanxian, which caused chaos. And the fact is indeed as he thought. The sun's correction has been disengaged. There is no danger. He glanced at Wei Liujia like a blood man behind him. Jian Wushuang sighed. This guy actually didn't confess a word about him to his son at the last moment. His heart was firm, and he was worth saving. But just as Jian Wushuang traveled through this chaotic and broken heavenly hell, there was a big crisis in my heart. At the next moment, a chaotic burst of chaos, dispelling the extremely dark mans, came from the storm. Its speed is so fast that it cannot be imagined. However, at this dangerous time, Wei Liujia behind Jian Wushuang suddenly burst without warning, and directly greeted the Big Mang. It's just that with his fairy body, just for a moment he was passed through the body, and the big man's cast was shot at Jian Wushuang. But it was precisely the moment Wei Liujia blocked that gave Jian Wushuang a chance. He turned around instantaneously, crushed down with one finger, and the Tian Menjiu, who had not shown for a long time, exploded again with a huge amount of potential energy. When the two collided, the shock wave instantly cleared all chaos. A type of Tianmen-ji offset, that big man's, Jian Wushuang did not stay back and pulled back Wei Liujia's broken and immortal body. And the figure of the younger son's correction appeared. He shot a fine mane and a pair of British eyes, staring straight at Jian Wushuang. He had a feeling that the middle-aged, unshaven man had a breath of familiarity. Jian Wushuang did not intend to clash with his son, so after he held Wei Liujia, he wanted to escape. But the dozens of Yanxian that appeared subsequently blocked their way. I Ching frowned, and he waved his hand directly. An indescribable force directly smashed the two Yanxian in front of him into a meatloaf. Yu reading books, www.okanshu. "Come, go," he said in a deep voice, taking advantage of this empty talk, and reached out to shoot two of them directly. Yanxian fell in the hands of I Ching, and even resistance could not be achieved, but he was killed in 6 moments. Jian Wushuang nodded, and did not hesitate, directly carrying Wei Liujia to take the lead. The sun who hovered in the void was completely shocked by the scene just now. The Yanxian is covered with a wave of hand. What kind of strength is it to be so freehand? Is it Dian Immortal? There was a touch of Sun Han in the heart of Gong Zijing, and at the same time there was a fierce color in his eyes. Even if it's Dian Immortal, don't want to run wild in my big sky. At the same time that the entire sky was completely destroyed, the sun's body shape was still standing in the distance. A palm-sized white jade object appeared in the palm of his hand. Chapter 48:36. The white jade object looks like a round mirror. The whole body is white in teeth, and is densely covered with complex fine lines, which look strangely ancient. With the appearance of this round, mirror-like object, the prisoners who had screamed in the heavens were all silent at this moment, and then fled like crazy. The young man corrected his face coldly, reaching for a mirror without any expression. Immediately, the breath of the surrounding void suddenly dropped to the freezing point, and a wicked evil that escaped from the cold escaped from the mirror. Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of silver, bell-like laughter, and then the white mirror of the tooth suddenly reflected the head of a red-eyed baby boy. "Your Highness, long time no see." The young man tilted his eyes and looked at the weird baby in his hand mirror, then threw the mirror directly into the air. The stagnation of the void, like a quagmire, left all the prisoners who wanted to escape trapped in place, including Jian Wushuang and I Ching. All felt a sense of unsteadiness. A ray of red light shone through hundreds of millions of miles, shining through a mirror hanging high in the air, making everything seem to be soaked in the sea of blood, strange and unspeakable. Sword Wushuang, carrying Wei Liujia, frowned slightly, and then looked at the side of Qing quickly. You took him away from this place. I will take care of it, and then meet at Daga Mountain. Di Qing glanced at him again, and said with a lip, Or do you take him away first? I won't be relieved when you break. Jian Wushuang did not quit anymore. After a 9-turn big Yanxian was in charge, how could it be more reliable than a Yanxian? Watching him move away, Di Qing withdrew his gaze and frowned slightly at the mirror that exuded a strange blood. Pretend to be a ghost. He disdained, and waved a wave of strength directly. By Mangjian, pierced the blood void. But when he was about to pierce the mirror, he didn't see any trace of it, like a mud bull entering the sea. Then a tender white arm like a lotus root suddenly came out of the mirror. With the emergence of this arm, a red-eyed and red-haired infant's head appeared. The baby was full of fangs and made a weird smile. The mirror hovering in the void is like a space, constantly exposing a body. And the Qing, who had never cared about it, frowned even more after seeing this scene, not because of tension, but disgust. I saw that the red-haired baby who had been drilled out of the mirror could no longer be described as weird. His predecessor was a pocket-sized baby boy with a dark red apron stretched around his waist, which looked normal. However, behind his head, there are hundreds of identical heads, hanging like the same bunch of grapes behind him. From a distance, it looks like a body with a centipede, very disgusting. Rao has seen the storms of all things, and has experienced the truth of many wars, but he can't help but frown. It's so disgusting. What can grow like this? Surely not spliced. After releasing these ugly babies, the sun directly withdrew the mirror in the sky, and his figure was far away. At this moment, above the ruins of this heavenly prison, only Qing and the ugly infant boy were in 2 forms. Ji Jia. Food, powerful food. The countless heads behind the ugly babies were all staring at Qing at this instant, and the saliva dripped unabashedly. I advise you to get away. Don't dirty your eyes. Di said coldly. Otherwise, I will make you die. Ugly babies heard the words, as if they heard jokes, and all opened their mouths together. Who do you think you are? You can kill me? Even if you kill me once, I still have 99 lives. What can you do to me? Di Qing didn't speak, and pointed out directly in front of him. A touch of extreme strength, like the same arrow shot out, instantaneously shattered the head that was still laughing. Absolute strength is here. Even if you have 10,000 lives, this seat is still correct. Taking a head from behind and putting it on the neck, the ugly baby was completely angry. Food! You it! At the end of the sentence, his lotus-like arms shuddered suddenly. The blood space with infinite pressure suddenly fell again, and even the void was crushed. But Qing just disdainfully smiled. He lifted his palm and gave a direct shock. The blood space that was about to come down burst from the middle, which stirred up a rain. The ugly baby didn't wait without a hit. He screamed, and the hundreds of heads behind him, like grapes and centipedes, opened their mouths at the same time and spit out slap-sized, blood-red bubbles. Obviously, Qing didn't want to get entangled in this way anymore. Golden light began to flow in his eyes, and his palm had already condensed a full blow. When the tens of thousands of blood-red bubbles came, he released them with one blow. But a weird scene appeared. The unstoppable blow by Di Qing didn't destroy the bubbles, but instead made the bubbles absorb on it and swallowed it crazy. Hee, it's delicious. The ugly baby boy's figure also skyrocketed at a rate visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the heads behind him also changed the shape of the queue into a long snake shape, whirling around. Due to the previous warning of Jian Wushuang, he cannot use any highly recognizable fairy style in demission, so Diqing cannot release his golden and black treasures, and can only use the endless vigor of Yuan to fight. Right now, this ugly baby is just the peak of Yanxian, but it gives Diqing a tricky feeling. The ordinary fairy style has no effect on him at all and will be swallowed. Even if I Ching instantly shattered more than 10 heads, the ugly baby was not affected at all. Instead, he seems to be in a passive situation. Every head is madly eating away the diffusive forces scattered outside the body and constantly growing itself. This makes I Ching very uncomfortable. Just when he was ready to release the treasure phase to crush directly regardless of it, a sword with a sharp edge to the extreme was cut. A total of more than 20 heads were directly chopped up completely, making I Ching feel all light. Immediately afterwards, a mysterious figure surrounded by a large black robe came out into the air, holding an invisible sword in his hand. When I Ching saw it, he raised his eyebrows. "Don't you go to send that guy back to Daga Mountain? Why did you come back so quickly?" The bearded, sword Wushuang shrugged. "I met an acquaintance halfway through. I threw him to the acquaintance and hurried over." Noble nodded, and with Jian Wushuang as a companion, he felt inexplicably calm. This big guy doesn't look like a single individual. It seems to be forcibly stuck together, very powerful. Jian Wushuang stepped forward and analyzed. "It doesn't matter what he is, it's finished." Di Qingsheng said in a deep voice. Chapter 48-37. Facing the ugly infant, who almost occupied the half of the void, there was no fear in the eyes of the two figures. The blood that was so thick that it could hardly be turned out spit out from the hundreds of heads of the ugly baby. Moreover, Jian Wushuang and Di Qing had been surrounded, hundreds of heads squeezed from each other. In the middle of this blood, he smelled a little unsteady. After a disaster in the Sand Devil's Cave, the sword that is already burdened with cause and effect and the killing robbery, the perception of blood and murder has reached an unprecedented level. He felt that the blood of this ugly infant was very strange and complicated. It could never be a single individual possessed, but was forcibly piled together. Converging his mind, Jian Wushuang burst out 3,000 sword intentions all over his body and wiped out more than half of his blood. Di Qing also moved. Without using Baoxiang, he stretched out his hand and smashed dozens of clothes heads easily. With the cooperation of the two of them, almost a dozen of breaths, they slaughtered over 100 heads of ugly infants and children together with their bodies. But without waiting for Jian Wushuang to close his hand, the broken blood sky, those residues suddenly gathered together again and formed the appearance of an ugly infant. He laughed excitedly, Jijia. "I have 100 lives. How did you kill it? The harder you are, the deeper you will fall into this blood, and finally you will not be obedient to become my nourishment." The thing, Qing Qing whispered in a low voice, and then took a step forward, suddenly shaking his arms. Suddenly thousands of golden feathers emerged, and each one shot down with a big momentum. The blood void was punctured, and there were shocking cracks. The ugly baby boy smiled, looked at the advent of Jinyu, and hurriedly manipulated the grape-like head behind him to resist. But he apparently underestimated the meaning of Di Qing and overestimated himself. The golden feather, with a ruinous breath, burned the blood void and directly nailed it into a sieve. Another death. But this is a permanent cure. But it really didn't happen for a moment. The ugly baby boy's figure appeared again, and he roared angrily. After this brief confrontation, Jian Wushuang apparently did not intend to fight anymore. It would be quite tricky if he had to kill nearly 100 times, as he said. This leaves the sun with time to correct and can do many things. At that time, if they want to escape again, I am afraid it will be very difficult. After all, to be able to send 5 masters of Yen Yen and 2 masters of Yen Yen to the assassinator who assassinated Master Mo in the north of Tangxianzu will never stop here. After glancing at He Di Qing, Jian Wushuang took the lead to leave. Di Qing also made a move with both hands, directly condensing a golden enchantment, so as to block the eroded blood, and then flew away. The ugly infant boy screamed in anger, but he did not dare to step forward, only to manipulate the rich blood to erode the void. Just when Jian Wushuang felt that he had escaped from danger, the void became steep red again. The bone mirror reappeared again, and as the rich red on fell to the extreme, dozens of figures were scrambled out of the mirror. When the white bones in the ragged robes were old, the halberd fingers screamed, and a huge amount of dynamism rushed out of the bag around his waist. Another Yen Xian roared with 2 heads, holding 2 great hammers in his hand, and threw the giant hammer in his hand in the face of Jian Wushuang. 10 weird and ugly Yen Xian walked out of the mirror and blocked their way together. Sword without a double-faced color side, lifted his palm and held it in the air. Suddenly the flying giant hammer came to a stop in the void and then shattered. "We're afraid we can't walk away now," he said with a deep voice. 11 bodies surrounded him. These Yen Xian from the bone mirror are far more tricky and powerful than ordinary Yen Xian. Various spells emerge endlessly, and it is very possible to master the fairy style. Because there was a fight with the sun in the previous heaven, the sword Wushuang at this moment needs to hide the iconic fairy style as much as possible. Although the figure of Gongzi's correction is unknown at this moment, Jian Wushuang can feel him hiding in a dark place and may appear at any time. The 11 Yen Xian, who looked strange and ugly and exuded eccentric energy, rushed towards him without any stay. Jian Wushuang no longer hesitated. The long sword in his palm exuded the momentum. Startled with infinite sword, Zingahujian Jianya, Bloom, fatty Yen Xian, who looks like a butcher at the forefront, first ran into it, and was directly swallowed by the sword of the Xinghe Lake. The remaining old bones, old lanterns, and other Yen Xian did not have time to dodge, and were all involved. As Jian Wushuang's strongest swordsmanship, his strongest swordsmanship is revealed at this moment. Even if these Yen Xian have strange, but after all did not jump out of Yangxian's scope. Under Dian Xian, the sword is unparalleled. This thick sword like Tianhe made the Qing aside, and this guy who was just the peak of Yen Xian brought him an inexplicable threat. When the sword's intention dissipated, all 11 eccentric and ugly Yen Xian disappeared, and even a little dross remained. Under the broken void, it finally slowly condensed the shape of an ugly baby boy. Except for him, the rest of the Yen Xian all died. But within a short period of time, he even lost his life, and he dared not step forward. Jian Wushuang apparently didn't want to engage in this meaningless and hidden fight, and left Qingqing quickly. The void is broken, the heavens are completely collapsed. Everything is shrouded in the tumultuous blood. Everything, including the sight, is twisted. There was a ripple in the void, and then the younger son walked out of it, and the bone mirror suspended in the sky fell back into his hand. Seeing the ugly baby, he stepped back subconsciously and looked at him in horror. "Big master." "Incompetent waste," the son said softly, carrying his hands on his shoulders. "Is it all arranged?" Going back to adults, blood must have blinded their eyes and made them confused. The ugly infant grinned. The young man gave him a look. "It's a good job. When the matter is over, you can choose a few more fairy bones to nourish." "Thank you, Lord." He grinned, revealing his eyes in disguise. After a few breaths of time, he escaped from the cupboard by blood. Jian Wushuang and Di Qing both breathed out. Without Yen Xian keeping up, the gloomy sense of oppression disappeared, and the sun's correction did not keep up. Leave here first, then make plans later. Jian Wushuang made the decision. Gong Zizing has discovered their existence. An entire Dimitri will be in martial law for the next period of time. I am afraid that it will be more difficult to find the silver bell with the sky-shaped bone armor. Chapter 4838. I don't know if it was an illusion or the discomfort after the battle. Jian Wushuang felt that the sky in front of him seemed to be covered with a faint layer of red yarn, and even slightly distorted his sight. This is not a good sign. He stopped staying and took Tianqing directly away from the heavenly prison plane, away from the heavenly palace, and went to Daga Mountain for a short break. But in the next moment, Jian Wushuang was shocked by everything in his eyes. I saw that all the heavenly planes were broken. All the fairy mountains collapsed, and the Tianhe suspended in the clouds like a silver ribbon was also cut off. The sky dome is extremely dark, lowering the endless flames, burning all visible objects, and entering the sky is no longer half intact. The vast expanse of sky, composed of more than 20 heavens, 17 fairy mountains, and 6 blessed lands, is irreparably destroyed. It took a while for Jian Wushuang to recover, looking at the destruction of the scene under the eyes. Still a little unbelievable, he whispered softly. Who has such energy and can cause such a degree of damage to Domitian in such a short time? But Di Qing showed a meaningful expression. It seems that none of the people under Zhenliang are waiting for leisure. Domitian suddenly suffered such a degree of damage. Jian Wushuang began to be calm in her heart. Yinling will definitely leave Domitian again, and then it is almost impossible to find her again. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang hurried to the direction of Daga Mountain. With the blessings of Yi Nian Shan it was only a few breaths before returning to Dagushan. But the Daga Mountain at this moment has already been destroyed. The entire fairy mountain was cut off to the middle position, and countless lotus flowers were also burned by the sky fire. And from that small hole in the sky, spitting thick black ink, Jian Wushuang's dark path was not good, and his figure came to the broken hole in a flash. I saw that in the dark sky there was a giant man with gold belt and armor, which was several feet tall. Even Qin Qing appeared thin in front of him. The giant man was smoky with black smoke all over his body, showing the strength of Yanxian Peak, sitting deep in the sky like a hill. And the entire day of the cave was filled with clicks, and the sound of chewing appeared strange. Perhaps the stranger was aware of it, and the giant man slowly turned his head, a huge wild boar head reflected in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The giant man actually had a wild boar head, and there were 2 fierce long teeth in his beak. A delicate thigh was hung on the left tooth, and a head with round eyes was pierced on the right tooth. And beside him, all the broken wreckage. Shi Qingji's head is gone, Wei Lujia's head is strung on his long teeth, and Zhao Ting's head has been eaten by most of it. None of them survived. Looking at the terrifying corpse on the ground, Jian Wushuang was irritated. He directly condensed an invisible long sword and cut it towards the giant. The giant man sitting cross-legged on the ground was not afraid at all, even with a bit of surprise. "Nine brother, you will be back so soon." A strange scene happened. Jian Wushuang's sword spirit even crossed him, slashed to the side wall, and completely shattered the winter. Throwing away the half-eaten Zhao Ting's head, the giant man got up quickly and hurried towards Jian Wushuang. "Nine brother, why did you come back so quickly? Did the task that big brother handed you complete?" Jian Wushuang retreated a few steps, his long sword pointed straight at him, and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why did you kill them?" "Nine brother, you are confused. I am your third brother." The giant man with a wild boar's head scratched his head and said, "Kill them? It's just a group of small miscellaneous deities. Our purpose is far more than that. Here, the eldest brother, they have gone to the city and looted the ground. Presumably it will not take long. And here will be our 9 brothers." Jian Wushuang heard the words, frowned, and was a little uncertain for a while. Was this guy having a problem with his brain, calling a stranger to Jiodi? "Do you know me?" he tentatively asked. "You are my 9th brother, of course I know," Juin said. "Is the task assigned to you by your elder brother completed?" At this point, Jian Wushuang was still a little puzzled, but he continued quietly and said, "All the things that have been completed have been completed." "That's good. Now let's go to the big brother," and they meet together. After the words, the giant man put the pig's teeth on the thigh of the cleaning pool, and the head of Wei Liujia into the mouth, chewing and outward. "Go." Jian Wushuang turned his head to look at it, and had always been close to him. He had nowhere to go, and he was the only one left. Looking at the wreckage, he sighed and buried everything with his hand. Stepping on the broken sky, the ruined scene is still going on, with the sky fire of destruction, burning all the souls. Everything is so unreal but weird. The creatures in each side of the heavens wailed and then annihilated, and the dark air covered everything. The tycoon in charge of chewing, slurping again and again, confused, said, "Nine brothers, what are we doing here? Isn't it to create our own world? Look here, it will be ours soon." The sword has no two-sided color and no fluctuation. He began to feel something is wrong. All the diffusive forces around the body fluctuated and showed a unique gray-white color. All of this is like some kind of illusion or dream. "What are you, stupid, nine brothers? Let's build a world of our own here and continue to expand on this basis," Juin said happily. Jian Wushuang suddenly felt a bit dizzy, and the surrounding pictures were beating, and it changed from gray and white to a rainbow of colors, and everything was constantly magnifying and beating. "Sir, why are you here? It really makes Liujia easy to find." Suddenly Wei Lujia's chewed head suddenly came out of the giant's beak and looked at Jian Wushuang with a weird smile. Immediately afterwards, Shi Qingqi's head and Zhao Ting's head came out together, shouting to him scramblingly, "Admiral, help! Adult, help!" Jian Wushuang's head became more and more painful, and he could not even think about the simplest. The giant man stretched out his palms and pressed those heads back into his mouth again, with a concerned expression. "Nine brothers, are you okay? From the moment you came back, I can see that you are a bit wrong. Everything is so strange. Everything is so absurd." "Don't come close to me," Jian Wushuang whispered. He endured the growing pain in his mind. But then the grotesque picture suddenly changed. Chapter 48-39. The broken sky dome and the destroyed great sky disappeared, replaced by a vast palace. The bursting pain in Jian Wushuang's mind suddenly disappeared, and everything became clear. But the only thing that hasn't changed is the giant man with a wild boar head still standing beside him. This time, besides this pig-headed giant, Jian Wushuang was also standing with 7 figures, all of whom were ugly and distorted, bloated or strong. A total of 8 figures, each holding a tray covered in red cloth. "Nine, brother, you have made great achievements in this battle against the sky. Just wait for the big brother's reward." The giant man with the wild boar head touched Wushuang Wusho and whispered. Jian Wushuang didn't pay attention to him, but looked at the tray that was out of nowhere when he didn't know when. The tray was covered with red cloth, and there was a fist-sized protrusion in the middle, and it was beating slightly. He stretched out his hand and tried to lift it, but was interrupted by a thick voice. "Come in." As this remark fell, it seemed that there was an irresistible force in Mingming that pushed Jian Wushuang forward. He frowned, but realized that he could not resist, and he could only let that force push forward. Xinbu stepped into the giant hall, and the scene before him made Jian Wushuang's brow furrowed. This is an evil palace. The entire vast hall is concave in the middle, and there are countless corpses stacked in it, and there are no fewer than 100,000 broken and clean corpses. On top of these corpses, there is a huge mountain-like figure which has no face, and it can hardly be described by creatures, just like the silhouettes formed by various creatures being squeezed together. "Have seen Big Brother." The remaining 7 figures shouted in unison, and at the same time stretched out the tray in their respective hands. The mountain-like figure did not respond, and was still silent as if waiting for something. The giant man who was closest to Jian Wushuang looked around for a while, and then reached up and opened the red cloth on the tray in his hand. "Brother, please enjoy. This Yanxian taste is different from what we have eaten." The red cloth was lifted, and a closed head was revealed. Jian Wushuang was horrified, and I saw the head, but it was the head of the Qing who disappeared. He looked again at the tray in his hand and reached out to slowly lift the red cloth over it. A bright heart is beating faintly. It is the source of the fairy. No, how could he die inexplicably? This must be an illusion. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. At this time, the mountain body sitting on the countless gods moved. He waved a long distance, directly ingested the head of Di Qing, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed. The space seemed to be still. The mountain body stopped moving. After a while, he raised his arms and rolled up the body of the Qing in the remaining trays one by one. But when it was Jian Wushuang's turn, he suddenly grasped the essence of Qing in his palm before he was swept away. "Nine, brother, what are you doing?" "This is dedicated to the boss," Juin said anxiously, and he had to reach out to take the fairy source in his hand. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly, his figure straight, backed a few feet, and said coldly, "When will it be installed? Should this illusion be broken? Should I destroy it?" Several giants were all stunned. "What are you talking about, Brother Nine? What illusion?" "I'm your third brother." The giant man with a wild boar's head looked worried and surprised. At this moment, the space suddenly oscillated and the dome of the palace shattered. Hundreds of thousands of strands of Chinese ons shine through the broken gap, and a large golden scale claw appears, covering the top of Jian Wushuang's head. Sword Wushuang saw it and took a breath, and his figure followed the golden scale claws. But at this time the huge mountain body moved. He suddenly waved his arm and smashed it, surpassing the power of Yanxian burst. He was shocked that if the strike was in the middle, it would definitely be hit hard. The imaginary scene did not appear. The golden scale claws completely wrapped the sword Wushuang and blocked the blow. The whole palace instantly shattered, and even with all the pictures began to collapse. "Nine brothers!" When Jian Wushuang opened his eyes again, the familiar scene appeared. Heavenly prison has completely fallen, and the void is enveloped by a kind of blood gauze, and he is still standing on the spot and has just made a gesture of escape. Di Qing was beside him, looking at him with raised eyebrows. Jian Wushuang swallowed the throat subconsciously. "I thought I had a dream just now." Wen Qingwen then explained slowly, "Strictly speaking, that is not a dream, not even a fantasy." "Ah, what kind of place was that just now?" He was puzzled. Di Qingqing slowly raised the corner of his mouth. "If I tell you that is a possible situation in the future?" Jian Wushuang was stunned and was somewhat stunned. "That is to say, what I just experienced is not false, but real, and it may happen." "It can be said, but it's not correct. It's a bit complicated, including I can't fully explore it." Di Qing said, "But there is one thing I can be sure, that everything I just experienced is based on fantasy, is a world that should not have appeared, but was created, and is about to move towards reality." Jian Wushuang frowned, and Di Qing said it was very complicated and contained a considerable amount of information, which was equivalent to explaining the psychedelic scene just now from the source. But he didn't believe it anyway. The scene of Feng Kai would be possible in the future. "Actually, we were confused from the beginning," Di said quietly. "The blood energy has a psychedelic effect. I am afraid that if you are ordinary Yanxian, you can't escape. But he obviously underestimated us, would leave such a gap so carelessly," he said, waved his hand, and directly cleared the blood of his body. Hundreds of babies and children emerged quietly, and they kept retreating. As he appeared, there was another ripple in the void, and the gentleman in a long gown slowly walked out slowly. "It's really amazing. It seems that all those who can come to visit me as a guest are first-class players." The younger man wondered if there was something wrong, and caused the dissatisfaction of the two people before he came to demission as a guest. Jian Wushuang did not want to confront him, lowering his voice and saying, "We just passed by here, had no intention of enemies, and left after a while." The son corrected the news and slightly raised the corner of his mouth. "Oh, is it just passing by?" Presumably, the pill in the hands of Wei Liujia, the master of Xianshan Mountain, has nothing to do with the two, and the destruction of Heavenly Prison has nothing to do with the two? Jian Wushuang no longer spoke. The palm of his hand had condensed the sword in tension, and waited for the young man to correct the difficulty. He immediately started. Chapter 4840. However, Gong Zizing didn't seem to have a plan, but looked at Jian Wushuang with interest. Then he slowly reached out his palm. 50 pills, I will let you go." Jian Wushuang's eyes are slightly condensed. 50 Dependent pills are not worth mentioning to him. Even if he has 500, he can get them. After all, Chuanqiu is already full in the Nawa, nearly 1,000 pills of different efficacy. 50 Danru swords can be thrown by Wushuang naturally, but he does not intend to hand over any of them. Judging by the prince's mentality, once he surrenders, he will never let them go, but will set himself on fire. So Jian Wushuang is ready to fight. I don't know what Danru is, and I can't give it to you. Gong Zizing would obviously expect this kind of answer. His tone was not in a hurry. It seemed to be fixed. My big, celestial body is already heavily guarded. Outsiders want to enter almost impossible things. I want to come to you. It should have come from Baishanyu. Now Baishanyu has also been blocked. I'm afraid your retreat is gone. As he spoke, a ray of strong and violent light glanced from the Sifang sky dome, surrounding Jian Wushuang and Di Qing Tuan. Jian Wushuang just swept away, and then guessed that there were nearly 100 yenxian, and his face looked dignified for a while. Nearly 100 yenxian. I am afraid that it is all the power under the sun's correction. It is an unimaginable force of terror. Even if he realized the immortal sword Wushuang, he could not compete with such a force. However, with the help of the Qing dynasty, he thinks that it is still possible to withdraw from the whole body, unless there is a big yenxian under the sun. It seems that in order to confirm Jian Wushuang's conjecture, the two whole bodies were wrapped in large black robes, and there was no sly body shape with half of the strength and energy overflowing. His gaze narrowed, and the two mysterious figures were exactly the same as those of the two Dayan immortals who had met with Qing in Baixingxianzu. See you again, two great yenxian. Two visitors, if you insist on leaving and leave nothing, I am afraid you will not be able to bear the consequences. Young master shrugged slightly. His eyes suddenly became sharper, and at the same time a dark and extreme sword condensed from his palm. A total of nearly 100 yenxian, surrounded by two great yenxian, is unimaginable. This is the first time that Jian Wushuang came to Dayanhuan to face the tyranny. It also made him know how terrible the details of the sun's correction were. Then the voice of Di Qing passed into his consciousness, and fight and retreat, everything has me. To understanding, a burst of tremendous strength suddenly burst out, the black robe fluttering between the dances, Jian Wushuang, Gao Qing's arms, and a magnificent heavenly gate breaking through the chaotic sky dome, just like the same glorious daylight. The Tianmen slowly opened, and a giant finger fell from it. All Yenxian was stunned, and he was frowned with his son. He didn't expect it anyway. At this moment, they both dare to take the lead? Well, I really don't know how to write dead words. He sneered, pointing his black sword in his hand. Cut off my limbs and capture them alive! All Yenxian moved, but not forward, but to avoid the blow that landed on the sky dome. Chuanjia Tianmen is an ancestor technique. As Jian Wushuang's sentiment becomes deeper, the excavation of this ancestor technique has also reached the top. Although the ancestor technique is still useful, the face of Yenxian has already shown fatigue. If the user is not Jian Shuangshuang, the effect will be greatly reduced. A type of power realm. Let the four immortals who attempted to fight against each other directly burst the immortal source and die. There are a few heavy hits, and the encirclement circle had some disturbances. Di Qing immediately broke up, and he directly confronted the two black-robed Dayan immortals. His palms seemed to be flattened, but contained a full blow of Jiao Zhuan Dayan immortals. Seeing these two black-robed Dayanxian, they also tried to resist. In an instant, billions of strands of Huamang burst out of the confrontation, and the unparalleled martyrdom swept up directly. Di Qing was still standing still, but the two Dayan immortals stepped back at the same time, and their eyes under the black robe showed incredible eyes. All the palms under the black robe tremble uncontrollably. The prince, who was originally watching the game, was shocked when he saw that scene. The power of one blow made both Dayanxian lose. Who is he? Di Qing's face was disdainful. The two areas are just guys of Dian Immortal trying to resist him? Leave it all. I haven't beheaded Dian Immortal for a while. He loosened his muscles and looked forward. The war broke out. With one sword out, the sword Wu Shuang was like a ghost, and his figure was simply neat. He held an invisible long sword, and as if entering a land of no one, even facing the siege of nearly 50 yensian, he was not afraid. Both shoulders are bound together, and one sword pushes millions. He is proud with the blessings of immortal immortality. Even if he is seriously traumatized, he can recover in a very short time. One thing about his fairy body, Jian Wushuang never said to the outside world, that is, he has no fairy source. The so-called immortal source, similar to Dantian, is the foundation of all bodies, and the road of practice is condensed after the cultivation of the position of immortality. It is extremely important. But Jian Wushuang does not have the so-called fairy source, and the immortal fairy, transformed by super-perfect life form, has nothing in it. This has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that he has nothing important to defend in particular, and the disadvantage is due to the lack of immortal sources. He is extremely insensitive to Dianhuin's avenues and can only be explored slowly. One sword smashed a fairy source. Jian Wushuang covered it with another palm and expanded the encircling circle by a few points. So far, Yu is reading www.okanshu.com. This encircling circle, composed of nearly 100 yensian and 2 dianxian, has a tendency to collapse. The sun pressed his sword handle tightly, frowning to the extreme. He didn't even think that these two uninvited guests would have such terrible strength. What the are they thing? Is it sent to kill me? The young man corrected his heart, and suddenly thought of the young son Imo, who had died in the northern celestial state. After he thought of this level of association, he became more calm. The two big yensian, who were originally regarded as the bottom card, were forced to retreat at this moment, and it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Since it's here to kill me, then be prepared to bear the consequences. Gongzi Jiao's eyes grew colder. Under this war, the void could not bear to start to collapse, and the initial crowd of yensian, after experiencing panic, also tacitly agreed to start a joint counterattack. Chapter 48-41. In this way, Jian Wushuang's decline was revealed. The joint force of dozens of yensian was terrible after all. The murderous intent of the water swept over and over, making him tired of coping, and his physical strength reached a slight, critical point. While dealing with the two great yensian, Di Qing also endured nearly half of the yensian attacks, which was also a bit difficult. Young master gave him a deep look, and then said in a deep voice, "You all go to Changfu Mountain." At the end of the sentence, his body shape disappeared into the vast void soon. After hearing this sentence, Jian Wushuang felt inexplicably wrong, but he could not escape. A total of dozens of yen-xian tried to hold him down as much as he could, and Di Qing was also blocked by the two Dian Immortals, and his body was trapped. In this way, the two of them were deliberately carried forward. The broken void shattered as they moved forward. Changfu Mountain, consecutive heavens and earth, are the oldest existence of the entire dimension. They existed before the concept of dimension. Infinite ink-colored clouds and smoke are surging slowly around Changfu Mountain, which is very impressive. The first sun who rushed here was relieved, obviously, and then the corner of his mouth slowly rose. The secret hidden under Changfu Mountain, except for his own knowledge, no one yensian knew. Here is his ultimate hole card. Being carried around, Jian Wushuang also realized that it was wrong, but he couldn't break away at all, and could only move forward with Di Qing. The two Dian Immortals also fell directly under Di Qing's terrible offensive. The remaining 3-turn Dian Immortal, at the final juncture, also destroyed his arm at the cost of completely destroying the foundation of immortal origin. Dianxian all fell. Threats disappeared. Facing the situation of less than 70 yen Xian, Diqing carried out a devastating slaughter. With Yen Xian's demise, this side of the road is in disorder. Jian Wushuang was also shocked to see this scene. The strength displayed by Diqing was too large. I am afraid that he could subdue him, and only that palm that destroyed the entire northern celestial state Yubo. Although both of them were inevitably brought to Changfu Mountain, none of the nearly Baiyan immortals holding them survived. When the last Yen Xian fell under Jian Wushuang's sword, the broken void left nothing but the remains of the fairy corpse. Waving his hand away from the blood on his hand, Jian Wushuang slowly spit out a breath. Killing nearly 30 yen Xian is also a big consumption for him, but he did not relax his mind because there is a unique breath in the heavens. The entire vast sky presents a unique water-white color, just like a splashing ink landscape painting, full of unpredictable, unique beauty, especially in the dark white flowing clouds. There is a Tsongshan, the vast Tsongshan. Diqing's brows frowned slightly. Where is this place? Why do I have a familiar feeling? Isn't it the old guys who haven't died yet? Jian Wushuang heard the words and looked at him. The old guys who are not dead, aren't they like you? Are they all in the same era as Zhen Wuyang? Of course, but I want to come. Except for those who can't escape the world. I am afraid that I can participate in the war and be able to survive. Diqing said. With the conversation between the two of them, the sun's correction of the previously disappeared figure emerged quietly again. At this time, his eyes were full of Morin's murderous intention and anger. As his last heritage, the demise of nearly 100 yen Xian and 2 Dian Xian was an irreparable major loss, which caused him to burn out all his years of accumulation. Looking at both Jian Wushuang and Diqing, he has already moved to kill. The crimes you have committed are not enough to repay 10,000 deaths. The sun shook his anger and said, I want to make you suffer so much. As the voice fell, the Changfu Mountain, which fell between the ink-colored clouds, suddenly shuddered. Wisps of water-white huamong scattered from the center of the mountain. As if the sun was shining in the sky, all the drifting clouds were dispersed, revealing the dark and ancient mountains, along with Hua Meng's reflection. An atmosphere that transcended the times and transcended the ancients filled every inch of space. This kind of breath is extremely unique, so that viewers have a trance illusion. Diqing's brows became tighter and tighter, and he smelled familiar. When the hundreds of millions of huamong converged in one place, a figure in a long cloud with a flowing cloud and water pattern slowly emerged. It was an old man who didn't need a clean face, and his face was clear and rugged, like the Tsongshan of Yuanzhu Yuezhi. Jian Wushuang gazes at the eyes, and he feels that the old man's breath is far beyond the ordinary Dian immortal, giving an unknown feeling. After seeing the old man's appearance, I Ching slowly raised his mouth, and then said loudly, Who should I pretend to be a ghost? It turned out to be the first stray dog under Zhenmiang's seat, Changfu. Such terrifying shouts resounded throughout the heavens and the entire Changfu Mountain. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, and apparently heard many connotations from his words. It seems that Diqing and Changfu have known each other for a long time, and they seem to have complained. And the younger son was stunned to hear the scolding, and then turned to look at the old man. The old man, who was called as Changfu, seemed to regard the screams as a fart, but he didn't care. He looked at the son and corrected it, then said slowly, I didn't say that. Don't you wake up to the seat before you survive or die? The son knows, but the elders support the elders, and now the whole day is at the time of life and death. The son said with a painful tone, My last details are all slaughtered by them. If I don't invite you out again, I am afraid that even am about to lose warranty. The old man heard that, did not speak any more, and looked slightly muddled towards the clear meaning not far away. Take you away and return. This era is not ours anymore. I have no intention of fighting a meaningless fight with you again. The son corrected the news and frowned. Elders help the elders. They can't just let them go. Otherwise, My dead servants can't die in vain. Di Qingqing smiled coldly. Changfu, where did your momentum go from now on? How did it become the look of the old, hungry old man now? It seems that the old dog with a broken back is not affected by the owner. Jian Wushuang secretly said badly, and once this extremely ironic word came out, I am afraid that everything would be hard to stop. Sure enough, the face of the elder who had never looked good was changed. The long suit on his body began to flutter, and a kind of Wang Gus old breath burst out. Now that His Highness has orders. Then Changfu finally walked into this one. He said this calmly, with the determination of their time, slowly moving forward. Chapter 48-42. Di Qing also condensed the color of sarcasm. A pair of golden eyes dignified. The reason why he just said the most ridiculous words is, after all, because of things that were entangled and unresolved in their time. Changfu, who belongs to Zhenming, is very strong, and even strong enough to be able to leave a great reputation in that chaotic era. Although he is strong, Di Qing is also not afraid. Unlike the old appearance that Changfu now shows around him, his breath is strong and powerful, like a blaze that is always burning, so that people can't look directly. After the years of baptism and adherence to the essence of the present, it is Jiu Zhuan Dianxian. Changfu is also Jiuzhu Dianxian. The battlefield is rallying. Jian Wushuang's gaze also locked the young Sun Correction. He didn't want to fight this battle, but now that the matter was over, he couldn't withdraw. Holding a black sword, the young man straightened and pointed at the sword. Their battlefield was also opened up. At this point, the earth-shaking battle started in Changfu Mountain. A sword came out, and the sword intended to cut off even the void came. Jian Wushuang held out in his food, and then dispelled Jian Yi. The young man's body shape followed, and an indescribable scarlet scroll surrounded him. That was his fairy style, as early as in the battle for the peach in the heavenly realm. Jian Wushuang would appreciate it, extremely powerful. If it were not for Jian Wushuang, who finally gained the immortal feeling from the stone beads, it would probably be defeated in his hands. Damn things, don't you anybody want to leave Damien today? The sun whispered coldly as the scarlet scroll spread out. An unnamed swallowing breath quickly eroded his fertility. Because of the inability to use the immortal form, Jian Wushuang was a bit difficult, but was barely able to fight. In the battlefield on the other side, the battle between Qingqing and Changfu is full of the spirit of ruining the world. It seems that the elders who are hungry and old are carrying an overwhelming trend in every blow, and even Qingqing can't get any benefits in his hands. Infinite, a black Wubao appeared together and also carried Zhengrong to Changfu. The clouds of smoke between heaven and earth are all empty. You are still as sharp as before, no change at all. Yin dissipated. Changfu looked at him and said, Di Qing proudly, why should I change? Who can change me? I don't know how many years have passed. Are you still looking for? Changfu looked at him again. What's with you? Di whispered coldly, Your way has long since dissipated, and my way has just begun. Changfu heard the words and smiled. It was a blessing to be able to survive in that era, and my Tao is about to die out, but even so, it can be enough to cause you serious damage. Just with you now, what qualifications do you have to say such a thing? Di Qing said in a cold voice, and the opportunity appeared in his eyes. You don't understand the seat, just as the seat still doesn't understand you, Changfu slowly said. Everything here is my avenue, and it is my foundation. Even if your breath is now in me, how can you destroy me while in control? Di Qing sneered. Then I will destroy your avenue and destroy your foundation. At the end of the speech, he reached out and pushed a total of 3 colors of black, white, and red, and 3 different ancestral treasures emerged, all with a strong momentum, rushing towards Nafa Mountain. However, seeing Changfu, there was no hindrance. Let Qingming's natal treasure, sect, break the entire Changfu Mountain from the middle position. Along with the sound of Hong Zongdala's destruction, Changfu Mountain, which connects the heavens and the earth, breaks from it, the sky dome collapses, and the unknown void material surges. Sure enough, you never knew me at all. Changfu said lightly, the reason why I can survive is far from foreign objects, even myself. As long as I don't want to lose, no one can defeat me completely. Even Zhenliang is no exception. Bullshit. Today you are in my hands as the best home. Di Qing said. Changfu looked at him, then give it a try. Belonging to Jiao Zhuan Dian Immortal's vigorous efforts, he directly confronted him for the purpose of beheading. But the offensive could not cause effective damage to it. The seemingly weak, long support, like a lonely boat in the wind and rain, was stubborn. The two of them fought in this way, causing the sky to fall and the void to vanish. I have a doubt. Why do you want to fall under Zhenliang's seat? Di Qing asked. Changfu rode. For the sake of the emperor's luck, but then I realized that that kind of thing is really extravagant. You have followed such a long time. Haven't you got even a little insight? No, I can never feel that kind of thing. I Ching's eyes showed an unspeakable emotion, but it was quickly covered up. So what's the point of living alive now? I exhausted my final consciousness just to distinguish the difference between annihilation and endless sleep, but now I have a clear understanding, so you can think that I am living to beg for death. Changfu said, I want a strong man who is qualified to accompany me to die together. After hearing the words, he immediately became vigilant. He felt bad, and the old guy was likely to pull him to die together. It seemed that in order to confirm his thoughts, Changfu's breath suddenly surged. Then an unexpected scene appeared. He collapsed directly, escaped from the attack of Di Qing, and came directly in front of Jian Wushuang without any warning. The vastness of the extreme force all poured down. At the same time, Jian Wushuang subconsciously tilted his head to one side. The immortal body can't bear the long strength strike, instantly fragmented and dissipated. The sun was shocked and his figure quickly backed away, and he felt an unknown heart palpitations. Looking at this scene, I Ching couldn't believe it. He couldn't understand why Changfu shot the sword Wushuang without warning. Then he was completely furious. S figure came to Changfu in an instant, and he gave him a full palm. Why do you do this? Because I want to kill all the unknowns that may happen. Changfu's face was more aging. He looked at the meaning of Qing. I traveled through thousands of domains when I was young, and I saw some mysterious warning in one place. That warning is very captivating and weird. It's simply not convincing. But now I believe a little. Speaking of which, Changfu reached out and held his hand to restrain Di Qing. I used my life to do something in the end. He said that the strength of the whole body began to burn rapidly, and the foundation of the fairy source belonging to Juzhu Dianxian was also burning. His mother, how can you dare to support the old dog? Di Qing's eyes were splitting, but everything was silent next. The heavens are completely martyrdom under this indescribable light. Chapter 48-43. This martyrdom was too violent, and it was the last thought of Jiao Zhuan Dian Immortal. It made the entire Changfu Mountain and several heavens easily vanish. 10 celestial fields closer to Changfu Mountain were all affected and instantly turned into scum. The territory is the head of the 7 emperors, sitting in nearly 30 heavens, 17 fairy mountains, and 6 celestial lands, and more than half of them collapsed. Gongzi only felt colic in his heart, and after some unknown years he carefully annexed and controlled the control of the Domitian and the subordinate forces, and it was so destroyed. Suddenly a touch of Yin Hong's blood came out of his mouth, and his eyes swirled around before he was swallowed by the aftermath of Xian Yuan's martyrdom. At this point, the vast expanse of heaven, completely into the chaos of death. The martyrdom lasted for 10 days, and hundreds of millions of souls were destroyed, leaving no trace. The broken walls of the broken Tiangong floating in the void. The inexplicable smoke and dust covered all visible objects. The break of the Tianhe River changed the surviving celestial domain of the river channel and caused water disasters. The fierce skyfire also penetrated the void and dragged everything into purgatory. This scene is even more tragic than the northern Tianxianzu, which has long been destroyed, because the territory involved is too vast. These are all caused by a drooping old Jiu, Zhuan Dai in Immortal. His last thought was exploded. It was too horrible. Everything is dead. Wu. Oh! I do not know how long it has been. A lone and ethereal whine echoed in the void. Immediately afterwards, a long beast, a whole body of snow-white and black, dense veins, broke through the dust, and while heading forward, he bowed his head and sniffed hard. On the back of the beast, Xiongqi looked anxious, and his clothes were all damaged, obviously affected. With her appearance, Zhao Ting's figure also appeared, carrying Wei Liujia, who had not recovered completely from her injuries. Sanqing, please hurry to me. If I can't find the place where the adult is, I will throw you here directly. Zikinki reached out and grabbed the big beast's big ear hurriedly. Sanqing pleased again, and his eyes were crescent-shaped. Zhao Ting's eyes were dignified. She looked at the heavenly ruins. Her expression gradually dimmed. Everything prosperous seems to come to an end. Wei Liujia dragged the wounded fairy body and eagerly searched. He wanted to find the adult who had great grace for him. Give up under the impact of this power, they will never survive. Zhao Ting sadly, leave it all. Everything is irreversible. Shi Qingqi glanced at her and did not speak, but urged Sanqing to continue his investigation. Wei Liujia coughed. Zhao Tingguan, no matter what, let's find it again. I believe adults will be lucky. With a slight sigh, Zhao Ting continued to explore. Sanqing has a keen sense of smell and rushes in the broken void with the cleaning pond, and soon comes to a smoky place. It twirled in place and turned to look at her, pleased. Shi Qingqi moved in his heart, hurriedly standing in the void, gazing at the smoky place in front of his eyes, and then slowly stretched out his slender palm. At the next moment, a broken blood-covered arm suddenly broke through the smoke and caught her palm. Shi Qingqi froze in place, his body trembled fiercely, and he even forgot to scream. The smoke slowly dissipated, and a heroic and pale cheek appeared. At the moment, his fairy body shattered and nearly fell, but his eyes were still open. He couldn't hold it until he saw that the person before him was washing the pond. After closing his eyes, he fainted again, suppressing the throbbing heartbeat, washing the pool, and stepping back, patted Sanqing. Sanqing felt that, although he was a little reluctant, he still held his head high and placed the truth on his back. He's all right, then the adult will be all right. Shi Qingqi comforted himself and continued to search. However, Zhao Ting is not optimistic. She can feel that Jian Wushuang is nothing more than a fairyland. Although the strong ones are too much, they will never survive this martyrdom. In the hazy ghost, he felt that his figure was falling endlessly. Everything was away from him. Everything that has gone through seems to have changed into the past. Could I be dead? No, it's impossible. I'm dead for immortality. How can I die? At least now I can't die. What the heart says, the fairy body becomes. In the broken void covered with smoke and dust, tiny stars rose from the void and reunited continuously, forming a magnificent scene. There are hundreds of millions of stars, like fireflies, connected to each other and constantly go to where they should go. If you look closely, you can see that in the magnificent stars, sitting quietly in a robe, the figure of long hair flying and more solid, this fantastic and magnificent scene naturally attracted the attention of Shi Qingqi and others in the first place. Sir, it's great. Shi Qingqi was surprised and then excited. Wei Liujia also saw this scene, looking overjoyed and hurried forward. The hair fell lightly, and a ray of pure golden unrevealed from the eyes that gradually condensed. The dissipated memories gathered together again, and Jian Wushuang absorbed the first force. His reshaped fairy body showed a magnificent dark blue, as if gathered by stars. A galaxy composed of 7 bright stars surged in Jian Wushuang's eyebrows. Are you alive to death? Interesting. He slightly raised the corner of his mouth, his eyes helpless. Adult, it's so good that you are still alive. Shi Qingqi came first. Might be too excited, and there was a slight red flush on the sides of her cheeks. Jian Wushuang smiled and shook his head. Although the immortal body was transformed into an immortal body, transformed from a super-perfect life form to avoid the end of complete silence, this time the situation was different. He was completely destroyed. Chang Fu's blow didn't leave his hands completely crushed into powder, which was the heaviest blow to Jian Wushuang's arrival in this great Yanhuan. He can be sure that if it is not immortality, just under that blow, even if it does not die, it will spend endless years in the void, and there is a possibility of awakening. At the same time, Jian Wushuang was also puzzled. He couldn't understand that Chang Fuhui suddenly broke up without warning and killed him. Isn't it true that Qing is the biggest threat? Now that Chang Fu has completely disappeared, I am afraid he will never know about this problem. Looking at Sanqing lying on Sanking's back with a weak breath, Jian Wushuang breathed out. Di Qing really didn't die, but looking at the look of him now, I was afraid that another life was removed. Chapter 48-44. Wei Liujia also stepped forward, faced with Jian Wushuang, who was a little embarrassed, sir. Just alive. He smiled. At this time, Zhao Ting also stepped forward. Demi Tian has been damaged for more than half. I am afraid that it is not suitable to stay here anymore. Let's retreat quickly. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised in his heart, but he looked at Tianhe River's broken stream and the broken heavens burned by the sky fire. He also understood that Zhao Ting's words were true, and Demi Tian was indeed destroyed by nearly half. But he didn't want to leave here. He knew that once he left, the silver bell carrying a zigzag bone armor would probably never get news again. While Jian Wushuang was hesitant, a huge amount of vigorous force suddenly rose around him. During the smoke and dust, the young man holding the black real sword appeared. At the moment, he is also the end of a strong crossbow, and his whole body is bloodied. Destroy me and want to leave alive. Let me die. At the end of his words, the black sword in his hand was madly cut forward, a unique and extremely extreme sword meaning, so that the surrounding void was broken and even strangling Jian Wushuang. Only after condensing the immortal body, but the sword Wushuang for half a day, and even unable to release the diffractive force completely freely, he withstood more than half of the impact. Ziqingqi and Wei Liujia even passed out, and the only Zhao Ting who had some background was also difficult to resist this blow. With the collapse of the void, Jian Wushuang and others all fell into endless darkness. After releasing the blow completely, the sun sighed heavily and gasped, and at the end of the crossbow he had no power to pursue it. After a moment, his figure also disappeared. As the sun left, the void that was originally dead and collapsing appeared again, and even wearing a large black robe could not hide his good posture. If Jian Wushuang is still there, it will certainly be recognized at a glance. This good posture is the silver bell that has not appeared for a long time. She stayed in place for a while, and eventually her figure disappeared. Oh, it's terrible. The big guys are coming to see it. Is it dead in the water? Wow la la. The sound of a clear stream flowing in the ears rang in my ears, and everything was calm again. I don't know how long it took, and the slight itch on the nose made Jian Wushuang barely open his eyes. A ray of sunlight illuminates everything. Then a pink cheek with baby fat came into his eyes. Yeah, you're awake. I thought you'd have to sleep all the time. The pink cheeks opened with a pair of big, smart eyes and said with a smile. Jian Wushuang strongly supported his aching body, and after looking around the environment for a week, he looked at her again. Little girl, where is this place? Of course it's my house. How can it not be beautiful? The little girl's big and flexible eyes were crescent-shaped, and she seemed to be waiting for praise. This wooden house, made entirely of ordinary wood, seems to have been around for a long time. Apart from being extremely clean and tidy, there's nothing particularly outstanding. But Jian Wushuang nodded and smiled. It's very beautiful, very similar to the house I used to live in. The little girl sniffed her eyebrows proudly. Hey, this is all done by my brother. He is very powerful. Somehow, looking at the little girl underneath, inexplicably reminded him of the original childishness, and then he unconsciously reached out his palm and wanted to knead her bun. At this moment, a rough voice with tension sounded. What are you doing, Shichen? Hurry up. A young man wearing a coarse linen shirt stood outside the door and looked at him nervously. Jian Wushuang consciously withdrew his hand and smiled guiltily. The little girl seemed extremely dissatisfied and turned her head. He finally woke up, and of course I was taking care of him. Taking a deep look at Jian Wushuang, the young man hurriedly hugged her around. You wake up, hurry and go. The young man looked at him and whispered, I can't leave too many people here. Knowing its meaning, Jian Wushuang nodded. Okay, I will leave now. The little girl stopped immediately. She pushed the young man hard. Li Dachuan, you are the one who did this. This is the task assigned to us by the village. Let us take care of him. Now he is not fully recovered. If you want to catch others. Are you not afraid of people in the village poking your backbone? The young man named Li Dachuan also hesitated when he heard the words. Am he already awake? And our task is not even completed. It's far from finished. You see his injury hasn't recovered. Listen to me. Just leave him. The little girl assured her by patting her chest. Looking at the quirky little girl in front of him, Jian Wushuang smiled. I still don't disturb you. I have recovered almost, and I will leave immediately. After he finished speaking, he looked around and found that he didn't wash the body of the pond and others, and asked, Dare to ask, have you seen any other people with me? Have seen it, the young man nodded and said plainly. In addition to you, there are 2 men and 2 women, plus a big dog. All of us were fished out of the river and distributed to every household to take care of. Jian Wushuang heard the words and got out of bed to salute him. Thank you for your help. The young man waved his hand. You don't have to thank me. I will save it if someone else falls in the river. My brother is a stupid big guy. He can't understand any good words. Just tell me. The little girl said with a smile. Jian Wushuang couldn't help crying and laughing. Okay, I'll talk to you. She was satisfied and then pretended to be old-fashioned. You have been in a coma for more than half a year. Now that you are awake, I should lead you to find your friends in the village. Before he could speak, the young man preemptively said, Let me take you. You reading books, www. Okanshu. Calm, they are not far away. Jian Wushuang did not refrain, and again said, Then there is work. The immediate urgency is to find them as soon as possible and then leave here. I want to go with you too. No, you can stay at home honestly for me. Dare to run around carefully. I will come back and beat you. Walking out of the wooden house, facing the sunlight at noon, Jian Wushuang gradually relaxed. This is a medium-sized village inhabited by the river, but there are more than 100 households. There are fishing nets in front of each household, and many dried fish are hung in the air, which is peaceful. The young man named Li Dachuan walked in front of Jian Wushuang, acting as a guide. From time to time, he turned his head to look at Jian Wushuang. His cautious gaze was curious, and he seemed to want to say something, but he was afraid to speak out of some kind of fear. Chapter 48-45. Jian Wushuang looked at his suffocation with a bit of luck, and couldn't help but smile a little. What questions do you want to ask me? May I ask? Are you angry? Of course, not angry. After being affirmed, Li Dachuan seemed unable to hold back anymore, and asked directly, Are you a fairy? Are you as powerful as the elders in Qingting Mountain? Jian Wushuang was a little shocked, and then he couldn't laugh or cry. It's a fairy, but it's just a mediocre fairy. I knew you were immortals. Li Dachuan was extremely excited after getting affirmative answers. We were fishing in the river at that time, and it went dark in the sky, and accompanied by lightning and thunder, it can scare individuals. We wouldn't dare to show up in the boat. We didn't dare to come out until the sky was restored, and then we saw you floating in the water. The good guy was breathing fairy. Li Dachuan talked eloquently, but he saw that Jian Wushuang had not spoken all the time, and then he stammered nervously. Many. It's okay, I haven't spoken to other people in a long time. I feel pretty good. Jian Wushuang smiled. Li Dachuan nodded quickly, and he said, I'm sorry, I didn't want to drive you away. I was originally worried that you are bad guys, and it will be bad for us, but now it seems that you are all good guys. He looked at Li Dachuan and smiled. Why do I feel like a good person again? Because you don't have any racks at all. It's more peaceful than the fairies in Qingting Mountain here. It must be a good person. Li Dachuan scratched his head and said that his opinion is very simple, so it is so simple to judge that several of Jian Wushuang are good people. Jian Wushuang smiled and did not speak. After his feelings, the strength of the Fengtian domain was very sparse. I am afraid that it is impossible to offer ancestral top repair. Therefore, those fairy elders in Qingting Mountain in Li Dachuan's mouth are probably not even the top repairers, just some ordinary monks. The villagers in our village, our ancestors lived on the Weishui River for generations. All of them were drafters and harvested by the sky. Although I have no great skills, I can still fill my stomach. If you still need a place to stay for a while, continue to live with us. During the speech, Li Dachuan and Jian Wushuang knocked on the door of the first villager. Zhao Ting had just woke up and was relieved after seeing the coming person as Jian Wushuang. After a simple conversation, Jian Wushuang took Zhao Ting to the next place. Washing the pond, Wei Liujia and the two did not suffer much impact at the last minute, and naturally recovered the fastest. But the truth is clear, but has been in a deep sleep. In line with Jian Wushuang's idea, the power of Chang Fu's last thought really required a true life of Di Qing, which made him unable to wake up. Since Di Qing could not wake up, the time of natural departure will be delayed, and they will have to stay in this village for some time. In order not to trouble Li Dachuan and other villagers, Jian Wushuang directly opened a hole in the village not far away, and they temporarily repaired it. After a few months, it passed by again. During this period, Li Dachuan and other villagers delivered fish soup and other fish products on time to ensure that they were not hungry, although they did not know that the fairy had no longer needed food. Zhao Ting is naturally interested in the lack of absorption of the heavenly plane, which cannot be absorbed even by absorption. He just hopes to leave quickly, but the essence cleared the breath more smoothly, showing no signs of waking up. Time continued to fly by, and after Jian Wushuang said that they did not need food, the villagers rarely came to deliver food. But only Li Dachuan, Li Dachuan's sister, came back tirelessly in 3 or 4 days. Outside the sky, Jian Wushuang waved his hands and formed a flying bird the size of a finger, giving it to Li Shichen. It's so beautiful. You have become more tricky than the wood my brother made. The little girl said, with a smile and holding Fei Bird, Can you show me every day? Jian Wushuang looked at the endless Weishui River and said, I'm afraid. I can't. I will leave soon. It's so fast. Can you leave? No, I still have a lot to do. Li Shichen bulged his mouth. Can you teach me? Then I will find you and change it for you when I have learned it. Listening to the naive words of this day, Jian Wushuang shook his head. When he just wanted to explain patiently, he found that Li Shichen's eyebrows had a subtle reaction. He moved his heart and pressed his fingers to her eyebrows. After a brief exploration, Jian Wushuang smiled. Since you want to learn so much, then I will teach you. At the end of the conversation, a ray of quiet and pure energy escaped from his palm and soon fell into Li Shichen's eyebrows. Nothing has changed, but everything has changed. I am afraid that it is difficult to cultivate a top cultivation in this plane of heaven with lack of dynamism. But what makes people fool is that in such a direction, there is another genius with excellent qualifications, born with a mortal capital, has a very sensitive response to Yanli. Such a genius is Li Shichen sitting next to Jian Wushuang. When she didn't realize it, Jian Wushuang quietly opened her fairy money and gave her another fairy root. Even if he does everything in the face of this heavenly plane, the situation of lack of strength is in vain, but it is enough to use it as a trick. In Jian Wushuang's view, Li Shichen just wanted to have the ability to change the trick of flying birds. He gave it to her, nothing more. After the sun and the moon circulate, Yu can shu www. Okanshu. Calm stayed awake for another year before he awakened. His immortal body is strong, but the interest is a bit weak. Obviously, he has not fully recovered, but it is enough. It's time they left. You really want to go, don't you stay longer? Li Dachuan asked. Jian Wushuang shook his head and smiled. No, it has been here for several years. It is time to leave. In addition, the cave that I left behind you and your descendants, in the event of war or natural disasters, can hide inside and will not be discovered by the outside world. After explaining this remark, he patted Li Shichen's little head in the front. Remember to practice hard. Maybe I will come back to check later. Li Shichen nodded heavily. Well, rest assured I won't carry it. Except for Li Shichen, everyone present knew that these mysterious fairy people would never come here again. Chapter 48-46. At the end of leaving the plane of the heavenly domain, Jian Wushuang shot a few times to improve some of the rules of the avenue, so the Yanli was derived at a slow speed and developed towards a good situation. Leaving the heavens and traveling through the void, Jian Wushuang already knew that this is not the domain of Domitian, and he even left far away. Zhao Ting, who knows the plane distribution of the sky most, is responsible for leading the way. With her guidance, several of Jian Wushuang avoided the chaos like headless flies. Now, Domitian, where she is, has been destroyed for most of the time, and together with the son Jiao are chasing her. She has nowhere to go, only to follow Jian Wushuang's side. The same is true of Wei Liujia. From the moment he was imprisoned in heaven, he has died of heart, and since then he is no longer the owner of Daga Mountain, just the Sanxian Wei Liujia. As for the cleaning of the pool, her mission is over. After this series of life and death adventures, fortunately there is no injury, and Jian Wushuang will naturally send her back. Perhaps he saw his intentions, and Zakinki became sullen all the way. In the space shuttle that has lasted for several years, too many unpredictable situations have occurred, and the main thing is not completed. He didn't even see Yinling's figure. Even though Jian Wushuang was so unwilling, he had to leave in a sad mood. Such a drastic change in Domitian can't stay for a long time, and the heavenly court of Zenyang will certainly be aware that they can only leave. On the way home, the Shiqing pond sitting on Sanking's back was in a daze, as if thinking about something. In the end, she seemed to have made up her mind and jumped from Sanking's back. She came to Jian Wushuang and said anxiously, Master, can I not go back? I still want to follow you. Jian Wushuang heard the words and shook his head directly. No, it's not my intention to bring you out. Now that things are gone, there is no reason not to let you go back. But I still have things to do. I still want to find my mother. Shiqing Qi whispered to her, No, let's go back. There are countless outside worlds. Every place is unknown and full of unpredictable dangers. There is a reason why your father won't let you out. Jian Wushuang's voice is full of doubt. Shiqing Kai's gaze dimmed. She dared not refute, and could only return to Sanking's back. He took another look at Sanqing, which has changed so much now. He didn't know what it would be like after so much blood gas was consumed in by Shanyu. But from the moment, it seems to be very stable, with no side effects. Only the sound of gang wind roaring in the void. For security reasons, the fairy arrays that can be transmitted between the heavens are no longer used, and they shuttle through the void at a constant speed. Despite taking a lot of detours during this period, he finally found Qingyu. Jian Wushuang personally sent her back to Qingzhou and back to Zhongmen. Outside the smoky mountain gate, Zakinki suddenly found the courage to hold him, and then quickly released his palm. "Can we see you again?" "If there is no accident, you should never see it again." Jian Wushuang turned around and smiled slightly. "This is not a bad thing. You continue to be a young lady in the sect. Continue to practice diligently. Your father's behavior is very good. You can try to let him teach you some insights." Speaking of which, he seemed to remember something, and then took more than 10 dependent pills from his arms and stuffed them into her hands. "You will eat one of these pills every time you reach the bottleneck in the future, which will have a chemical effect. At the same time, you should also remember that these pills should not be exposed, and do not let any monks know. Even your father can't tell. Once they are exposed, it will be a disaster for you and the entire sect. Remember every sentence I get, and obey it." Jian Wushuang's eyes were a little dignified. Never a joke. Holding tightly the pill in her hand, she cleaned Qi Zhengsheng's head, and she said softly, "Relax, I know you are good for me. I won't be disobedient." Jian Wushuang nodded, then drifted away. A black robe broke through the clouds of smoke, and soon disappeared like a shooting star. Zakinki quickly stepped forward 2 steps, but soon she stood on the spot again. If she was lost, her eyes were filled with tears. Sanqing stepped forward and rubbed her palm with her furry head. For a long time, she was ashamed. "Sanqing, do you say that we will never see each other again?" Sanqing raised his head and murmured, not knowing what he was expressing. The dense lines around him were flowing slowly. After sending the Shiqingpa back, he glanced back at this peaceful heavenly field. Jian Wushuang said softly, "Let's go! Go back to the 6 heavenly fields." Di Qing came together in a timely manner, as if his face had recovered from a serious illness, with an imperceptible smile. "Wushuang, I think you have been alone so far. Why don't you want to put that little girl as a fairy? Although she has not yet reached Yanxian, but it is indeed a good seedling." Jian Wushuang heard the words, shook his head helplessly, and said such a sentence. "Overlooking at the galaxy, the sea, and the red moon, I have already found the star, and I have no longer nostalgia for everything." After he finished speaking, his figure would go ahead. "It's really an unpredictable and infatuated guy." Di Qing murmured slightly before moving on. Zhao Ting looked at his figure. A complex flashed deep in his eyes. A group of 4 people, after more than a few months, then finally returned to the 6-day realm. Stepping into this jurisdiction, which belonged to the emperor of the Emperor Xiaozi, Zhao Ting seemed a little worried. She was afraid that the emperor would recognize her. After all, she was a heavenly official under the seat of the emperor and had great power. It was Wei Liujia, who had never seen the world before. Gazed looking around the skies, void, revealed, novelty. The first time Jian Wushuang set foot in the realm of 6 days, his brows frowned slightly. He saw that he was still under martial law, passing the heavens where Yanxian capital is very rare. At this moment, either riding a fairy crane or Yanxian traveling in 3 or 5 years, no fewer than hundreds of people are on the way. It seems that all are converging in a place. Did the 6th heaven realm have been released? He wondered. But soon Jian Wushuang stopped thinking about these things and took Di Qing and others directly into Xiao Gutian. Xiaogushan is as calm and deserted as ever, but the strength is sufficient to the extreme, and it is an excellent dojo for Wu's practice. However, Ling Jianwashuang was surprised that none of Qin Qing, Chuanqiu, and Cuijing were in the hall, and even their respective strengths were weak in the hall, which seemed to have been away for some time. Guessing that they might have been found by the little emperor, Jian Wushuang entered the temple and rested. Chapter 48-47. After sitting in the hall, following the words of Jian Wushuang, Wei Liujia quickly realized that he had taken care of himself. He should remove the wounds in the fairy body in the shortest possible time to avoid leaving cracks. Instead, Zhao Ting looked quite uncomfortable and looked awkward. Seeing her uncomfortableness, Jian Wushuang said quickly, "If you are not accustomed to staying here, you can leave at any time. I will not block it." Zhao Ting heard the words and shook his head. "I don't mean that. I have nowhere to go now. If it wasn't you who helped me to save me, I'm afraid I'm already dead. Are you worried that Xiaodijin will discover your identity? Jian Wushuang asked. She nodded. A few years ago, as a heavenly official, I once went to heaven with the sun to go to the feast and met with all the emperors. Now, I want to think that it is very likely that the sun will recognize me. It's a bit troublesome. I'm afraid you can only continue to transform and change your face. She sighed. It can only be like this. Just as they were talking, 3 streamers crossed the clouds and rushed into the silent hall, leading Yenxian with a sturdy body like a towering divine peak, with a tough face at the moment. Brother Sword, I didn't think you would come back so soon. It seems that you haven't even been there for 10 years. Then there were 2 bodies. One was elegant, and the face was handsome and soft. Although the other figure is quite handsome and elegant, the decayed posture is extremely mixed. 3 figures, 3 Yenxian. They arched their hands at the same time, their eyes showing excitement. Brother Sword, Brother Sword, Brother Sword. Jian Wushuang also left the seat long ago and smiled. I want to congratulate you too, and each has changed a lot. The 3 of them looked at each other and then laughed. Chun Qingmei flirted and said, You don't know, Sword Brother. He too take Danwan as sugar jelly all day long, and it is a strange thing not to break through to Yenxian. Brother Qin, you're also embarrassed to say, who nearly choked over 60 bite pills at once. Chuanqiu quipped. Cui Jing also received the voice at the right time. If Brother Chun and I help me, I'm afraid you will be successful. Chun Qing's face turned red. Hugh wants to fart. I was just in a hurry to control the quality. The original quiet hall, with these 3 living treasures, was suddenly more lively, after chatting with each other for a while. Chun Qing first noticed that in addition to the meaning of Qing, there were 2 figures sitting in the hall. These 2 are? Chun Qing asked. Jian Wushuang said they were brought back from demission and lived in this little lonely place for the time being. After getting up from the Wu-sit, Wei Liujia hurriedly arched his hands. In the next is the Yisan Jesan. The name is Wei Liujia. Zhao Ting didn't speak, but just sat at the same place and nodded. Chun Qing, Chuanqiu, and Cui Jing all smiled, and they naturally heard that Demi Tian was the sun's sight. Later, when Qin Qing was preparing to pull Jian Wushuang to remind him, a Yenxian came out of the air and entered the palace. Master Sword, Xiaodijin asked you and the other 6 subjects to go to the banquet today to catch the wind and dust for you. Please take a break and go to the Gyushin. After speaking, Na Yenxian retreated on his own. Jian Wushuang's brows were slightly frowned. Obviously, after he entered the 6-day realm, the little emperor already knew it, and he even knew how to bring a few people back. Be prepared. Let's go to the banquet together after a short break. Can I not go? Zhao Ting asked. If you don't want to cause doubt, it's best to go with you. Along with the rising of the fairy cloud, headed by Jian Wushuang, a total of 7 figures came to the big, lonely heaven, the little emperor's heavenly palace. Master Sword, Xiaodijin has been waiting for a long time. From the side of the hall, the thin purple robe Yenxian calmly said. Jian Wushuang nodded and took the lead in entering the palace. Brother Jian, I haven't seen you for a long time. The little emperor dressed in extravagant clothing greeted him with a light smile. Please sit down at will. The Tiangong temple is very large, and every Yenxian present at the scene has his own thoughts. Di Qing didn't have a cold for Xiaodijin, so he sat quietly beside Jian Wushuang and closed his eyes to refresh himself. Although Chuanqiu looked calm, the hatred deep in his eyes was strong. Cui Jing converged with a mixed breath and looked nervous. Wei Liujia was also quite nervous and turned his head sideways, intentionally or unintentionally. Zhao Ting, who had turned into a face, seemed quite calm and seemed to be a real guest. Chun Qing is still carefree. Little Emperor, we haven't seen it in some days, and we must not be drunk today. The little emperor sitting on the head smiled. Well, it happened that Brother Jian also returned from demission. And today we will not be drunk. The atmosphere eased, and the plan began to stagger. By Brother Jian, did you find that thing when you returned from Dami Tian? Carrying a wine glass, Xiaotajin came to Jian Wuxuang and sat down to ask. He shook his head. I haven't found it. I'm afraid it will be hard to find it in the future. This kind of thing is in a hurry. Maybe you will be able to come to you soon, maybe. Xiao Dijuan said, drinking all the wine out of the glass. Let's talk. How is Demission's situation? Jian Wuxuang looked at him, and he was informed of everything that happened. When he heard that Demitian was almost destroyed, almost all the forces of the sun's correction were destroyed. There was a look of joy in the eyes of the little emperor, but quickly passed away. This is indeed good news for me. Thank you, Jianxiong, for telling me. He smiled. We drink together this glass of wine. After drinking the glass of wine again, the little emperor got up, waved his palm, and a real sword fell into his hands. Brother Jian, your swordsmanship is about to be perfected, is only one line away from the sword immortal. How about we talk about it today? He said, and then threw the real sword in his hand to Jian Wuxuang. Really? Of course. But I have to ask Brother Jian to show mercy. After a simple conversation, the sword held the true sword without two hands and was opposed to the little emperor. The atmosphere in the temple of the entire Tiangong is steep and self-condensed, full of cold swordsmanship. Brother Qin, you have followed the little emperor for the longest time. Guess who will win? Cui Jing looked at Qin Qing beside him and whispered. It's needless to say, the sharp-eyed people saw that the sword brothers won. Qin Qing glanced at him. When we first met the sword brothers, when we discussed kendo, I only walked through the 3 swords in his hands. In going, Brother Sword is so powerful. Of course, you learn a little bit. Maybe it's good for you. Chapter 48:48. Di Qing also opened his eyes and looked at it, and then the old was sitting there, closing his eyes and raising his mind. He has never been interested in the results that have been doomed before he even started. A simple argument on the sword will begin in the Tiangong. The little emperor who does not take the sword as his way will soon converge on the sword way, and even in the ancestor level, he will be able to fight against the sword immortal. Even Jian Wuxuang can immediately defeat him by releasing any form of Xinghe Lake, Jiani. But he didn't do it. This is an innocent and elegant sword. No matter who wins or loses, it's just a matter of rising. Swords are spreading like magnificent flying fish, magnificent. Jian Wuxuang holds the real sword only to resist. But the little emperor didn't know whether it was the rise of alcoholism or he couldn't help it. The energetic swords slashed down vigorously, and even the diffusing power of the air was cut off. The atmosphere became more subtle. Originally a relaxed discussion of the sword, as the little emperor passed by, and the murderous sword intentions raged. All Yanxian present at the scene looked dignified. Chuanqiu had already put his palm on the short dagger at his waist, and he was already light-hearted, waiting for Jian Wuxuang to get any trauma. He could burst in an instant. Cui Jing saw the breath of change in spring and autumn, but also dignified, and also pressed the black stick around his waist. Di Qing has kept his eyes closed and nourished himself, and seems not to care about everything that happens outside. Zhao Ting's eyes fluctuated slightly, and he seemed to be planning something. Wei Lijia's face was even more anxious. In his view, Jian Wuxuang was forced to retreat, apparently not Xiao Zaijin's opponent. But the two-sided color of the sword is quite calm from beginning to end. Even if it is faced with the sword style that emerges from the murder, it is easily resolved. When resisting to 767 swords, the mutation became abrupt. The real sword in Jian Wu's hands, without any signs, broke into 2 sections, and Xiao Daijin's powerful sword was also severely cut on his shoulders, smashing its entire pipa bone directly. Chuanqiu and Cui Jing got up directly, but then they were suddenly held by Qin Qing. Don't want to let the sword brothers do something. Don't disturb. The atmosphere was dead, and the little emperor seemed to be sober from the drink, and his eyes were shocked. He unconsciously released the sword handle and touched him. Sword, brother, I didn't mean it. Jian Wushuang stepped back half a step, avoiding his palms, and his complexion remained unchanged. It's okay, when it comes to swords, there will be some injuries. After he finished speaking, he reached out and took the soft sword from the bone of the pipa and threw it to the little emperor. I was so overwhelmed with alcohol that I left first. Jian Wushuang turned and left, and drops of blood dropped from his shoulders and printed on the ground. Originally closed eyes and nourishing the mind, Qing opened her eyes and looked at other people, and directly followed Jian Wushuang. Chuanqiu immediately opened Qing's palm and left quickly. Then Cui Jing also left directly. Zhao Ting and Wei Liujia glanced at the little emperor and left. Soon, Qing and some Yanxin guards were left in this huge palace. Little emperor! Qing got up, and his complexion changed slightly. You are too impulsive. Get off. He looked straight at the door of the hall, where the hole opened. Qing Wei sighed and left without saying much. Heaven is dead. The little emperor's complexion turned from pale to ruddy, and the roots of the palms of his palms clenching the hilt were pale. Damn it! He was furious, and with a real sword he suddenly chopped the case where Zhan Wei was set aside and overturned it. Damn it! Damn it! Are you going to take the seat? The little emperor was completely angry, and his face was almost mad. He wielded his sword and overthrew all the plans, making the entire Tiangong chaos. The thin purple robe has been standing behind him, neither blocking nor speaking. A group of things. Can't tell who the owner is when this seat is air. This seat is Chu Jun, the future emperor of Deci. A louder anger resounded in the temple of heaven. When his voice gradually weakened, the thin purple robe stepped forward in time and handed a white silk cloth. Your Highness is angry. Little emperor coughed heavily, holding the silk cloth tightly around the corner of his mouth. Sword Wushuang! Sword Wushuang! You it! Did you see it? With this one, he didn't even use any swordsmanship. He looked down on me. He didn't even see me from beginning to end. It's not just him alone. Did you see the group of guys he brought back? Did everyone dare to go back to their seats? Especially after I slashed the sword with Wushuang. The group of guys he brought back dare want to do it to me? The thin purple robe has been quietly listening, and at the end he said quietly, His Royal Highness, you forgot. Jian Wushuang is not your subject, but your friend. You should not govern that subject. Put it on him. Even if you want to take the seat. The little emperor's voice was slightly angry. Don't dare. I'm just saying what I should say. Jian Wushuang is not your subject, but a friend. Slender Xiao Zi robe finished, looking at him meaningfully. Friend? My son has no brothers. How could there be friends? His voice could not hear any emotions, empty and unknown. I don't know how long after that. Xiao Dijuan turned his head to look at the thin purple robe. Do you know how the real sword in Jian Wu's hands broke? I used my hands and feet to destroy the Jianxin deliberately before. I made this kind of hands and feet deliberately to win him once. Are you ridiculous? The thin purple robe whispered, Your Highness did nothing wrong, but this kind of percussion can only be used between the subjects. The little emperor said again, Is this sword completely cut off the connection between us? Yes, no. I want to make up how to do it. Apologize. In the spacious hall, Yu reads www. Okanshu. Calm has a depressed and dull atmosphere. Jian Wushuang sat in front of a case and closed his eyes to refresh himself as if nothing had happened. Chuanqiu looked cold, and his palm had never left the hilt in his waist. Di Qing sat next to him in the same posture, with some playful meaning in his eyes. It's not like your style of acting. I've accompanied you along the way and figured out your character. But today, this scene still made me unexpected. You didn't touch him. Are you afraid of Zhan Weiyang behind him? or are you treating him as a friend? Jian Wushuang opened his eyes. Jinliang, I have never been afraid for a moment. As for him as a friend, I never even thought about it. This sword is considered to be something he gave me back. Nodded secretly, a guy who participated in the assassination of the 5 emperor's sons and had a fight with the 2nd emperor's sons. Chapter 48-49. Thinking of it this way, I am afraid that there is only another result, that is, Jian Wushuang still misses some of the emperor's kindness. But now he has drawn a line in his heart. Brother Jian, no matter what decision you make in the future, I have nothing to say about Chuanqiu. Chuanqiu said with a murderous intent in his eyes. Brother Sword, I am Cui Jing too. You only need to send a call, and my entire life will be yours. Cui Jing leaned on the pillar, his eyes dignified, and he threw a loud voice. Jian Wushuang heard the words and smiled with his hand. Say what to do so seriously and practice well. Only by constantly improving yourself can we gain a foothold in these countless heavens. Also remember, your life is yours, and it's more important to live a good life. Yes, it's still the brothers of swords who understand the truth. Qin Qing raised his thumb and then digressed. I just remembered that there was one more important thing that I didn't tell brothers of sword. He glanced at Chuanqiu and Cui Jing and said, Remember when Brother Sword left the 6th heaven realm? Did our brother say he wanted to open an auction house? It's already open, so I'll wait for you to come back. It was originally prepared to tell you before, but the result was delayed and forgotten, and now I remember it. Qin Qing scratched his head and smiled. It is better to choose a time. Brother Jian, we will open it then. Jian Wushuang did not shirk. Then 1/2 a month later, I think there are already a lot of Yanxian dynasties gathered here. It seems that nothing can hide Brother Jiang. Qin Qing laughed. It's true, we have released a lot of treasures before this, which naturally attracted many Sanxian in the heavenly realm and all Tianzongs. Come here for a while, and wait till the time when we make money. At this time, Di Qing said, You are all Yanxian, and you still care about the so-called currency? Of course I don't care. For our auction house, the transaction with Tianjing is only part of it. The most important thing is the transaction between top-level treasures, which can only be exchanged with the same-level treasures. Qin Qing also explained. At this time, even Wei Liujia somewhat understood their intentions. Such an auction house seems to facilitate transactions to draw commissions. But it is not the case. Instead, it exchanges treasure for treasure, which means to include the treasure scattered in the heavens. This chess game is so big that even Wushuang Wushu becomes curious about what kind of behemoth such an auction house will grow into in the future. After going to the banquet, 1/2 a month passed by again. In this 1/2-month period, Xiaodijin sent Yanxian messengers to invite Jian Wushuang to dinner again, but they were directly rejected. After 3 consecutive times, no more messengers came, and Jian Wushuang also fell free, taking a good rest. The 1/2-month's date has come, and when the turbidity alternates, they walked out of the great hall together and out of the little Gudian. A total of 7 figures, like 7 streamers, flew towards the void. From the mouth of spring and autumn, I learned that the auction house was not established in the 6 emperor realms of the Little Emperor. Instead, it directly established a whole sky realm as the foundation and established a sky realm auction house. The Tianyu plain that built the auction house was exchanged from the jurisdiction of a Tianzong with a condition that people can't refuse. It contains 6 continental plains. It is also very powerful, and it is a land of fuse. And it is such a heavenly plain, but only one auction house is built, and the luxury is at the extreme. This is not that spring and autumn are too inflated, but that Tianyu is really cheap. He just used more than 20 dependent pills to set the entire Tianyu plain. Regarding how many treasures of pill they took from the former heaven of the 6 crow emperors, Chuanqiu counted it before, a total of more than 2,400 pieces. And after giving them to more than 1,000 pieces of Jianwushuang, they can still use them. There are more than 1,400. This is an unimaginable number, but it is just the tip of the iceberg of the 6 Crow emperors. This time the Tianyu auction house opened for the first time. It attracted countless Yanxian because Chen Qing had used Dipindenwen as a gimmick and released some news, which caused shock. Stepping on the hazy sky of Feng Xianyin, as a wave of vigorous power circulates across the body, a vast and clean sky is reflected in the eyes. This kind of celestial field is quite good in the big division, and it is a good enlightenment dojo. Thousands of ancestor-level repairers and Yanxian have already gathered in this heavenly domain. They have entered a magnificent heavenly palace one after another, which is quite spectacular. I have a hunch that our auction house will open the market for the first time today, and it will definitely make a name for itself. Chun Qing was quite excited. Jian Wushuang, who was at the forefront, smiled slightly. Look at it first. It wasn't until he entered the auction house like Tiangong that Jian Wushuang could not clearly see the 7 characters. Everything is unique. This name is a bit. Brother Sword, don't care about the details. This is the name our brother took after discussing it. Isn't it very domineering? Guided by the maid to enter the auction house, Jian Wushuang was slightly surprised. The Heaven Palace, which is almost stacked by various precious jade, is extremely brilliant and is divided into 3 layers with strict order. The Yanxian and Dingxiu sent from the ordinary sect were seated on the first floor, and some hidden sects or Tianzong across several celestial realms were placed on the second floor. As for the third floor, it was only divided into 2 spaces, one of which belonged to Jian Wushuang alone, and the other was given to a guest with an extremely distinguished status. As for the so-called distinguished guest, Chun Qing did not conceal. It was the son of the clan in the Super Tianzong who sold the Spengdianyu. Jian Wushuang didn't have a cold about it. The reason why he came here was to take a chance and see if he could come across any treasures that didn't come out of the world. With the continuous entry of Yanxian and Dingxiu and the final seating, the atmosphere of the quiet auction house finally warmed up. Sitting on a chair made by Nuanyu, Jian Wushuang was rather uncomfortable overlooking the center of Shangtian Palace. Chun Qing and 6 others sat in turn on Jian Wushuang's body, all ready to start. The entire auction house's palace was built by the overall planning of the spring and autumn period. For a time, Jian Wushuang also looked at him a bit. With the invitation of Yanxian all gathered, just as the hall gatekeeper closed, there were more than 10 streamer figures directly breaking into the hall, completely ignoring the rest of Yanxian's gaze. Each of these 11 bodies is Yanxian. Like the stars arching the moon, it brings out a body dressed in extravagant clothes. Chapter 48-50. The figure in extravagant clothes, with an arrogant look and a lazy standing, was more sloppy than Cui Jing. After entering the hall, the 10 Yanxian manipulated the strength and stepped into the air to lift it to the 3rd floor. Such a scene drew uproar. While on the 3rd floor, the figure in extravagant clothes glanced at Jian Wushuang and others, with a trace of disdain in his eyes before sitting down. Upon seeing this, Cui Jing suddenly gave a sigh of relief. Yeah, really fucking if it weren't for this kid, then 15 pills in this domain could be won. Chun Qing also said, sooner or later, I will sort out this kid. And I was so troubled that I wouldn't come to Taiwan. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Okay, concentrate on the auction. Are you going to carefully select these things that are about to be auctioned? Chuanxiu nodded. There are a total of 60 lots, including 20 Dipindanru, and the rest of the lots are some of the treasures I picked that are not too practical. Release so many Danmaru if some Tianyu sect's minds are out of order. Jian Wushuang was worried. Chuanxiu smiled slightly. Brother Jian, you can rest assured that I have dealt with it before this, intentionally or unintentionally. We have done some involvement with our auction house and Zyodigen. Even if other Tianyu ancestors look at it again, they will have to weigh it. Weigh. Jian Wushuang nodded and stopped talking. He understood what Chuanxiu meant, and it was a fake to be involved with Zyodigen, but the borrowed name was true. For this abruptly built and powerful auction house, it seems that it can only be linked to the Emperor of Zhenwing. With the gradual declining discussion, a woman with a beautiful face and body, both beautiful in face and shape, came to the center of the temple. The women I have found are all fairy celestial candidates, and their work abilities are first-rate. Chun Qing proudly said. Next, as Chun Qing said, the fairy gave a concise but full-text opening speech, which completely stirred up the atmosphere of the entire auction house. Masters, today's first lot is called Lu Yun Mingdan, and its effect is infinitely useful, so that the owner can deepen the perception and capture of the avenue in a specific heavenly plane. But you must remember this, Dan, the pill is not taken internally, but worn on the body. The initial price of Lu Yun Mingdan is 60,000 Montenegro spar. Of course, Tianjing is also available. The initial price is 60 million Tianjing. As the fairy's voice fell, a 6-color rainbow shadow of the pill was hovering in the air. Even if it was through the crystal jade box, it seemed to reveal the fragrance of medicine. Such a so-called Lu Yun Mingdan, in Jian Wushuang's eyes, is a chicken rib, but in ordinary Dingxiu or Yanxian, it is an invaluable treasure, and it is not a one-time treasure which can be passed down, and the preciousness has suddenly deepened several grades. Immediately afterwards, the sound of competing for the price was resounded. 60 million Tianjing, 70 million Tianjing, 90 million Tianjing. A louder than ever sounded, and soon raised the price to nearly 500 million Tianjing. Jian Wushuang also noticed some problems. That is, these Zhongmin Yanxian bidding only used Tianjing, and none of them used Montenegrin crystal bidding. Perhaps seeing the doubts in Jian Wushuang's eyes, Chuanqiu quickly explained. For these Tianzongs, the Black Mountain spar was originally a spiritual resource, and the pureness of the derivation stored in it was not comparable to that of Tianjing. And Tianjing's mass production is extremely large, and the diffusive power contained in it contains impurities. Almost every heavenly domain is produced. Only Montenegro spars are produced in the next 3 days, so the value between the two cannot be discussed. To put it simply, Montenegro crystal is a spiritual resource. Tianjing can be regarded as an ordinary currency, and it is not a treasure at all, so they will only use Tianjing for bidding. Jian Wushuang nodded and realized it was in this emptiness that the 6-luck destiny finally settled with 3 billion Tianjing. The first piece of Jidan pill is handed over, and the following treasures are presented in sequence. These precious treasures are usually rare when they are seen, but in this ancient auction house they are pushed onto the countertop very quickly like a horse and a flower, and only need to pay Tianjing. This is a great benefit. For a time, all the Yanxian and Dingxiu in the temple were vigorously bidding, trying to take back a treasure. After learning that all the lots were selected by Chuanqiu and others, Jian Wushuang became interested in the lack of it. But soon, in a somewhat frantic atmosphere, when the lot went to the 20th lot, a fairy came to the 3rd floor and came to Chuanqiu. Senior Chun, only one Yanxian came to visit and presented a treasure to ask us to take it off, and then the commission can be divided into 5 or 5. There's such a good thing. Chun Qing could not help but take the lead. What is the most treasure? The fairy looked up for a moment and said, It seems to be a jade head? It's not very real. Yes, after confirming that the lot is correct, you decide for yourself. Chuanqiu nodded. Yes, where is that Yanxian now? Just below. The fairy said, pointing down with his finger. But there were nearly 1,000 Yanxian and Dingxiu sitting underneath, and they couldn't tell which one. So Chuanqiu just glanced a little at it and then exposed it. After another Zapindan pill was settled at the price of 6 billion Tianjing, the fairy in charge hosted a round object wrapped in black cloth. The huge auction house suddenly calmed down, and all Yanxian was staring at that item. Apparently, the fairy was also told to take this thing temporarily. After a moment of stun, he said, This thing is also a treasure, but it doesn't seem to have been told about its effectiveness. It should be one. Very good treasure. Having said that, she simply reached out and lifted the black cloth on the round object. Immediately, a jade head with closed eyes and medium and long hair appeared in the eyes of every Yensian. This is a head carved by some kind of Wenyu. In addition to being vivid, I am afraid that even the shadow of the most precious treasure will not be touched. This object is a special lot in this field. Only Montenegro spar can be used for bidding. The starting price is 60,000 Montenegro spar. The vast palace fell into an inexplicable death, and a moment later the soft boos sounded, all Yensian boos. For this successive auction of treasures, the sudden appearance of such a useless jade head is simply a rat shit, which has broken the appetite of Yensian and Dingxiu. Even Yensian, sent by Zongmin, began to wonder whether the next lot had high value as always. Chapter 48:51. The fairy in charge is also a little embarrassed. Even from her eyes, this is basically a useless and wonderful thing, and can only be bid with the black mountain crystals. Except for the auction, I am afraid that no Yensian will do it. Photographed its stupid thing. Just as the jade head was about to be dismissed, a calm voice rang in the temple. 60,000. All Yensian, including the host fairy, subconsciously looked at the place where the sound was made. It is the third floor, the most distinguished third floor of the entire Vanguard Musu auction house. And it was Jian Wushuang who shouted 60,000. At this moment, he looked at the jade head calmly. He didn't rise on a whim, but he only thought about the price after a moment, and he had a strange feeling that he could not tell the truth. Spring and autumn, Qin Qing and others heard the Jian Wushuang's offer, although they were a little surprised, but they quickly calmed down. They knew that Jian Wushuang wouldn't be aimless. Since they were to be photographed, they might have noticed the beauty. Just as spring and autumn was about to leave, a lazy voice sounded. 100,000. The fairy who was originally relieved was inexplicably nervous again. The jade head that had been sold suddenly was photographed and began to bid again. This was what she had not thought of. Not only that she had not thought of it, Xian and Ding didn't expect it either. They all looked at the fool's expression and looked up. 200,000. Jian Wushuang's voice was indifferent, and he directly reported double the price. But then the lazy voice also sounded. 400,000. The hall began to commotion, and the expression of the fool on his face had solidified. With a bid of 400,000, I am afraid that even one of the domains, Tianzong and Tianzong, will not have this inside. You know, it is a black mountain spar, and its mass production is so terrible that the circulation is very few in all heavens. But the next moment, a more crazy offer began. Jian Wushuang's voice was indifferent, and he doubled the price, 800,000. 100, 600,000. The lazy voice became a bit of a bite, bursting out such a string of numbers. The hall was dead, and then completely disturbed, and all looked up at the third floor in disbelief. The look of the fool in their eyes all disappeared, replaced by shock. Jian Wushuang's brows were slightly frowned, and then a string of light figures completely silenced the hall. 3 million. All Yensian and Dingxiu swallowed their throats together, unable to organize their language. The fairy responsible for hosting, after hearing such a series of unrealistic figures, all felt the vainness of footsteps. The value of the 3 million Montenegrin crystals is immeasurable because no one you have done has seen so many Montenegrin crystals. Holding the heartbeat that jumped out of his throat, the fairy subconsciously changed from the original one-handed support to two-handed embracing, fearing that he would bruise the jade head if he missed it. Adult of the bidding, this item is a special item in this field. You can only use the Montenegro crystal to bid. Jian Wushuang is still calm. I know it is 3 million Montenegrin crystals. Gutter. All Yensian were horrified. And this time there was no more bidding next door, but a loud and corrupt voice came. His mother, I want to see if you have the ability to take out so many black crystals. If I don't strip you alive skin." Jian was two-faced fierce coldness, as well as Qin Qing's face, all changed. At the next moment, a powerful kick kicked all the enchanting enchantments in the middle, and the guy was about to break the wall. "Fuck! Lao Tzu now peels your skin alive." Qin Qing drank angrily, straightening up his sleeves and preparing to meet him. "Chen Qing, don't get into trouble," Jian Wushuang said. "The auction house has just risen, and it is not appropriate to move here." Qin Qing heard the words and gave up the plan to rush past, just glared at the junction. Only after kicking 2 or 3 feet, it seems that he has exhausted his anger and there will be no more noise there. "It's really noisy. If not here, I want to crush the guy with one finger." Di Qing shook his head with dissatisfaction. Subsequently, Jian Wushuang looked at Xiang Chuanqiu. The Spring and Autumn Festival grasped the Enlightenment and directly carried a light ring with glowing light and drifted forward to the ferry. "Master Chen, there are only a lot of Montenegro crystals in it. You can just look at it." Chuanqiu put Neji in her hands and then walked away without hesitation. With a skeptical attitude, she put a ray of consciousness into the vigilance. When she converged, she was completely shocked. Chuanqiu didn't lie to her. The Montenegrin crystals in the Nahuan are not enough to be measured by numbers, but by calculation. This unpretentious jade had finally settled at the sky-high price of 3 million whole Montenegro crystals, which is almost predictably the highest price in this auction. It is impossible for the following treasures to exceed this price. This inexplicable sky-high price auction directly made Wangu Wushuang Auction House, an auction house based on the heavens, deeply imprinted in the mind of each coming Yanxian or Jianxiu. The price of 3 million Montenegro crystals. If you get 50% of the commission, you only need to pay one. 5 million crystals to get this jade head back. Qin Qing, who had a concept for the crystal of Montenegro, had a painful face, but a few people in Jianwushuang looked indifferent. After all, the Montenegrin crystals in the Neji are too much and almost impossible to consume. After the sky-high auction, the subsequent treasures were auctioned in turn. I don't know if it is affected by hyper-emotional emotions. The next treasure is no exception, and the prices are all taken to an outrageous level. It is an ordinary Zapindan pill, which has been called the price of 3 billion Tianjing. Although the mass production of Tianjing is extremely rich, but using billions at a time can still make one side Tianzong hurt. A total of 61 treasure lots. With the passage of time, the last piece, Zapindan Maru, named Feng Tianji, was auctioned at the price of 7 billion Tianjing, and the auction feast lasted nearly 5 days. Hundreds of billions of Tianjing have been accumulated together, high enough to suffocate Yanxian. The first auction of Van Gogh Wushuang Auction House ended successfully. Tianzong, who was able to return with his treasure, was only a very small part. With this grand occasion, standing on the top floor, looking at the Yanxian who were leaving below, the corners of his mouth slowly raised an arc. To them, Tianjing is nothing but rubbish, and it is almost useless. However, all the treasures can be exchanged with Tianjing for the entire auction. This is just a good temptation to open up the export monument. The beginning of the next auction is the real treasure. Chapter 48-52. Such an auction feast is like a gluttony warming up before the big mouth opens. There are more than 2,000 Apindan pills, but now only a few 200 or 300 are consumed. There are 100 of them in Jian Wu's hands. There are more than 1,000 remaining in the hands of Spring and Autumn, even if only a small part is needed. How many Tianzong's best-of-breed treasures can be exchanged for? At that time, the treasures accumulated by the Vanguard Warriors auction house will be the true Vanguard Warriors. After one bit of Yanxian or Ding Xiu left in turn, the sword with both hands standing on the top floor looked at this scene calmly without double colors. The Tianzong Yanxian, who photographed the most treasures, I am afraid that whether they can bring the treasures back is an unknown number. As the auction ended, the distinguished guest on the third floor flew out and deliberately came to Jian Wushuang. 11 Tao Yen Xian, the diffusive power emitted is extremely impressive. For a time, the two sides confronted. Jian Wushuang was obviously interested in him, and he didn't even want to speak. The young man in extravagant clothes, with an arrogant look, looked up and down at Jian Wushuang, then stared. "Isn't it you who bid with me just now?" "It's me." Jian Wushuang glanced at him calmly. "What's the matter?" As soon as he twitched his mouth, he put his hands on the jade belt around his waist and said, "Give me the head of the jade, and I will pay 60,000 for the price. Your mother is okay." Chun Qing sighed angrily and took a step forward with a height-tight body that was extremely oppressive, as high as Shinfeng. "Even if you are the crown prince of a mortal domain, here I have to converge." The young man looked cold and looked at Chun Qing without fear. "You deserve to talk to me like this? Who do you think you are? You know that even Gongzi Yen wouldn't dare to talk to me like that." Just as Chun Qing was about to break up and slay the killer, a lightly contemptuous voice resounded throughout the giant hall. "Oh, is it?" The young man was startled and turned slowly. I saw a little emperor who changed into a plain suit, carrying his hands and slowly stepping into the air, followed by several purple-robe Yenxian behind him. Xian Yun is circulating. It seems that all are surrendering. Although his face was extremely beautiful, it did not affect the heroic momentum of Yinggu at all. It was the temperament of the master who didn't even show it deliberately, so he captured the extreme. The pupils shrunk and a cold sweat emerged from the young man's temples. The little emperor just stood with his hands on his shoulders and even just showed a warm gaze, so that the surrounding space seemed to stagnate. After calming down from the initial panic, the young man bowed to salute. "Xian Yuzhang, Zhang Xin have seen the little emperor." "Did you just say that I dare not talk to you like this?" Xiao Dijuan asked with his hands on his back. Zhang Xinwen said that he hadn't spoken yet, and a Yenxian who looked like a strategist behind him hurriedly said, "My son has no intention of this, but he doesn't choose what he says." Without saying a word, the thin purple robe behind the little emperor fell directly under his palm, smashing his fairy body with the fairy source. Killing Yen Yen with a breath, the thin purple robe returned. "For you." The little emperor looked at him. Zhang Xin returned to God, and his attitude became panic. "When I returned to the little emperor, I had no intention of that. I really only said nothing and forgive sins. Because your attitude is good, Xin Yu will not be in trouble. Let's go." Xiao Dijuan said quietly. Zhang Xin nodded again and hurriedly left. Then Xiaodijin came to Jian Wushuang and said with a smile, "Brother Jian, I'm sorry to be late. I was not able to watch this auction event with you." "It's okay. I watched while I was doing nothing, and I will not accompany you." Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and then left. Chun Qing then scratched his head and said, "Don't think about it, little emperor. Sword brothers are definitely in a bad mood now. After all, they were bitten by that dog thing, and they have no good mood." The little emperor nodded. "Because that chapter Xin in the fairy land—" Chun Qing nodded, and then roughly said what happened before. After listening, the little emperor's face was slightly cold. What a good second ancestor. His fairyland is really more and more amazing now. "My partner, besides Zhang Xin, how many children are there besides Zhang Xin?" The thin purple robe whispered, "His Royal Highness, only Zhang Xin is the only son." Since this is the case, Jian Wushuang, who left Xiaodijin, walked in front of the presiding fairy and under her guidance, went to Piandian to take the jade head. When I saw that jade head again, even across a crystal cover, Jian Wushuang once again felt the strange feeling. I don't know what kind of jade head is made of jade. Although it is exquisite, it seems that it has gone through the devastation of countless years and has become scarred. But even with scars, the perseverance and ease of light in the eyes are still very touching, making the viewers feel willing to bow down. Jian Wushuang didn't know who exactly carved this jade head, but what is certain is that this person must be a hegemon in a certain era. He looked closely and seemed to be able to feel something general from the eyes of Yusho. Even he didn't realize that, unconsciously, a seven-star galaxy in his eyebrows began to flow slowly. One pair of eyes is full of vitality, and the other one emits perseverance, as if gazing at each other through time and space. Why? Why do I have a very familiar feeling? Withdrawing his gaze, Jian Wushuang carefully took away the jade head and placed it in the bowl of the yang bottle before breathing out. Immediately he carried away Qing Qing, Zhao Ting, and Wei Liujia and left the Wangu Wushuang auction house. Chuanqiu and Chuijing stayed here because they wanted to sort out all the Tianjing obtained by the auction house today. Everything seemed to pass smoothly. Damn waste. Dare to kill my left arm and right arm in front of this seat. Is this looking at me and seeing the entire fairy field as nothing? Between the fairy clouds, there are 10 streamer-like figures flying upwards, and the first figure is impressively that of the fairyland. At this moment he is grumpy and very angry. The sun is now cautious. Now it is still the domain of the little emperor. A middle-aged Yanxian behind him touched the virtual sweat on his head and reminded in a low voice, "It's in his jurisdiction. This is clearly the jurisdiction of the whole fairyland." Zhang Xin gritted his teeth. I never imagined that the master of this side of the realm would actually become a son of Yanzi. Really let this son am not upset. Chapter 48:53. He took another bite. If he knew at the beginning that his son Yin was going to buy this side of the heaven, I wouldn't sell it to him if I broke it. Speaking of which, Zhang Xin seemed to have thought of something again. Glancing back at the 9 remaining Yanxian behind him, don't say anything about the heavenly domain sold to Gongxian. If that person knows it, our entire universe will be overwhelming. Go back and discuss with my father to see if we can bring this heaven back. The middle-aged Yanxian heard the words and reminded him anxiously, the son is not allowed. We can't afford it, this little emperor. We can't afford it too. As long as he is still a little emperor, we can't talk to him confrontation. There was a flash of anger in Zhang Xin's eyes, and he slapped him directly, vigorously, and slaps. His mother, are you the son of Immortal Realm, or am I? When can you refute my idea? Middle-aged Yanxian held her cheeks and kept promises. Zhang Xin just stopped, and he fell into contemplation again. I said that Qin Qing had gone to his father to buy Tianyu. Where did so many Zipindan Maru come from? In this way, I have to inform His Highness the Second and let him decide early. He stared, and he had made a decision in his heart. At this moment, a light voice sounded like morning bells and drums without warning. Who do you want to notify? Zhang Xin's eyes suddenly fell, and he operated his Buddha strength almost instantaneously. Subsequently, several figures appeared in front of him. The leader is the little emperor. His pupils shrunk to the point of a needle in an instant, and his sweat was far more than he had just shed. Now the little emperor appears, apparently listening to all the words he said before. But Zhang Xin was still struggling with his final struggle. No one was notified. You must have heard it wrong. Little Emperor smiled slightly. The expression in his eyes was unclear. How could I have heard it wrong? Your Second Highness in your mouth. Should the prince correct it? Zhang Xin stood for a while and waved his hands again and again. No, it's not. Our fairyland is very far away from the grandson of the young sun. How can we get to know the young sun? I am also very curious. It is clear that your fairyland is closest to my 6-day realm. But why would you want to be connected with the distant emission? Why should you scramble to be the dog that his son corrected? Little Emperor slowly moving forward, said softly. Zhang Xin was forced to retreat step by step. Cold sweat continued to shed. Little Emperor, these are definitely misunderstandings. My fairyland has never had any contact with Domitian, and there are no half letters. The little emperor heard the words and asked 3 times in a row. You said, should I believe you or should I not believe you? And how should I believe you? Zhang Xin was very happy in his heart. Since he said so, there was still a turning point in the matter. Little Emperor, you can rest assured that my fairyland is all up and down. I only want to follow you. When I go back this time, I will definitely mobilize my father and align with Lutian realm forever. That's a good word, but how can I be sure that what you said is true? What if you still go your own way after you go back? The little emperor shrugged. So, for the sake of insurance, you still stay here, don't go back, that's it. As his words fell, Su Qing Qin Qingao behind him smiled slowly and stepped forward. When Zhang Shen's heart sank, his hand accumulated a vigorous effort. Follow me to kill. He suddenly sipped, and the beam of majestic force glanced directly towards the little emperor. However, a tangled reel sword directly broke his offensive. In Qin Qing's eyes, the murderousness emerged, and he held up the real sword and began a swift beheading. At the same time, the 4 Zipeo Yenxian also set off and went around Zhangxin. The 9 Yenxian brought by him even had time to resist, and under Chun Qing's rush, the formations were dispersed, and then they were defeated one by one. These Yenxian only came to the position of Yenxian soon, and the fairy roots were only stable. How could it be Chun Qing's opponent who was about to enter Dianxian? However, under several rushes, there were only 2 Yenxian left under Zhangxin. One sword shattered one of the immortal sources of Yenxian, and Qin Qingao smiled and came to him like a killing god. Zhangxin was already ashamed, but he never thought of it. These brought him almost all of the immortal level of the elders in the fairy field. They could not get out of 10 rounds under the little emperor. He is already retired, and the last middle-aged Yenxian beside him, whose body is shaking like sifting chaff, has lost even the most basic thinking ability. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhang Xin threw himself directly in the clouds. Little Emperor, please let me go, as long as I can go back. The entire fairy field will definitely be cast into your seat. The little emperor came to him slowly, with a soft sword in his hand. Tongue sticks out. Zhang Xin, who was begging for mercy, did so subconsciously. Then he felt a cold in his mouth, and then blood spewed out, and he even cut off half of his tongue. Some words should be said. Some words can't be spoken. You humiliate me and don't let you die, so I only need half your tongue to mention you. Zhang Xin repeatedly bowed, murmured in his mouth. But you provoke people who are not supposed to provoke, which is enough to be fatal. The little emperor said with a soft wave in his hand. A good head was cut off, even with broken Xianyuan. The eyes that had turned gray were full of puzzles. Zhang Xin didn't know who he was causing. Throwing Zhang Xin's head to Qin Qing on the side with a sword, Xiao Dijuan said, "Bring this head to brother Jian to make him happier." Oh, I must explain to him that Zhang Xin's head was cut by my own hands. Qin Qing nodded with a smile. I understand the little emperor. You want the Bo Jian brothers to embrace. Little talk! Xiaodijin withdrew his soft sword and said softly, Brother Jian and I are brothers. Bullying him is bullying me. Zhang Xin is not sorry. If it is the next Zhang Xin, I will kill him. Chun Qing nodded and said, Right, little emperor. This chapter Xin is the only son of the sect master of the celestial realm. You just killed him in this way. I am afraid that there will be someone to send him to question. Everywhere is a running dog fairyland. I think destroying them is just between hands. The reason why they keep them still is my moving heart. If they dare to send someone to inquire about Zhang Xin's news later, it also happens to be a good cause. I will kill all Tianzong in Immortal Realm at that time, so as to deter all the guys who want to follow the sun to correct. Let them understand who is the master. Chapter 48:54. He looked at the fairy cloud in the distance again. Daitian, who is corrected by the sun, is now in chaos. It seems that it is time for me to move. Immortal Yunyao. Although Jian Wushuang had put the jade head in his pocket, he was still thinking about where the strange feeling came from after he looked at the jade head before. Did we know each other for a long time? Jian Wushuang quickly shook his head again to deny that he has practiced so far, but he hasn't even reached the tens of millions of years. The old friends he knows are now in the divine universe. This Dian Huan is brand new and unknown to him. Only Xian Yi and Lao Zun will be here. During this period of time in Desiu, Jian Wushuang has been completely determined that Xian Yi and Lao Zun must be in Dayanhuan and only here, because Dayanhuan is too vast and its tolerance is so unimaginable. The inextricable links they left before all point to the only ultimate Dayanhuan. Convergence of mind. The four figures steadily shuttled above the clouds. Just then, a figure attracted Jian Wushuang's attention. It was a figure wearing a large black robe, moving forward at a constant speed. Jian Wushuang just glanced back and then returned his gaze. After all, there are not many Yanxian shuttles in the ordinary sky, but they are all in a hurry. But soon, after experiencing a constant flying distance, he found something was wrong. The figure in the robe has been hanging not far away, neither close nor far away, strangely incomparable. Then, Jian Wushuang suddenly thought of something. On the way to the auction house auction, a mysterious person presented a jade first auction. Due to time constraints, no one cared about the appearance of the mysterious man who presented the jade head. Could it be that the mysterious person is the black robe in front? Jian Wushuang groaned, suddenly having a strong intuition. It should be him. As Jian Wushuang thought, his figure also burst up and flew away. Strange to say, he thought together and reached behind the black robe in a flash. He wanted to reach out and touch, but was shocked that he couldn't touch his coat. Where is the small crumb? Dare to touch my prestige? A deep cry was like the thunder of 9 days, resounding in Jian Wushuang's ears. However, Jian Wushuang was not afraid. With a swing of his arm, he threw out hundreds of vigorous strengths and practiced, blocking the way of the black robe. Then the black robe really stopped, facing back to the sword Wushuang, and his voice was deep. Small detritus, why should you stop me? I really don't want to stop you, but I just want to prove one thing, Jian Wushuang said loudly. Is the jade head in the ancient Wushuang auction house yours? The black robe continued to say in a deep voice, How is not it? The younger generation of crumbs should not delay the journey of this seat. In this case, Jian Wushuang shrugged, and then burst without any signs. Then I will try your weight first. A little light circulated from his fingertips. A little mountain and river both out. From the clouds, the sky covered the sky, blocking his way, and at the same time there were countless meteor-like sky fires which fell down. Another, turbulent Tianhe swept up and swallowed the black robe. This is the fairy style of Jian Wushuang, as long as you can call all mountains and rivers in the field you want, and after the great battle, the fairy style has changed a lot, and you can call out any the power of what you think is doubled. Jian Wushuang stood on the spot, watching the world changes in the field. Calm and incomparable, he didn't seem to worry about the safety of the black robe. After a while, Yunshu took a rain break, and a terrible suction like a whale sucked all the world's changes. And that suction vortex was made out of the black robe. The younger generation, the little skill of carving insects. The black robe shape easily merged all the changes into a projectile size, and then shot at Jian Wushuang. His eyes narrowed, and he immediately resolved. Only this time, Jian Wushuang intuitively felt that the black robe was not easy, and the black robe did not seem to be irritated by him, and did not take the next step. The crumbs are small. Since you got the jade head, you are destined to me. I will mention you a few today. Some things are far beyond your understanding. This is the level you shouldn't touch. It's too late to return it, so as not to regret it later and be unable to return to the sky. Jian Wushuang heard and said nothing, but stared at the black robe with no features. What the are you, and what do these words mean? What do you mean by all means that you already know? Some things should not be handled by you, but you have already entered the game and caused everything to fall into the unknown. The black robe figure said here, and he will not continue to talk about it. Jian Wushuang, who heard these words, was already stunned, and then hurriedly said, "Who the are you, and who sent me to tell me? Xian Yi or Lao Zun? Xian Yi or Lao Zun?" Exclamation point. The black robe was silent. "Scrap, young man, I don't know what you mean. What I have done now has no meaning. You can listen or not. We were originally in the same water, and it doesn't make any sense to say more. Don't delay this day. Our seat," he said and turned to leave. Jian Wushuang returned to God and said loudly, "Can you tell me where you are going?" The black robe stopped at the same place, turned his back to him, and left the last sentence. "I lived in Yang from the east." Then he disappeared. The whole figure was like a plume of smoke, scattered in the fairy cloud and disappeared. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself, "I passed Shenyang from the east capital. Dongdu, Shenyang, these are the names of Tianyu. Or do they have other meanings? What are you foolish about? Have you been shattering your thoughts here?" Di Qing's voice was like a big hand pulling him back to reality. "Huh, that's wrong. Why am I still here? We haven't left yet." He was shocked, and he stepped back half a step, looking fixedly at the front. I saw it in the front. The jade head was still quietly placed in the crystal cover, and the jade eyes showed perseverance and free light. It is still in the partial hall of the auction house. The names of Qingqing, Spring and Autumn, Chuijing, Zhaoting, and Wei Liujia all stood behind Jian Wushuang, all looking at him with doubtful eyes. Haven't I ever left? What happened just before that? Chapter 48:55. Everything is unbelievable. Dreamlike, but true to the extreme, so that Jian Wushuang can't believe which side is the reality. It turns out that I really haven't left. Looking at the real scene in front of him, he realized in a trance that when he was talking with the black robe in the cloud, there were not a few people around him. Is it the eyes of this jade head that dragged me into that illusion? Jian Wushuang pondered, reaching for the front and the crystal cover sinking and disappearing. The tip of the finger came with a gentle touch, and at the same time it conveyed a dead silence without the breath of life. "I lived in Yang from the east." He murmured softly, just 6 words, as clear as it was engraved in his mind. Who would be the black robe in the illusion, and why would he say that to him? Is it Xian Yi, or is it sent by the old deity to warn? Jian Wushuang has no intention to move. The more so, the closer he feels to the truth. When you come to Dianhuan, you must be right. Everything will be learned here. He stretched out his hand and retrieved the jade head without any spiritual breath, and carefully put it in the bowl of the bottle. He was relieved. In just a few years, he was unconsciously caught in 2 ridiculous dreams, which made him more cautious. The first time was in the midst of a big day, and was dragged into a strange fantasy world inexplicably. The second time just happened. Both scenes are extremely real, as if they are foreshadowing something. Everything seems to be irrelevant, but it is like a prison cage covered by layers. After doing all of this, Jian Wushuang, with the names of Qingqing, Zhaoting, and Wei Liujia, left the Van Gogh Wushuang auction house. Chuanqiu and Chuijing stayed to check the auction house's income. The celestial domain in which the ancient auction house Wushuang was located originally had a name called Jijing, which belonged to the jurisdiction of a celestial ancestor that encompassed 7 celestial domains. This Tianzong is called Immortal territory, and in the eyes of the vast expanse of the Grand Division, although it is not a top force, it is also a hegemony. In the feast of the heavenly court, there was a Fuji Yenxian holding a dust, and then died in the hands of Jian Wushuang and the little emperor. It was a distinguished elder in that fairy field. It is even more rumored that Zhang Tian, the master of his fairyland, is likely to break through to Dianxian in several years. In this way, the forces of Immortal territory developed in a gentle upward trend, and even had a lot of friction with the 6 emperor realms of the Little Emperor. After returning from the auction house to the little solitary sky in the 6-day realm, Jian Wushuang hurriedly took the jade head taken out of the bowl and placed it on the desktop to check it, trying to find some clues. Subsequently, Qin Qing also returned to Xiaogudian, his face full of joy, carrying a bulging bag in his hand. "Brother Sword, look at what I brought you back." He grinned and placed the bag in his hand on the case in front of Jian Wufang. "This is—" Jian Wushuang looked at him. Qin Qing smiled secretly and then opened the bag, revealing a disheveled hair. His eyes no longer have any shiny head. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, already recognizing this head, the guy who hit him in the previous Van Gogh Wushuang auction house. "You killed." "It wasn't me who killed it. It was Xiaodigin who beheaded him personally." Qin Qing scratched his head. "Xiaodigin said that to insult you is to insult him, so he cut off his head and sent it to the Sword Brothers to indemnify him." Jian Wushuang secretly sighed, and he understood that although this kid was flying, he was not enough to kill. But the little emperor took this opportunity to send him directly after the killing, in fact, to pay for the crime not long ago. This kid died unjustly. Finally, after glancing at his dead head, Jian Wushuang waved it to Qin Qing's hands. "Got it. Find a mountain forest to bury him." Qin Qing nodded, then turned and flew out of the hall. Di Qing then sat down, watching him playfully, and said, "It looks like the little emperor is treating you well." "It's a normal relationship," Jian Wushuang said softly. Di Qing no longer said much, looking for a place to sleep easily when he looked up. The battle between Domitian and Chang Fu caused him to lose another life, both in terms of strength and state, and before it was fully restored, Di Qing would be in a state of weakness. And he had 9 real lives, and now there are only 7 left. Although Di Qing didn't show it, Jian Wushuang still felt his loneliness and disappointment. Time is passing slowly. A few decades later, a messenger suddenly came to the little emperor's heavenly palace. The messenger wore a green robe and depicted a fairy with gold wire on his chest. The situation was quite extraordinary. He came to the Tiangong and met the little emperor. His face was neither humble nor overbearing. His Royal Highness Zhangxin, the son of heavenly sect of Immortal territory, was invited to the Wangu Wushuang auction house half a month ago. It has been half a month now. I don't know if His Royal Highness the little emperor can tell where Zhangxin is. I will go back and have an account with the suzerain. Lying lazily on the bed, Xiao Dijuan glanced at him sideways and then waved his palm. "Hurry, a little son of Tianzong. How do I know where he is?" The Qingpao messenger looked calm and said, "His Royal Highness surely knows that no one knows that the ancient auction house was established by His Royal Highness. Zhang Xin's jurisdiction disappeared, and there must be a connection." Xiaodigin heard the words, slowly sat up from the hua bed, his eyes gradually cold. "Even if the auction house is now planned into my jurisdiction, do you think I will remember the names of some cats and dogs?" The face of the Qingpao messenger changed slightly, and there was a touch of humiliation in the eyes of Yu Kenshu WWW. "Okanshu, come crossing. Are you threatening me?" The little emperor stood up, surging with extreme strength, and the indescribable coercion made the emperor of the green robe directly kneel in the temple with a thump. The humiliation in his eyes was even worse, but he didn't dare to show it. "No, it's just that sect master Aiko is eager. If Zhangxin can't be seen again, I'm afraid something will be done." "Do something? Do you want to be a dog for Domitian? Or do you want to stand against this seat?" The little emperor came to him slowly, and the sneer in his eyes was even worse. "Do you think a small fairy domain Tianzong can put pressure on this seat? Why don't you tell me that he was the one who killed himself, and his head was cut off? Why do you immortal Tianzong?" The green robe messenger shuddered, his face suddenly pale, and he couldn't dare to raise his head to look at the little emperor. Chapter 48:56. He couldn't believe that the son of Immortal territory had been killed, But the initiator was still so indifferent that he didn't take immortal territory at all. His Royal Highness, aren't you afraid that the entire immortal realm Tianzong will fight you with blood? The green robe messenger said tremblingly, with a painful expression in his eyes. The little emperor smiled. Xiao said that you are a fairy in Tianxian. That is, there are 10 more. Why am I afraid? Okay, since you are not afraid, then. Without finishing his sentence, he was clamped by the thin purple robe in the dark, and then directly smashed Xian Yuan. Like the same hand holding fly ash, the emperor of the green robe fell. It's really noisy. The little emperor slowly turned around and lay down on the bed again. He propped his head in one hand, his other hand lurched into his arms, and took out a pill that glowed with colorful rainbow. It took a long time to say, "Ma'am, how do you have this pill, Jian Wushuang?" The thin purple robe stepped forward slowly. His Royal Highness, everyone has their own secrets. Don't ask until he tells you. Got it. You have to call Wushuang and discuss the countermeasures together. Although I don't take it in the eyes of the celestial Emperor Tianzong, it is inevitable to want a battle. I want to minimize the loss. The thin purple robe promised, and then turned away. Looking at the mysterious Danmaru in his hand, Xiaodigin fell silent. Wushuang, when can I see through your mind? As the foggy night approached, Jian Wushuang stepped into the air, and his shoulders were soaked by drops of mist and rain. Brother Jian, you are here. The little emperor seemed to have been waiting for a long time, and he walked to him with a large black feather cloak, and at the same time he was going to put it on. Jian Wushuang prevented his behavior, but took Dalu and put it in his hands. He went straight to the theme. The kid you beheaded is the son of Tianzong from a fairyland. Yes, Xiaodigin nodded. The power of Tianzong in the fairyland is pretty good in the eyes of the big division. After several years of development, Yanxian and Yending are very many. He said that he had told Jian Wushuang the connection between the ins and outs of the matter and Damitian. In the end, he looked at Jian Wushuang. If this is not completely defeated this time, I'm afraid Zhang Tian will lead the entire fairy field and throw it to the grandson of the sun. Jian Wushuang didn't open his mouth. It seemed to be thinking about something. If this war starts, we must make plans to completely destroy the celestial realm Tianzong? Yes, once the war starts, it means declaring war on me, and I cannot and will not tolerate it. Xiao Dijuan said, gently putting his palm on his arm, Brother Jian, help me once. Okay. Jian Wushuang responded. Killing Zhang Xin is the critical point of the outbreak of war. No matter what the little emperor thought, it was for him. The little emperor heard the words and smiled, arching his hands. Thank you, Jianxiong. When? Slowly, maybe half a year, and soon will be several months. We have to make preparations early. He said, my seat is Yanxian being intercepted again and again. Wasted. So, I want to temporarily invite Brother Jian to take the position of deity Angwin and crush them all into scum. Jian Wushuang listened, just wanted to reject this title, and was blocked by Xiaodigin. Brother Jian, please take up the post of deity Angwin. It is only temporary. It is responsible for the control of 60 Yanxian, not the position of deity Angwin. This battle is over. You can step down at any time. Well, I will be there then. Jian Wushuang nodded. If there is nothing, I will go. Brother Jian, what happened to me the other day is wrong, and I am going to indemnify you today. The little emperor said, suddenly pulled out a soft sword around his waist, and then slashed to the left arm. The sword did not fall, and was blocked by the sword Wushuang. If you have the strength, you will respond more in the following crisis. It is inevitable that the sword will be injured. If you stick to this again, you will have no demeanor. After he finished speaking, he turned and left Tiangong. Looking at the back of Jian Wushuang's departure, Xiao Emperor's eyes flashed an unknown meaning. For a while, he looked down at the wrist of his right hand and had a rather strange feeling, like a kind of induction. Several months passed, but the 6-day realm of peace was also caught in some kind of turmoil, and the dynamism in the void was a little agitated. Nearly half a year later, dozens of powerful bodies like streamers flew from the void. Then, in front of the void in the sixth sky realm, the dozens of figures began to use the force of force to quickly outline a ripple in the void. That's constructing a fairy array that can be sent on a large scale. Standing above the dome of the heavenly palace in Degushin, the little emperor stood with his hands on his back, and behind him stood nearly 60 imposing immortals, and a top army that covered the sky like black mist. These are his details. Please, Dadiangwan, come. He condensed. Your Highness, Jian Tianguan is here. The thin purple robe whispered. Heaven and earth are still, and the 5 bodies are breaking through the fairy cloud and reaching. All Yanxian and Ding Xiu's eyes were attracted, as the leader of Jian Wushuang, dressed in a black shirt ranger, Mei Yujian is full of perseverance and indifference. Behind him, Qin Qing, Chuanqiu, Cui Jing, and Wei Liujia stood side by side, all of which had the tendency of Yuanji Yuezhi. This is Dadiangwan, who was decided by the little emperor a few days ago. It looks too immature, right? No, our entire 6-day realm, haven't we ever established the position of Dadiangwan, and Xiaotajin has never set a precedent. Regardless of what he does, then the battlefield will be clear, and if he can become a big official, how could he be a mediocre? Hearing the whispering in his ear, Jian Wushuang did not care, and quickly went to the little emperor. I've seen Jian Tianguan. Nearly 60 Yanxian and countless top repairs at the same time loudly, sounded Jiu Xiao. Faced with such a situation, Jian Wushuang is at ease, and he has seen it seriously. Little Emperor smiled, then stretched out his palm and pointed forward. Brother Jian, look at it! Looking through the eyes, I saw that in front of the void portal of the 6th heaven realm, one side of the celestial array was outlined and condensed. As soon as this fairy array comes out, it must be the battle of the power of heaven. With the completion of the cohesion of the fairy array, a total of more than 30 Yen Xian who hit the front station, at the same time release the Yen force, urge the fairy array. The beam of light leads to the sky as if a dusty sky gate was opened. With the rise of countless Wamings, the army of top repairs like black clouds came out of the fairy array, and the intention of killing was almost solid. The little emperor shouted loudly, from now on, all Yanxian here must obey Jian Tianguan's order. If there is a violation, die on this battlefield. Promise. All Yanxian promised, and the atmosphere of the void was solemn. Chapter 48:57. This super fairy land Tianzong, which spans several heavens and has accumulated for many years, has a very terrible background. It can be seen by the courage to fight the son of the emperor. With the cloud-like top repair and the continuous appearance of dozens of Yanxian, it can be expected that this will be an endless situation. Then there will be brother Luo Jian fight with me. Xiao Dijuan whispered. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, his eyes looked forward. With countless top repairs and Yanxian stepping out of the fairy array, the void has become a battlefield. When the fairy array was about to close, there was a straddle mount riding a Tianma, holding a towering figure of a golden gun. With his appearance, the indescribable trend is rising. That is the master of the celestial realm, Zhang Tian. Long ago it was the peak of Yanxian. Xiao Dijuan said softly. Jian Wushuang nodded, and then he no longer hesitated. His feet walked in the air, like a star, running forward. Afterwards, Qin Qing and others carried all Yanxian together and rushed outside the portal of the 6th heaven realm. One step into the void, the violent gang wind ripped to the ground. The majestic figure sitting on top of Tianju also stepped into the air. Without saying a word, the arm holding the golden gun flicked a full circle like a bow and arrow, and suddenly threw the golden gun. The golden gun trembles, coming out of the air, and the goal is directed at the unparalleled sword 1,000,000 miles. Jian Wushuang's gaze was fixed, and his breath was steep. Then he raised his right hand and pointed out with a finger, fairy style, a little mountain and river. It seems that there is a power beyond the reach of the supreme god peak, combined with the fierce surging power of the giant water, and the blue color and the black color coexist, surging at Jian Wushuang's fingertips, turning into a party. The two collided, and an unparalleled martyrdom broke out. At this moment, both Yan Xian and Ding Xiu subconsciously covered their eyes with their arms. The golden gun was violent and unstoppable, like a dragon, but after touching that layer of enchantment, it could no longer move forward. Despite the martyrdom, everything is within the controllable range of Jian Wushuang. As Guanghua dispersed, the golden spear finally fell into his hands. Zhang Tian, the main body of the immortal Tianzong, looked at this scene with dignified eyes. He underestimated his enemies and thought to come up and kill a lot of Yanxian, increasing his morale, but he never expected that Yanxian could catch his blow, and it seemed a little bit. No injuries were received. You know, his shot is enough to penetrate a common heaven. Even if Yanxian in the same realm can only avoid the sharp edge, Yanxian has never dared to face it. But now, not only did his blow not work, but he was caught. This Yanxian who can stand at the forefront is absolutely extraordinary. Looking at the spear still trembling in his hand, Jian Wushuang said loudly, "If you only have this strength, go back." Zhang Tian's face sank, and the painful murderous opportunity appeared in his eyes. Go back? Who will return my son Zhang Shen's life? Even today, even if I'm struggling to die, I will let my son taste the price, and as a result of Yongziyan, you stubborn rat, come out to see the seat and pay for my son's life. With a loud explosion, Gongziyan's figure followed and stood side by side with Jian Wushuang. He looked at Zhang Tian with a smile. Only stupid people will do stupid things. I have beaten you secretly how many times? You should be clear but never-minded. The reason why your son Zhangshin will have today is not only inseparable from his own blame, but also inseparable from your actions, Zhang Tianwen said with pain. But even then you shouldn't kill him. Fujia was in the death of heaven, and I endured it, but the result of Zhang Shin's death must be up and down in my fairyland, and you never die. Little Emperor slowly raised the corner of his mouth. Well then, I have been waiting for a long time this day. I want to see how the guys who are eager to correct the dogs for the sons, how hard they bite. Zhang Tian was very angry and smiled. No, today, even if I die, I will take your son to be buried, he said, suddenly withdrawing the real sword hanging from his waist, all the orders from the immortal realm, all the forces to kill the master Xian. One will not stay. Void concussion, battle begins. Almost at the same time, Jian Wushuang said loudly, all Yanxian scattered into 6 columns, follow me. More than 60 Yanxian diverged into 6 columns. Jian Wushuang leads the ranks, the young emperor's son, Yan leads the ranks. Qin Qing, Chuanqiu, Cui Jing, and Wei Liujia each lead a rank. Sword Wushuang is like a real sword without a pair of swords, carrying the trend of crossing the ages, and ruthlessly entered the front of the battle. With both palms pushed horizontally, the unmatched Yan made nearly 20 Yanxian all retreat a few steps. Afterwards, Qin Qingshin's sword approached, and a sword smashed a fairy source. And at the same time, relying on the divine peak's figure, he ran into it without fear. Chuanqiu held a black light dagger, and he was blessed with an 8-armed puppet, which was also extremely fast. Cui Jing has always been fierce and aggressive. Even in the original Sand Devil Cave, he can be alone in the realm of ancestry. Now that he has been promoted to the position of Yanxian, the ferocity does not diminish the original, but it is in addition to Qin Qing, the most destructive existence. As for Wei Liujia, the realm strength can only be recovered. Naturally, there is no benefit in this battle. If it is not for the help of the sword Wushuang from time to time, I am afraid that I will drink on the spot. In fact, at the beginning, Qin Qing and spring and autumn came together. Jian Wushuang did not agree to come down, but could not help but grind hard and finally let them come. Due to the loss of his real life, I Ching's strength was far from being restored. He was placed in dormancy in Ziyagushan by Jian Wushuang. Zhao Ting's uncontrollable factors were too great, so she did not let her come. Therefore, Jian Wushuang brought them four. The battle that has surpassed 100 yenxian is extremely tragic. After the various moves came out, a fairy corpse with a broken fairy source fell. Jian Wushuang's destructive power is too strong. He just reached out a little and died with a yenxian. Under Dianxian, he is invincible. With the immortal blessings of a little mountain and river, no yenxian can take a few rounds with Jian Wushuang. He is far more powerful than when attending the Feast of Heaven. He was moving forward firmly. Behind him was the little emperor, accompanied by Qin Qing and others, full of unstoppable momentum. 5 fingers close together, directly killing a yenxian who was standing in front of him. Jian Wushuang's eyes met with the majestic figure sitting on Tianju. If you don't want to die, just go back. His voice passed into Zhen Tian's ear through Zhen Tian's fight. Chapter 48:58. Zhang Tian, who was sitting on Tianju, shuddered slightly. He looked at the ranger young man who was walking towards him, and inexplicably felt an indescribable pressure. Jian Wushuang holds an invisible sword in his right hand, and a golden gun with a long length in his left hand. Even the yenxian who are in chaos and slaying, either intentionally or unintentionally, moved away from this of killing, leaving a way out. But soon, Zhang Tian's eyes were filled with resentment and madness. My son Zhang Xin died in such an unknown way. Can't my father's revenge even be reported? Hugh said that his son is a child the emperor, even the emperor. I have to get a fair one today. This justice, you can't get it back. Take the remaining forces and return to rest and recuperate. Jian Wushuang said lightly, Zhang Shen's death, you deserve it. A good sin deserves it. Under the sky, who dares to condemn my son? He shouted in exasperation and slammed into the face of him. The big palm covered by Yanli smashed down. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he stabbed directly in front of the gun. The two fought, stirring up layers of golden awns. A shot pierced the cover of the sky and covered the palm of the sky. His castration continued. His whole body seemed to be integrated with the long gun in his hand. With an imposing momentum, stabbed to Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian was shocked in his heart, and the majestic figure sitting on Tian Ma's back was almost subconsciously leaning back. The spear reached, and Tianju hissed upwards. It was just a shot, the sharp point of the gun pierced through Tian Ma's thick neck, and finally the whole one did not enter. After trembling the tip of the gun from Zhang Tian's throat, he stopped completely. Tian Jess's last low hissing sound pushed Jinshan down into the void like a jade pillar. Zhang Tian's eyes were distressed. Fei left from Tian Jess's back, grasping the spear covered with red blood with one hand, and used a return carbine. Jian Wushuang resisted at the right time, and the violent roar resounded. Zhang Tian's powerful gun made Jian Wushuang feel the pain in the tiger's mouth. Don't be the accomplice of Gong Ziyan anymore. Read that you are not the one who killed my son, and leave now. He held a spear and fought against Wushuang in front of him. The whole body could not bear the strength and shattered. One sword releases 3,000 sword intentions. The majestic and powerful sword style rises violently, and with an irresistible momentum, Zhang Tian is forced to retreat. Then the sword stood without a sword, his eyes calm and deep. Everyone who is on the battlefield has nothing but 2 possibilities. One is death, and the other is victory. Which one do you think I will choose? Zhang Tianhe looked directly at him. Not only looked dignified. He saw a lot in his eyes, perseverance, calmness, as if there was a feeling that everything was clear to the chest. This feeling is as if they are determined to eat. Who is this son? On this battlefield, even the Prince Yen, who is a prince, will listen to him. He had a hunch that if he continued to fight like this, the fairyland would eventually be fragmented. But Zhang Tian was not reconciled. The death of his son Zhongxin was like a thorn stabbed into his heart. There was only one son under his seat. Now that he is dead, how could he shake hands with the enemy who killed the child? He has made up his mind secretly. Even if he fights to break the fairy field, he will also eat a piece of meat from the sun. No matter what kind of you are, today you will inevitably die here. Zhang Tian shouted angrily, holding a high gun in his hand. My celestial realm, Tianzong, why fear this battle? Even if it all fell, there is also a lot of fire, and it goes back and forth. The high-pitched voice is like the sky thunder, which is injected into the heart of Yan Xian and Ding Xiu in each fairy field. And the most rapid counterattack has erupted suddenly. Even if the ancestor-level top repairs go to the top again, for Yan Xian, who already has Xianyuan Xianzhen, they can't cause effective damage. So they made a move, nearly 100 people, formed a system of rushing to a group of Yan Xian, and then spontaneously broke the source and broke out a tragic martyrdom. For a time, the original disadvantage was relieved instantly. The void is completely shaken and broken. Thousands of people have broken the source of repair, and they have already detached their cognition. Even though Yan Xian can still survive this martyrdom, but after being disturbed by the mind, it is extremely easy to be killed by Yan Xian in the fairy field. The Yan Xian from the Sixth Heaven realm, as well as the ancestors, began to suffer casualties. Nearly 10 Yan Xian in the periphery all died out in an instant, and even the formation has been faintly washed down. Wu Shuang, the situation is urgent. Xiaodijin passed on anxiously. Jian Wu Shuang's eyes flicked, and a 7-star system circulated quietly between the eyebrows, and then his arms rose suddenly. As his palms lifted up, countless rugged mountains rose from the void without any signs. 1, 10, 100. Each of the Shenshan scattered the original ferocious fairy field Yanxian, or the top repair, and blocked it out, so that the Yanxian camp in the Sixth Heaven realm was breathed. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tian couldn't help but feel shocked. If the young immortal in front of him does not get rid of it, it will inevitably have a major impact on the entire fairyland. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, directly pointed the gun forward, and launched the most violent offensive towards Jian Wushuang. Handless, invisible sword, Jian Wushuang walked slowly, facing Zhang Tian, who was even taller than Qin Qing. Like a giant, he had no fear. Wushuang Kendo, Zingahujianjian. The first form, star. When this revealing and shining pattern lights up, it shows that Jian Wushuang has begun to take it seriously. This sword is the cornerstone of the entire unparalleled swordsmanship, and its majesty is its original meaning. Zhang Tian, who had originally come from the gun, saw this scene and hurriedly turned the offense into a defense, and responded with all his strength. Hundreds of pillars tore the void, headed by Zhang Tian, exploded in the camp of Immortal territory, and then teared open a hole. Full-hearted rush. Qin Qing roared with his real sword high. Yu read books www. Okanshu, calm, and then moved forward, holding a soft sword. Xiao Dijuan kept harvesting Yang Xianyuan, who dared to approach. Chuanqiu and Chuijing are shoulder to shoulder, and they are blessed with 8-armed puppets, which is also expanding Shanghai. Only Wei Lujia, who looked like a downright scholar, was quite struggling during the battle. He was surrounded by dangers several times, but he still clenched his teeth and walked towards the sword in front. The advantage of Xinyu is no longer, and it is forced to retreat at a speed that is visible to the naked eye. Several pieces of armor on Zhang Tian's body have been damaged after a sword of Xinghe Lake. And Jian Wushuang did not pause at all. He held an invisible sword and swept up into the void, entangled with him. Swords of unparalleled sword are magnificent, wide open and wide. One sword is better than one sword. Every sword he cut was like a sword embryo, full of sparks and great momentum. Chapter 48-59. Under such an offensive, Zhang Tian could only be defended. even unable to counterattack. He could only lift his spear flat, blocking the sword-to-sword cut. His heart suffocated. In just 10 breaths, Jian Wushuang slashed more than 36,000 times, causing Zhang Tianping's palm to raise his spear to be dripped with shocking blood. He said quietly, "Release the fairy style, otherwise in your current situation. I am afraid that self-preservation is extremely difficult." Zhang Tian's eyes fluctuated, and the breath of his body suddenly changed from the previous calmness to a sharp edge. Thousands of qi jinhuameng burst out of his hand with a golden gun. With great majesty and pressure, Jian Wushuang was forced to retreat, and his eyes were dignified. I don't know how many years have passed since I realized the fairy style, but I still shoot 3,000 times a day, in order that all possible things will happen today. In a word, blood and hatred are in the body. No matter who is blocking, there is only one end. Zhang Tian seemed to merge with the spear in his hand, almost swallowing the void of the pillar. At this moment, the order of the avenues flowing in the void began to collapse. My fairy style is called a bitter wheel. You are not the first Yenxian you saw, and you will never be the last. At the same time, I also have a hunch that if you end up under my fairy style will be melted, and I will enter the realm of Dian Fairy. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows were slightly raised. An invisible sword was tilted in his hand. It's useless to say more, come on. The red golden stanchion rose up into the sky, dispelling the violent wind in the void. Zhang Tian was dancing wildly behind his back. The golden gun was clear in his hand, and a golden wheel over 1,000,000 feet high emerged from his back, and distributed there is a strong and untouchable breath. All Yenxian and Dingxiu, back away! Jian Wushuang shouted loudly. The Yenxian, who were still fighting each other, did not hesitate and immediately retreated. At this moment, Chen Qing's eyes were dignified, and he could feel that Zhang Tian's blow might not even allow him to respond. Jian Wushuang, is it okay? All Yenxian and Dingxiu looked at this scene solemnly. This way of determining the outcome, no matter who wins or loses, it is very important. Bitter wheel, cover the sky. With Zhang Tian's binge drinking, the light wheel with a height of over 1,000,000 feet behind him sank and fell, and the void collapsed, and all the top repairs and even Yenxian were shocked to see the scene. This side light wheel is really too vast. Almost at the moment of coming, it covers 1,000,000 miles of void. Even if it is Yenxian under this immortal style, I am afraid that all will be extinct. Jian Wushuang stood in situ, looking at the light while facing down, his eyes calm. Buzz. The hum of Hong Zongdalu resounded in the void, and the red-golden Huameng swallowed everything almost instantly. The pupil of the little emperor who had receded far away suddenly shrank, and the subconscious would fly forward. Chun Qing grabbed him. Little emperor, calm down. Brother Jian will not fall like this. Even if it is impossible to fall like this, but he is too risky to do so. Xiao Dijuan took a deep breath, then stared forward. 1,000,000 feet of suffering wheel halo completely swallowed and covered the sword Wushuang, while Zhang Tian's arm shuddered and threw his spear into the void. In a flash, 100,000 spears were differentiated, each of them buzzing bursts. Go with! He shouted. 100,000 lances smashed the void and stabbed from all directions to the center of Kulin. In the opinion of all top repairs, the ending has become a foregone conclusion. Including Zhang Tian, the master of immortal territory, all smiled at this moment. But this smile didn't show up completely, so it froze. At the next moment, the real shadow of 100,000 lances suddenly stopped on the bitter wheel. Even harder to score a half. Immediately afterwards, a real image of over 1,000,000 feet appeared. It was a real image of long hair floating, and the eyes were full of superb power. A 7-pointed galaxy in the eyebrows was slowly flowing, and the perseverance was magnificent again. That's the true shadow of Jian Wushuang, the true shadow of me. Every breathing and breathing seems to be a reincarnation in the universe, and his appearance is like the concrete embodiment of the rules and order of heaven and earth, which makes Yen Xian feel the oppression. Then the magnificent real shadow slowly stretched out his palm, lightly brushing the understatement, and 100,000 lances suspended in the void were all destroyed. And the bitter wheel that restrained Jian Wushuang's true shadow could not bear the pressure, so as to make up for the cracks. With a dazzling to ultimate light bursting, the painful wheel is broken. All Yen Xian and Ding Xiu covered their eyes at this moment. When Hua Mang dissipated, everything was bleak. The huge real shadow looked down, and there was no joy or sorrow in the eyes that exuded divine power. In his palm, a red gold spear like a toothpick had broken into two halves. All the surviving Yen Xian and Ding Xiu, who survived in immortal territory, subconsciously stepped back, and all faced like ashes. Zhang Tian's complexion changed again and again, which was originally impossible for a lifetime, and his proud cheeks also had no blood color. Then he suddenly vomited a large mouth of thick blood. The natal gold gun was destroyed, almost related to its very source, and was directly hit by unimaginable damage. The true shadow without me slowly dissipated, and the sword walked down into the air. At this moment, all Yen Xian and Ding Xiu in the sixth heaven realm were in full swing. The little emperor raised his soft sword in his hand, and his voice spread throughout the void. Jian Wushuang looked at Zhang Tian, who was so desperate, and threw a spear that had been broken into two in front of him. "You guys have lost." Zhang Tian stared at him, staring blankly without speaking. At this time, a middle-aged Yen Xian next to him suddenly took a step and stared. "No, I didn't lose." Xinyu has been formed since the emperor established the Desiyu has a deep background, superior heavenly path and lower fuse, and has not been destroyed after several disasters. Even if it is lost today, it will surely be able to never get rid of it. Looking at the middle-aged Yen Xian, who was still in a hurry, and Jian Wushuang could not help but look at a bit. After saying that, the middle-aged Yen Xian helped Zhang Tian and said softly, "Sect Master, after the rest of the old brothers broke up for you, you immediately go back to the fairyland and ask the emperor for help. Life is still there and everything has a picture." Zhang Tian looked at him, and before he spoke, he was pushed directly by his luck, and it was in the fairy array in the void and disappeared. After doing all this, the middle-aged Yen Xian was also quite indifferent, withdrawing the real sword from the waist and facing the sword without fear. "What's your name?" "I'm going to die immediately, even if I tell you Song Xan." "Yes, I will remember you." Jian Wushuang nodded. An invisible sword quietly condensed in his hand. Chapter 4860. The head of the Yen Xian, named Song Xan, was finally cut off by Jian Wushuang, and even the Xianyuan was broken. This is like the final beginning, marking the vengeance of the celestial domain, Tianzong, which ultimately failed completely. A total of 72 immortals came from the immortal realm. None of them survived, and all of them died. With the destruction of the immortal cultivators, all the top repairmen from the immortal domain also fled, rushing to flee into the teleporting immortal formation. The shattered void was covered with broken corpses and dripping blood. Standing in front of the immortal formation, Jian Wushuang stopped moving forward. Xiao Dijuan, who was stained with blood, came to his side, his chest undulating. Chun Qing, Chun Xiu, Cui Jing, Wei Liujia, and others also arrived, all in a panic. Xiao Dijuan looked at Jian Wushuang, who was standing still, and he had already realized something in his heart. After a while he whispered, "Brother Jian, it was not my intention to step down on the immortal domain, but after Zhang Tian returns, he will inevitably cast his clan to the young man for correction. By then, I am afraid that the six-day realm will be the same as the fate of northern Tangxi. The beginning of this battle means that there is absolutely no possibility of a good end." After a long while, Jian Wushuang said, "Let's go." The teleporting immortal array, built by the celestial domain Tianzong, can transmit tens of thousands of top repairs at a time and is extremely stable. When the remaining Xianyu top repairers fled back to the Xianyu embarrassedly, they didn't know that a complete destruction was also quietly coming. As the first Yenxian from the Six-Day Realm set foot in the fairyland, the cold-blooded killing began. Blood and fire erupted in the fairyland that spanned nearly 10 super-universes. Countless creatures were directly crushed into powder under the hands of the Immortals. The continental plate was destroyed, mountains and rivers were cut across. The dark clouds were in the sky, and the rain came suddenly. There are nearly 10 super-universes, including nearly 100 continental plates, and each seat surface is a world. And under the influence of this war, everything is shattering. Chun Qing held a true sword in his hand and completely destroyed a heaven with his own power. But Chuan Qiu, Cui Jing, and Wei Liujie did not make a move, but stood quietly behind Jian Wushuang. The entire Xianyu Tianzong was destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sitting on a towering sacred mountain in the clouds, there is a quiet hall, which is the most mysterious place in the entire celestial sect of the Immortal territory, and the dojo of the entire sect. But right now it is already chaotic. Sect Master, hurry up. Let's leave and go to the Second Highness. Leave the Green Hills, don't worry about no firewood, instead of coexisting and dying in this same fairyland. It is better to leave as soon as possible and make plans. In some dim halls, more than a dozen elders, Yen Xian looked anxious and worried, talking about the figure lying halfway in the hall. That figure is exactly Zhang Tian, who fled back to the fairyland. At this moment, he seemed to be old to another state, with his eyelids drooping. After a long time, he said in a hoarse voice, "You all go first. I will be there later." All the elders stopped talking and looked at Zhang Tian alike and a little uncertain. "Let's all go. It's too late if you don't go." The sect master. "I'll go ahead and stand up for you." When the dim hall returned to silence, Zhang Tiankai slowly raised his eyelids and then looked outside the hall. There were 6 body shapes condensed, and then slowly stepped into the hall. Jian Wushuang and Xiao Dijuan walked in front side by side, and finally stood in front of him. A sneer flashed in his eyes. "I really didn't expect that the son of the dignified emperor would kill a party of the Immortal territory, heavenly sect, to such a situation. It is indeed a must. All of this is just your own fault. You have to think about what happened on this day when you fight me. But is the price reasonable? It's too heavy. You shouldn't destroy my entire fairyland." Zhang Tian said desperately, "I am destroying the Xianyuan now and changing the fairyland to save it. How about?" Zai Audijin slowly squatted down, staring at him, saying every word, "You must die. As for Xianyu, I will make it a non-threatening existence." Zhang Tian's figure trembled, and then closed his eyes as if admitting his fate. "Young Master Yen, you remember what I said. One day, you will inevitably follow my mistakes." Jian Wushuang slowly turned around and walked outside the hall, not watching the scene again. Zhang Tian, the lord of a generation of celestial sect, understands the source of immortality by himself, and his body is gone. Zai Audijin straightened up, then turned around, looking at Jian Wushuang, who was leaving. A complex color flashed deep in his eyes. Under the dispatch of nearly 40 evangelists and countless ancestor-level Dingxiu, the celestial sect of the Immortal territory, which encompasses nearly 10 celestial regions, has become a dead place and no longer constitutes any threat. Walking in the scorched earth, Jian Wushuang didn't say a word. Just when they were about to leave, they suddenly ran out of a ruined wall and a half-large figure. She shivered, but she still stood firmly in front of Jian Wushuang. Did you ruin this place? Did you kill my dad?" Chen Qinggang wanted to wave his hand to disperse this gray-headed little girl, but was stopped by Jian Wushuang. Then he bent over slightly, looked at the little girl who tried to keep the tears in his eyes from falling, and asked, "What is your name?" The little girl took a half-step back, sniffed hard, and said, "I won't tell you. I will be killed as soon as I tell you." Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and then said, "Then you have to remember clearly. My name is Jian Wushuang. If you want to avenge all this today, just find me." After he finished speaking, Chen Qing took a few people and left the fairyland that had become scorched earth. Standing among the ruined walls, the little girl looked at Jian Wushuang's back without blinking, as if to imprint all his characteristics into her mind. "Jian Wushuang, I took it down. I will kill you myself in the future." After the immortal formation of Unicom's 6-day realm was destroyed, this battle also came to an end. More than 60 people who participated in the battle under the Emperor Sovereign only lost nearly 20 places. This is a big victory. Compared with the Celestial Sect, the loss is almost negligible. And this big victory was almost so quick with Jian Wushuang's own power. According to Xiao Daijin's previous plan, the 100 yensian he sat down will almost be destroyed, and he will not be able to crush the celestial domain Tianzong. But everything, since Jian Wushuang joined the battle, has changed drastically. He almost wiped out a place of great trouble with the smallest loss, which is undoubtedly worse for young Master Jiu, who is far away. In the palace above the eaves, Xiao Dijuan sat on the glazed tiles, his eyes wondering where he was looking. Behind him, a thin purple robe appeared soon. "My big companion, this time the result is very good, but I am a little worried." Chapter 48:61. The thin purple robe said, "Are you worried? Jian Wushuang will grow up to the day when he will even be terrified." Xiaodajin nodded. "Yes, and I feel that that day will come soon. His Royal Highness, there is no need to worry. Although I have met him only a few times so far, you must know that we have been together for decades. His temperament and character, I can't guess it, but I can see that he is a tyrant, and he is very indifferent to the search for the Emperor's luck. He seems to have a certain purpose, like a hurried passerby. Anyone, I can't guess him." At this point, the thin purple robe slowly pulled down his hood, revealing a gully face. He is an existence capable of reversing any situation, and his presence will only benefit His Royal Highness. "I understand," Xiaodajin nodded slightly, "but I have a feeling that he is very mysterious, as if he didn't know where he came from. If you know his origins and weaknesses, that would be great." "Nothing. His Royal Highness, this is not the time to calculate this. Since he has promised to help you win the throne, you must do as much as possible during this time." The thin purple robe leaned slightly. Now that the 5 emperors have fallen from the ink, and the second emperor has been more than half destroyed, the situation has changed. I think the other emperors will do something next. There was a sneer at the corner of Xiao Daijin's mouth. "It's just a mob. One more thing." "What's the matter?" "Emperor Zhanliang sent envoys some time ago to invite the rest of the emperors to go to the heavenly court to the birthday banquet." "Birthday banquet? Didn't the emperor never miss his birthday? Why is it just over this year?" "Maybe it's because of the death of the 5 emperors." "How long is there?" 3 years later." "Then get ready to go to heaven again." From the broken fairyland Tianzong back to Xiaogushan, Jian Wushuang sat down in the middle of the square in front of the palace. He faintly touched the second fairy style. There are 7 types of fairy style guidance from Shizhu. The first type is called a little mountain and river. As for the second form, I realized it not long ago in the immortal style of Zhangtian. The true shadow, which is more than 1 million feet high, is very unique from the treasure that Jian Wushuang condenses when he releases the sword intent of Xinghe Lake. When Jian Wushuang released the true shadow, the immortal body was ethereal and turned into nothing, but his spiritual consciousness was still clear and coexisted with the true shadow. Moreover, under the blessing of the true shadow state, any of his skills has reached a level of detachment. Therefore, after Jian Wushuang rehearsed the second immortal style tens of thousands of times in the divine consciousness, he called the second immortal style the true shadow of no self. Now that he holds 2 immortal styles in his hand, His strength is even more unfathomable, and he even has the idea of fighting against a higher-level Dayan Immortal. However, the Dayan Immortal in the entire Dayside domain has become one of the few after that battle. I am afraid that only Dayan Immortal can be found under the true Wuyang seat. After consolidating ancestral skills, Kendo, and immortal style, Jian Wushuang re-enlightened sitting. Now that Demission has been destroyed more than half, it is no different from climbing to the sky to find Yinling again, and the piece of sky-shaped bone armor in her hand. I am afraid that I will not see it again for a long time. At present, the sword does not hold 2 pieces of bone armor with the sky pattern in both hands, but he cannot decipher the cipher text above. He planned to travel around Wanyu shortly after this, preparing to find a powerful person who could decipher the ciphertext on the bone armor of the Tianzi pattern. And shortly after he sat down, the whole Shaogudian and the main hall trembled. Although it was extremely subtle, everyone was aware of it. Lying on the top of the eaves, Chun-Ching was asleep, turned over, and jumped down. Several people in spring and autumn rushed out from the hall. What happened? Cui Jing tightened his belt, his face solemn. Damn it, maybe something happened again in the next 3 days. Chun-Ching scratched his head. What can happen in the next 3 days? Could it be that the collapse can't be done? Chen Qiu frowned, and he had no good feelings for the next 3 days, and even wished to destroy it directly. Chun-Ching did not hear the displeasure in his words, and explained. The situation that will occur in the next 3 days is much more serious than the collapse. Every time, many prisoners will die, which is very difficult. Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes, then looked at Chun-Ching and asked, What will happen? When Chun-Ching heard this, he did not hide his words. Black Qi, the black Qi that can swallow the power, the deeper the black mountain spars mind. The black Qi will be unearthed. This kind of black energy can swallow the power. Even if Yanxian is infected with this kind of black energy, he can only sit and wait to die. It is terrifying. But fortunately, not much black energy has been dug up. As long as it is sealed in time, there is nothing to do. However, this situation has never happened before, and I don't know what has happened in the past few years. Everything has become more and more unstable. Jian Wushuang didn't think too much, and was ready to continue to sit and meditate. But then, several streamer-like figures entered Shaogudian and came directly in front of him. The leader was Xiao Dijuan. His expression slightly changed. Brother Jian, there are some situations in the next 3 days. I want to invite you to find out. Chun-Ching was also anxious. Is the situation happening again in the next 3 days? Didn't I remember that it calmed down a few days ago? Xiaodijin shook his head. This time, I am afraid it is the most dangerous one. Then let's go together. Chun-Ching said before flying out first. Jian Wushuang nodded. Then go take a look. Xiaodijin nodded and then led the way. At this time, Chen Qiu also came behind Jian Wushuang and whispered, I will go too. This time you don't want to go. Just keep Xianyuan more stable. Jian Wushuang patted him on the shoulder, then walked away. Soaring out of Xiaogushan, under the guidance of Xiaodijin, he began to rush down for 3 days. The 6-day realm that Xiaodijin is in charge of, the entire next 3 days are all Haishan's realm, and countless prisoners are responsible for the continuous mining of Heishan spar. When he first entered Dayanhuan, Jian Wushuang was trapped and was somehow a prisoner for a long time, so he was extremely repelled for the next 3 days. This time, what happened was the first horizon of the next 3 days. From the mouth of the little emperor, I learned that the first heaven at this moment has undergone tremendous changes, and almost all the prisoners and supervisors responsible for mining the spar have been swallowed by the black energy gushing from the abyss, turning the entire first heaven domain into a dead domain with no survivors. Chapter 48-62. Chun-Ching's complexion was extremely serious, and he naturally knew the seriousness of this. The black energy that broke out in the Black Mountain several times before was solved by him. Each time the black energy was extremely small, The most one time, it only swallowed the prisoners and supervisors in the entire Black Mountain. But this time, the eruption of black energy actually swallowed all the creatures in the entire heaven. This shows the severity of the situation. With this in mind, he reminded Jian Wushuangdo, Brother Sword, those black qi is extremely easy to contaminate the power. Once it is contaminated, it is difficult to remove. So when you get to the place, try not to use the power if you can. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, looking forward through the void, the heaven plane that faintly reveals dark luck. Stepping into the first heaven of the next 3 days, an indescribable breath of death rushed toward his face. Looking around, there are many mountains and mountains, like the undulating black mountain that stretches to the invisible end. The black air, like a dark cloud, swallowed every inch of the space, hazy and chaotic to the extreme. The 4 body shapes all converged and walked forward step by step. Both Xiao Dijuan and Qin Qing showed an unbearable expression, as if they were overwhelmed by some unknown force. But Jian Wushuang's face was indifferent, as if he hadn't been affected in any way. Walking in the soaring sky, the breath of death is lingering. The bones of prisoners everywhere are all lying on the ground, and they all turn into black dust when the wind blows, which is extremely strange. Little monarch, it seems that this first heavenly realm is indeed completely destroyed. Chun Qingning looked forward and said, "In this way, it would be extremely troublesome to find the source." The little emperor who was walking in the front did not speak. He also felt the trouble. This was the first time he encountered this situation. Since he took over the Black Mountain realm in the next 3 days, there hasn't been any bad signs since he took over at a young age, and it has continued to this day. But in the last few Chinese years, black energy began to appear in the Montenegrin realm, and the scope of each appearance was not large, at most spreading to a Montenegro. But today, the black energy that didn't know where it started swallowed a whole heaven, and none of the creatures here survived. At this time, Jian Wushuang, who had not spoken, said, "I think, just along the direction of the prisoners' bodies on the ground, you should be able to find the source." Xiaodijin looked at the prisoner's corpse lying on the ground, like a looming road stretching far away. "It's not advisable to stay here for a long time. Let's make a quick fight," he said before taking the lead. Because he couldn't use his power, he moved slowly. And the more you move forward, shocking scenes appear one after another. The corpses of the dead prisoners are piled up like a mountain, almost spreading far away. Moreover, the death of these prisoners was very strange. All the clothes on their bodies disappeared, and the exposed bodies became dry bones densely covered with black threads. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. What exactly is the so-called black energy that would have such an impact on living beings? You must know that the prisoners trapped in the Black Mountain are at least half ancestral top repairers. Even if the chain between their necks trapped them, they did not make any resistance moves, which is too weird. Could it be that this black energy has a restraining effect on Yanli? He slowly stretched out his palm, stroking the black energy flowing in the void. The black qi is cold, with a kind of palpitating aura. It seems that it does not seem to belong to the product of this heaven. Retracting their hearts, they kept passing through a mountain of corpses piled up by prisoners' bones. When stepping past the tallest corpse mountain, a black abyss like a deep prison appeared in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Endless black air spit out from the vast and endless abyss. Even if it is Yanxian, standing in front of this abyss has a very small feeling. The black mountains that had already collapsed were leaning into the abyss, and the abyss was still expanding and stretching, and the prisoners' corpses also fell into it. When is there such an abyss in this first heaven? Chun Qing asked in shock. Xiao Dijuan frowned. It seems that all the black energy is gushing from the depths of this collapsed underground. What shall we do next? Chun Qing asked again. I am afraid that there are only a few of us in such a deep abyss, and it is impossible to reseal it. In the end, Xiao Dijuan shook his head disappointedly. It can only be so. Let's go back now. The weirdness of the first heaven territory in these 3 days was destroyed, so that he did not dare to check it out again. After making a decision, they are ready to leave. But as he turned around, there was a palpitating heart that made Jian Wushuang subconsciously turn his head back. The black energy that was originally thick in the air quietly turned into a vortex and began to rotate slowly. "Run!" he suddenly shouted, reminding. But everything was already too late. Almost at the same time that Jian Wushuang's voice fell, the vortex, condensed by the black energy, turned crazy. The towering black mountains suddenly broke apart and were sucked into them by the crazy vortex. And Jian Wushuang and others were swallowed by that unimaginable suction for the first time. The dark clouds were connected to the ground. An entire deadly first heaven seemed to fall under the black abyss prison. Being caught in the vortex, Jian Wushuang only felt a whirl of heaven and earth, and he was extremely passive because he could not run his energy. The condition of the little emperor, the thin purple robe, and Qin Qing were also not much better. They were almost swallowed and disappeared without a trace, suffocating the dizziness. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes in the vortex. Looking around, there is endless darkness. Okanshu, calm this surging vortex, kept falling, and the entire black abyss seemed to never end, without knowing where it led. I don't know how long it took. When a hard and cold touch came from under him, everything seemed to return to silence. The vortex slowly dissipated, leaving only the silent sound around. Oh, his grandma's Lao Tzu's waist. Chen Qing's painful curses resounded under the abyss. The unspeakable reverberation resembled a trembling 9-day booby thunder, blasting in the abyss. Quiet. Zaya Daijin's voice immediately sounded. Standing in this black source, Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with golden light. Although there was an unknown, extremely dark world in front of him, he could still clearly see every inch of the ground and every inch of space. Under this abyss, it is completely composed of strange and irregular rocks that are completely dark and cold. Chapter 48:63. And what is strange is that on these irregular and weird rocks, there are still unknown weeds with tall legs, which are endless. It is as if this was the tip of an iceberg of a world, a buried world. Although it was extremely dark under this abyss, the little emperors quickly noticed their existence and began to move closer to Jian Wushuang. God, where is this place? Are all the black mountains on the ground suspended? Qin Qing looked at the scene in front of him, somewhat shocked. It seems that this place used to be a world on the earth. I don't know why, it was buried in the heart of the earth. Xiaodijin said analytically. Jian Wushuang didn't speak. He squatted down and touched a weed slightly with his hand, instantly turning it into a fluffy ash. Qin Qing said again, "Weirdness is a bit weird, but fortunately there is no threat. As long as we don't release Yanli, we can always leave here." At this time, the thin purple robe who had not spoken said, "The road when I came here is gone." Everyone looked up subconsciously, and sure enough, there was a strange stone dome above their heads, not an upward exit. Little Emperor then looked at Jian Wushuang. "Brother Jian, do you have any opinion? Go ahead." Jian Wushuang looked forward and said in a deep voice, "A group of 4 people walking under this abyss. The ancient, desolate silence, weird to the extreme." Jian Wushuang walked in the forefront, his eyes becoming more solemn. He felt the throbbing in his heart inexplicably, as if something was about to happen. The weird rocks underfoot are undulating and messy. Because he was walking in the forefront, he soon understood why the throbbing in his heart had started. I saw that in front of the hazy black air, one side collapsed in the center of 100 miles of rock, kneeling down a strange figure. Even Jian Wushuang couldn't see the figure clearly. As a result, the first heaven in the next 3 days became the source of the dead zone, and the infinite black energy that covered the sky and the sun surged from the front. Xiaodijin and the others also saw the kneeling figure for the first time. Their complexions were extremely solemn, in such an underground world that has not been sealed since when, seeing this scene, I am afraid that no one will take it lightly. That guy isn't at the source of the disaster for the entire first domain. Chun Qing whispered. Xiaotajin narrowed his eyes and said, "If it is true, then we can take this opportunity to seal it off. Don't move rashly. I'm afraid that figure will never be as calm as it is now." Jian Wushuang reminded, "How could it be a dead existence that can provoke such a majestic and weird black spirit?" The next moment, seemingly to confirm Jian Wushuang's thoughts, a nuanced sound of bone cracks resounded under this abyss. With the sound of this sound, the figure that was kneeling on the rocky ground suddenly trembled. Jian Wushuang's eyes condensed, and he hurriedly made Xiao Dijuan and the others retreat. "No way! Can this come alive too?" Chun Qing was a little dumbfounded, watching the scene in disbelief. With the continuous resounding of bone cracks, the figure who was buried under the abyss, how many years of endless years, actually stood up slowly. It was a figure covered with hideous wounds, and the armor made of unknown material was completely damaged, revealing a body that had long been depleted of flesh and blood. 2 black lights shot out from the visor on his head. Facing such a dead creature, even Jian Wushuang felt his heart palpitations, because he found that the Yanli in his body shuddered in an incredible way when facing this dead creature. This is too weird. Could it be that this silent, dead creature was also an emperor during his lifetime, was beheaded by Zhen Wuyang and buried here? But Jian Wushuang quickly rejected this idea. He had already been in close contact with the 4 emperors, and he naturally knew the unique luck of the emperor. But at the moment, this creature does not have the emperor's luck, and there is not even a trace of the fluctuation of the power. All around him, only the horrible black energy was surging. He seemed to have awakened from Wang Gus's deep sleep, and the 2 black lights immediately locked Jian Wushuang, several people. Then, the dead creature slowly raised an arm, and the broken palm squeezed hard. Suddenly, the void suddenly collapsed, and the indescribable force squeezed in all directions, except for Jian Wushuang, Xiao Dijuan, the thin purple robe, Chun Qing, and the 3 snorted at the same time, as if they had been severely injured, and the corners of their mouths overflowed with a ray of blood. Damn it, it really gives me energy. Chun Qing's aura was languid, but he didn't dare to release his strength to resist, because that black energy's restraint on Yanli almost reached the point of incomprehension. As long as there is a trace of Yanli released, it will definitely be hit hard by retrieving the original wish. The prisoners and supervisors who have died are the best examples. In such a situation, only Jian Wushuang could turn the tide. The inability to apply Yanli is an unthinkable thing for Yanxian, because even the simplest urging of Xian Yuan will consume Yanli. But Jian Wushuang was affected by this, and it was much smaller. Except for the 2 ancestral arts and the Xian-style 1-point mountain and river requires derivation. His Wushuang Kendo, Xingahu High Sword Intent, and the 2nd celestial style of selfless True Shadow all do not need to be derived. Therefore, he immediately used the True Shadow of the selflessness to bless himself to deal with the next situation. After only 1 blow hit Xiaotajin and the others, the dead creature took a step towards them. The extremely thick black qi was continuously absorbed by him, and then he repaired the hideous and terrifying wounds on his body. Jian Wushuang's heart moved. He cut directly with a sword. Xinghe Lake Heijiani, the first release. The incomparable sword intent rose, swept across, illuminating the entire abyss for a moment, and then slashed towards the figure of the dead creature. The next moment, a scene that no one had expected appeared. The vast sword intent slashed in front of it, and it actually destroyed the body of the dead creature into 2 parts. Everything was too easy, as simple as Jian Wushuang didn't react, and his figure was scattered on the rocks. Just that's it? Chun Qing's eyes were a little dull. Is he vulnerable, or brother sword? You are too strong." Jian Wushuang slowly shook his head. He could feel that it was not that he was too strong, but that the dead creature was too vulnerable. "He seems to be too old," as if through endless years, making himself extremely weak.